is untrue. I mean, I taught the heliocentric model for many years. I had no idea that it was not backed up by research, reality, testing, mathematics. I assumed that it was, like most people do.
Yeah, like everybody's. I think like a lot of people believes it's a globe. To be honest, because like people don't think about it. Like if you say otherwise, you're like considered dumb or something like that. But they don't even know themselves, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because if anybody, I mean, dares to your face say that you're dumb for questioning an alleged model, then those, in the nicest way possible, I guess. That's what these guys keep telling me. I mean, I try my best to be patient, but it's kind of like, oh, okay, so you think questioning this model is dumb? Like, that is the whole point of critical thinking and, the logic that Western civilization was built on. Maybe Eastern civilization too. I think they had a bunch of logic over there. Just civilization in general, is based on making observations about the world around us and testing them. So, I mean, the people who call flat earthers dumb, like, I have to say, like, they have some kind of, I think, intellectual or emotional or psychological deficiency themselves, because that there's no like reason to be doing that. But they're just kind of enforcing. They're more like Stockholm syndrome people who are sympathizing with their captors. They're just enforcing the status quo, little Agent Smiths. They're not serious. Like, they don't have a serious claim. They don't know their model. You could just ask them, oh, well, tell me about the globe then. What convinces you? Ask them that, Vinny. See what they say.
Okay, good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Amazing. What kind of like pertinent questions do you guys get about like flat and the concepts that the Earth is flat? Like,
No, Vinny.
Yes.
We hardly ever get pertinent questions.
Oh, really?
We usually get straw man questions about the sky that has no direct relevance to the measurements of the Earth and testing whether it's a sphere or not. Or we get questions about various flat Earth so-called models that we don't claim, because we don't claim a model. And we get kind of hysteria, screaming, swearing, stuff like that. But I don't know, like, I guess there's sometimes, I mean, can you guys think of a pertinent question? He asks, what pertinent question do we get about the globe? I mean, what's the best question somebody could ask? We usually ask them, where's the curvature? And they usually can't answer. You got one, Jedi?
Yeah, why do you flat earthers say the earth is flat? That's the question we all want to answer, but nobody ever asks it.
Why don't you ask Jedi that, Vinny?
Well, should I hit it is? What's the pertinent question about it?
Yeah, he told you what the question was. It's, why do you flat earthers say the earth is flat? Yeah, that's the one.
Can you repeat again, please?
Why do you say that the earth is flat?
Okay.
Would you like to ask that question?
I mean, I don't think I have like the knowledge yet to answer that question. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm not asking you to answer it. I'm asking if you would like to hear the answer.
Oh yeah, sure. But if
all right, Jedi, he wants to hear the answer.
If you can make it simple, so I can like grasp it easier,
yeah,
I would be happy.
I think I did answer it, but like, yeah, maybe I didn't make it simple enough. That's possible.
No, but your answer before was really, really good. I could understand. But if there's like more things, that I don't know, it'd be easier if it was like simple.
The reason why we say the earth is flat is because it's measured that way.
All right.
Is that simple enough for you?
Yeah. How
Cool.
how it was measured that way?
How?
Yeah.
Me, you, everybody measures a horizontal Earth when you level a table or a picture or a shelf. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where the surface of the Earth, water, appears to meet the sky at distance. So to be level with the world means to be parallel with the surface of the Earth. The Earth is flat. We observe it, measure it, and practically use it that way.
Oh, okay, because it's parallel. All right, I think I understand. I have one question. Like, if the Earth, like, it's flat, right? The Earth. What would we have like below it, or like at the edge of the Earth? What would it be?
Yeah, we personally don't make any claims as to what's below it. For example, the deepest hole that has been dug in the earth is only 7.6 miles. So that's as far as can be verified in terms of what's happening down there in the earth. I mean, we know certain things about inside the earth due to what we observe in terms of volcanoes, earthquakes, things like that. But we don't make any claims in terms of what is below. One thing that we do not claim that you might see out there in the world is some people will show an image of the flat earth being a disk flying through space. So as if we accept the heliocentric model of the solar system, but just flatten out the earth. But that is not what we claim. So we have seen no evidence of any kind of rotation of the earth. We think the entire heliocentric model is clearly flawed. The concept of there being a near vacuum of outer space right next to our atmosphere is completely false. So that is one of the reasons you can't find good information out there, is because the information that is out there is a complete mischaracterization and a straw man. People make straw man arguments for their opponents because then they're very easy to tear down, tear apart, and burn up because they weren't even real to start with. So, yeah. What was the other one? What's below it? And the edge. Yeah, we don't claim an edge either. Yep, because there's another one that might be from one of those straw man models. Like we haven't traveled to the outer realms of where we live. That kind of travel is restricted heavily by the Antarctic Treaty and the governments of the world. So we don't claim an edge. We haven't seen an edge, and we're not allowed to go poking around. So we don't expect to have the answer to that anytime soon. Like what's out there, but we definitely don't think of an edge, because I think the edge often comes from that same false image of a disc, which we soundly debunk and disavow.
All right. And one more question. I was in a plane before, and like when I looked down, I could see like the ocean. It was really, really, really big, and like I couldn't see like the land when I was like in the ocean. Do you think like it's like a vision failure, or like a atmospheric failure, or some atmospheric, I don't know, like some chemical things like changing that? What could that be?
You saw the ocean in the plane,
Yeah, when I was
and you didn't see any land.
Yeah, I just saw ocean, like all around. Because I was like, of course, looking just at one side. I don't know if
I think he means like, why can't we see longer distances if it's flat?
Oh yeah, something like that.
How far do you think you should see?
Sorry?
How far do you think you would see?
Oh, when I was looking at it, just like saw ocean, wind, ocean, all blue.
Yeah, but you're asking us to explain why you could only see so far. How far do you think you should see?
If I think if it was like flat, I should see like everything. No,
Why would you think that? I don't get this.
like because like when I'm like in the high up, I can see like the ground, right? And if it extends to a distance so large, then I would be able to see that. Like not
okay.
if I am in the ground, there's a lot of things that are blocking my vision, like mountains and
Well, eventually,
skyscraper.
right? Eventually, like your line of sight, it's going to be nearly parallel to the surface of the Earth, right?
Mm.
Like say you're looking at a table, right? From above the table's large enough. Eventually, your line of sight's going to be nearly parallel to the table. You can't see the surface,
All right.
right? You don't like watch your TV from the side, do you? Why not? Why don't you watch your TV from the side? Because your line of sight's, if it was parallel to the TV, you wouldn't be able to see the screen.
Yes.
Okay, yes,
That's
this
true.
is the same thing, right? But this is like a giant TV. And you are effectively looking at it from the side when you're looking farther away.
Okay.
Okay, and like say you're in a plane, you're over New York City, and Europe is what, 4,000 miles away. How big would Europe be? Like the angle
I'll be
from the tallest mountain, say, from New York City. It'd be tiny. It'd be tiny. These things get smaller the further away they are, right?
Oh, I think I got it. Like it'll be so small because of the distance.
Yeah,
that I
you
couldn't
can't see
it.
like molecules in your hands, right?
Mhm.
Or in your table, or in any other way. Like if you had a fly and it was 10 kilometers away, you couldn't see the fly, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So Europe, I mean, thousands of miles away, you can't see it. And then there's other factors, right? There's meteorological weather, right? Those are factors which limit how far you can see.
If it is like foggy.
Well, I'm not talking about fog. I'm just talking about regular weather. If you look up, if you just look up your weather report right now where you live, they'll have a variable called visibility, and it'll be like 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles. Right? The air is the air is not transparent. People, at short distances it is, but at long distances it's not.
Oh, that's really interesting. I never thought about that.
There's a few images in the side chat there, and it's a good example if you're standing on like a mountain range and you're looking out over mountain ranges in the distance. As you can see in these images, each one gets more and more opaque, the further you see away. So eventually the air is opaque over distance.
Oh. Amazing.
I think like the maximum distance you can see through the air in absolute perfect conditions is about 200 miles. But what you'll find is if you check the visibility weather report, the visibility on the weather report, it's usually about 10, 20, 30 miles maximum. On average, it's probably like 10 to 20 miles when you check it. So we can't see that far. There's a lot of stuff in the air.
Oh, okay. 20 miles, like 32 kilometers.
Even if you understand how the light only penetrates down to 200 meters into the oceans, you understand that the fluid there blocks the light.
The fluid, what, sorry?
like the oceans. If you look at sunlight, how far it can travel down into the ocean,
Oh yeah,
it
yeah.
can,
It
it
doesn't.
can only reach about 200 meters before we can perceive it with human eyes.
Oh,
I
that's
think
true.
Nano Blaster, you're hot miking. Are you trying to say something? I'll just mute you, I guess. Maybe they're done. No, they're not done. Somebody muted you.
Yeah.
And it's
So
the same
oh, sorry, Sonny. One sec.
Yeah.
One last thing. So it's a nice clear day here in Lublin in Poland, where I'm at the moment. Really clear day, beautiful day, and I just checked the weather visibility rating, and it says 15 kilometers is the maximum distance you can see.
15.
Yeah, that's
nice.
clear, coherent distance.
Yeah.
Well, what is the website that you usually see those things?
You could just type in like a particular area and type in visibility report. It'll usually come up with a link to like a weather chat, a particular weather site that will show you the visibility for that particular area. That's all I did.
Yeah, and that's for aircraft flying, so the pilots know how far they can see clearly and how to watch out for aircraft.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
You know what they don't give them for seeing aircraft? Here's something that's not in their little report: the curvature of the Earth. That is not in their manual. That is not in the report. They do not say, "Hey, man, you're flying at 40,000 feet. You can see airplanes, 200 miles away." They don't tell them that.
All right.
And it's the same with military aircraft and their radar systems. The one pilot said he uses his radar to search for aircraft in the sky, but he can set his radar to only search like from horizontal up, and he's catching aircraft that are hundreds of miles away on his radar, and they should be below his radar horizon.
Mm. Interesting. Oh, those are the weather conditions for where I live. The visibility is like 16 kilometers.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so you got a good answer to your question.
Yeah, interesting. Can I ask another question?
Please.
Like, do you guys like what do you guys think about Google Maps? Is it like precise? Precise it isn't, right? But like, how would you guys how would you guys interpret the Google Maps with like all the countries? How would that fit in a flat Earth? Would it be like instead of a globe, like straight off flat out, the map the same way, or would it be like different?
Google Earth is not a globe. It just looks that way because it's a
No.
it's a toy.
It's not what I'm asking.
It's not a globe though. Like the map part of it is not a globe. They don't use a globe for that.
Yeah.
It's a universal transverse Mercator, which is a cylinder.
Oh, okay.
And then they take that, and then just like a video game, right? You can wrap the texture onto the wireframe in a video game. That's how you skin a 3D model. That's basically what they do. They basically skin a 3D model.
Okay, it's just like they scanned the 3D mod and turned it.
Yeah, they just took a square texture and they wrapped it on a 3D ball.
Okay.
We could take a photograph of you and do the exact same thing. Doesn't make your face a sphere.
Yeah. Sure. But what I'm trying to ask is like the map, instead of being a globe, like in reality, it would be like extended out as flat, right? Like instead of like instead of doing this, the thing you said, it would be like the thing before they do that.
You've seen a Mercator projection map before, haven't you? It's like a big rectangular map. It's a particular type of projection.
What is it called? Mercator?
The Mercator map.
Mercator map.
It's the one where
yeah,
Greenland
sure.
is gigantic.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of different map projections. So this is a particular one that they use. And basically what they do, they have those little cars that drive around and they take photos of all of the suburbs, all of the streets and everything, right? And then they've got photographs they take from altitude as well. So they basically put the Mercator map, or a type of Mercator map, into CGI software, and then they start incorporating all of their photos right onto the map, and then you'll see that it's like a combination of real world footage and CGI elements, and they'll basically just stitch it all together into like a big computer program. Basically, it's like an interactive map, so to speak. So it's just kind of like a Mercator projection in digital form, kind of like a computer software application that's interactive.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, like if you go to Google Maps, you can zoom right in and you're going to see, you can see like a top view of your house or something like that. And then you can hit street view, and then, you can like go down the street. All of that street view footage is taken from those little cars that drive around with the cameras. And then they stitch together all of the high altitude footage as well. So when you go up, you're seeing a big like patch, kind of like a big stitch patchwork quilt kind of thing of all of the high altitude imagery, incorporated with some CGI elements, to fill in the gaps and that kind of thing. That's what it looks like. I mean, if you go up in altitude a bit and you kind of like scroll around, you'll see it kind of looks a bit like photographs mixed with CGI elements.
Oh, okay. Then what would be like the real map of the flat Earth if it has like those CGI things?
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard to validate any map. We have all sorts of different maps, and different projections are used for different purposes. I think all maps have problems. It's hard to validate any map, right? I don't think that there's such a thing as this is the perfect map that matches everything perfectly.
All right. Do you have like one where you can say like more, okay, this is the one I believe it is, like more straightforward, but not perfect?
I think it's easy to say. It's much easier to say than to do. It's not an easy thing to go out and map the entire world. And then if someone did, like if we did present you a map and say, oh, look, this is the map that we say is correct, how are you really going to validate that anyway?
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, you'll find there are some people who understand that the globe is wrong, inaccurate, doesn't predict reality, who, some flat earthers will put out maps like it's just not what we do here, because we are trying not to repeat the mistakes of the past. People already have this mistaken notion that there could be one model, the heliocentric model, that could explain everything. And they kind of got away with that, more in the past. There was less pushback for various reasons. But these days, when you have many people, more and more people each day, critically examining that model and seeing how it has so many flaws in it, and it fails to predict reality, and yet it's widely adopted all over the world. Like, we're not here to replace that huge mistake. Like, that was a mistake to begin with. So we're not going to come out here and say, oh, yeah, well, here's our map. We've explained everything for you. Our model's better than theirs. Like, that would be really dumb, because that's part of what we try to point out, is that it's a Herculean task. It should not even be attempted to try to model the entire world, especially when we are restricted in our travel, as we mentioned before. We don't have all of the information, but maps for navigating, to get from one place to another. I mean, those are flat maps. So, I have a map of Michigan in my van, and it seems to work perfectly fine. I've used it to drive all over the state, and it works perfectly fine. Topo maps that are they're more detailed because they're a large map over a smaller area. The scale is different, so those are even more accurate. Topographic maps, flat maps can be useful, but we're not going to try to give you one for the whole world.
All right, good point. Good interest. I never thought really about those things, to be honest. That's why I asked for you guys to make it simple, since I don't go around searching those things.
Oh yeah, I tried to send you an invite to our other server because there's a lot of information there, but I can't send you the invite, and you're not accepting friend requests.
I accepted, but it says that I have to click. I don't know. I think I have to go through a process before going in.
You can just
but I
click on my
accepted.
profile. Just click on my profile. There's a link right there. It'll take you straight there.
Oh, good. Yeah, DJ, let's see what he's got. Oh, yeah, look at that. Under his About Me, he's got discord.gg/flat earth. I guess I should put that in my profile, DJ.
Yeah, I just did it the other
That
day.
would be
I'm always
easier.
just telling people to go click on Kembo's name, but he wasn't in there the other day, so I thought, it'll take me to...
do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They could also click on your tag.
Yep.
That's what we thought that, Elbow, but then yesterday a guy said it just comes up with a message that says it's a private server, but
Oh, yeah.
maybe it depends. I don't know.
I had that problem with another guy, and I thought it was an issue, but then it turned out he was banned from the server. So maybe the other person was banned as well. As soon as I unbanned the person from the home server, the link worked just fine.
Oh, okay. Good to know. So that link actually does work, the little sword FE tag. Good to know. Because I stopped saying it because of that guy, but now you're saying they might have been banned. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, they were banned.
Did you have any other questions, Vinny?
Oh, I'm clicking through the. I joined the Flat Earth Discord, but it says that I still don't have permission.
Oh, yeah, I can fix that up for you. So, yeah, just go to the welcome channel and just have a look through the rules. And I'm happy just to give you that VC verified role now.
I know, because he's so polite and well-spoken, and he knows how to take turns speaking. Good job. A lot of people can't do that.
What was his name?
Vinny, VINI, and yeah, his tag is Uhanku, UHANKU.
Vinny Vinci? Is that him?
No, try Uhanku, maybe UHANKU.
Oh, that's all right. I'll just copy his number.
Good idea.
Thank you.
I see Radwin's back to being Radwin. Okay, cool. That way I can start being super nice again now, Radwin, then. Thank you for giving me permission. We can only have one nice person, and I'm going to be that for today, if you don't mind. Oh, although DJ, I guess I could share it with you. Maybe we could have more than one. I call good cop for today. Thank you.
We're going to go over our quota.
That's right, India. Well, I can always turn, on the drop of a hat, you guys know how to turn me back into the bad cop, just drop some of those annoying phrases that I hate so much, and I'll turn right back into bad cop. Don't worry. I'll just swivel my head around like the Lego movie.
We do a bad cop, worse cop here.
Yeah, I can do that too.
We'll just tag CB.
Yeah, that's what I had in mind, but I wasn't going to say that. So thanks for saying it for me. Although we've been getting along recently due to a Herculean effort on my part.
All right, Vinny, you've got the verified role. I would recommend you have a look at some long distance observations.
All right, observations.
Long distance observations. Basically, if the Earth is a globe, it has to have a certain amount of curvature over distance. So if you go to a large body of water, like a 10-mile body of water, for example, it would have to have 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So just say you found a 10-mile lake. You could go and set up a camera just off the surface of the water and zoom in across the lake. Now, if the Earth's a globe, you should only be able to see a certain distance because you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance, and the shoreline on the other side of the lake would be hidden behind the horizon by a certain amount, right? We could do the mathematics, and it would depend on your observer height. So if you set up the camera at 1 foot observer height, the horizon would be at 1.2 miles away, according to the globe mathematics. And the shoreline on the other side of the lake would be obstructed behind 50, 60 foot of Earth curvature. But what we've found is we can go to a 10-mile lake, for example, and we can set up a camera just off the surface, and we can zoom in and actually see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Right? The horizon is never where it should be. On a globe, we can see it magnitudes further. Right? Quite often on these lakes, we don't see any horizon. We'll just see a flat body of water all the way over to the other shoreline on the lake. Now, this has been repeated over and over and over again, all different bodies of water on the ocean, on lakes, and then we've had people go out with high-powered lasers and do the same kind of thing, shooting it across the surface of the water, and being able to see it on the other side of the lake. And some of these laser tests and observations are 20, 30, 40 kilometers or miles.
Damn,
Yeah, so
it's long distance.
it's very damning evidence against the globe. So, this has been repeated over and over again. It leaves us to a point where it's like, okay, where's the counter evidence from the globe side throughout all of history? Surely people have gone out and done this, right? And validated that the Earth has curvature, but you struggle to find anything if you go hunting.
Alrighty. That's interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. So I'll just post a clip out of a video that I took out of one of our high definition videos, and I'll just put it in the side chat. So this is a 21-mile lake, or it's a big lake. It's called the Great Salt Lake in Utah, and this is a 21-mile stretch across the lake. This guy sets his camera up at 5 foot, and he can zoom in across the lake, and he can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We can see a big giant smokestack and a little town underneath it. And there's zero obstruction over this 21 miles. Now, on a globe, you would have to have just under 300 foot of curvature over 21 miles. So there's zero curvature, but on a globe, there has to be 293 foot of curvature over that distance. The shoreline should be hidden behind about 230 foot of Earth curvature. And the horizon would have to be at 2.7 miles away. But once again, we can see that there's no horizon present, just flat water from point A to point B. They did it again at nighttime, and once again, you could see exactly the same all the way across. And then they actually got some high-powered lasers, and they did a laser test where one person was on the other side of the lake, and they pointed their lasers across the surface of the water towards each other, and they could both see each other's laser beams. So yeah, this is pretty damning evidence for the globe side.
Oh, that's interesting.
And that's basically what we're talking about when we say flat Earth, right? We're talking about large surface areas of water not having any curvature. So you could kind of define the Earth as a topographical plane, right? A flat plane that has hills and valleys and mountains. Most of the known surface is water, and there's no curvature over distance on the water. So that's the context that we're using when we say flat Earth. Not claiming to know the shape of the entirety of the Earth. It's just the description of a surface area.
All right, but like even if you're like testing along like long distance, wouldn't it like be impossible to even though like say that the Earth would be like a globe, because like since you have like those visibility problems that you can't see like much further than some kilometers, and
yeah, I mean, we can see quite often, we can see 20, 30, like it's not always 15 kilometers, sometimes it'll be 50 kilometers or something like that, more than enough distance to be able to validate if the Earth's a globe or not. Now the thing is, on a globe you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance, so that's well within the visibility rating. So if they, at school they taught me if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon's 3 miles away on a globe. Anything that goes beyond the horizon at 3 miles would start to go over the curvature of the Earth. So,
all right,
that's what a lot of these tests are searching for, is that geometric horizon that has to be present on a globe. It has to be there. It can't not be there. It's like part of the geometry of the Earth, if you know what I mean. It's a physical horizon, and it's based off the height of the observer. And as long as the observer doesn't move or change in height, the horizon couldn't move. The physical horizon.
all right.
You can have certain weather conditions that are going to alter what you're seeing a little bit, but it's not going to make a drastic difference to the point where we can look over 21 miles like I just showed you, and there's no horizon present whatsoever.
Okay, so that's like the rule that they say. If it is right, the rule, then the Earth is a globe. But if it isn't, just like you said, if you're like 6 foot tall, if that rule doesn't work, then the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, well, it can't possibly be. Yeah, it can't possibly be a globe if it doesn't have the required curvature or horizon. It's the characteristics that must be present on a globe, especially when they give us the exact size. We can just do the math based off the radius value that they give us, which is 3,959 miles. So you can just go on Google and you can type in Earth curve calculator, and you can look up any Earth curve calculator and put in like the target distance and the observer height, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be and how much should be hidden and that sort of thing.
Oh, they have a website for that. That's interesting.
Yeah, here's a easy one to use. I'll just send you the link. 1 second. I'll just put it in the side chat. It's an Omni calculator. It's a very basic one, but it's an easy one to use, and you can convert it. You can change it to kilometers and miles and feet or meters. So. Yeah, so if you open that up and you type in 5 foot, which is the observation height in that lake observation I just showed you, it will tell you that the horizon should be 2.73 miles away.
Oh, okay.
And then if you type in the target distance, 21 miles, it'll tell you that the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind 231 foot.
Okay, it's interesting. But like, knowing this all, like, why, why are those two different things? Like, why people are saying that the Earth is a globe? Though? Like, why, like, why?
Well, it's just because it's been ingrained into the mainstream education system a very long time ago. Most people have never questioned it. It's just something people are taught from a young age, and they tell people that, oh, the globe is too big and you're too small, so you don't see any curvature. You experience it as a flat Earth, but really it's curving. And you experience it as stationary, but really it's moving, but you're just too small and the Earth's too big. So that's what people think, you know. So people never question it. People have never been had access to this information that we're showing you right now. You know, it's flat Earth information is very censored, and when you type in flat Earth to Google or something like that and hit images or videos, you're going to see a bunch of propaganda to turn people away from flat Earth. So if you typed it into like flat Earth and hit images on Google, you're going to see a whole bunch of nonsense like discs floating in space with all water pouring off the edges and snow globes and all sorts of crazy claims that that we're not even claiming. So people don't really have never really had in recent history an alternative way of thinking about this. So we're trying to show people, look, we're testing the globe. And when we go and actually test it in reality, it doesn't match up at all. It's not just a little bit off, it's no curvature detected. So yeah, we're just trying to give people some information and let them look at the information and then make up their own mind, use their own critical thinking skills, because the education system, unfortunately, has replaced people's common sense with nonsense.
Yeah, it's like gossip, you know. There was somebody who originally created this globe story, and then other people just pass it on. And then, you know, once the lie's been told, then people tell other lies to back that up, and they don't have any incentive to go out there and correct their mistake. The people who are actually, you know, putting it out there, the other people, like DJ said, who are just passing on what they've been told, who assume that source they got it from is reputable because they haven't actually investigated it to see whether the information, the concept of us living on a sphere is accurate. Since people haven't investigated that or even investigated the source of this information, they just keep passing it on, and it just kind of snowballs from there to where, you know, it'd take a long time to get the globe lie out of everything in society. I mean, it could be done, but, you know, there's a lot of momentum when people are spreading falsehoods and other people agree with it, and it's the convenient thing that society appears to be upholding, even though it's really not. You know, it's really not. I mean, it's very obvious. You can see it's kind of like a hidden in plain sight thing. Like, we can show you NASA documents where they treat the Earth as flat and stationary, military and government documents where they treat the Earth as flat and stationary. We can show you a bunch of pilots who say, yes, when they're flying, they treat the Earth as flat and stationary. It's almost, like the biggest secret most people aren't talking about because they can't a lot of times people have a lack of imagination. They can't wrap their head around how it would be possible for such a gigantic mistake to be perpetuated. But we don't have to understand why. We don't have to know the whole story of it. We don't have to know who's keeping it going and why. We just have to know that it is the case that there is no ball.
Amazing. So, what about the sun and other planets? Is it like invention? Or, like, what the hell is going on?
Well, I mean, we're fed a story from a young age about what we're looking at. I mean, everyone sees the same thing in the sky, but it's just that most people have been fed, well, nearly everyone is just fed a story on that outer space is a vacuum, and what you're looking at are big giant gas balls in a vacuum and things like that. And they'll say, oh, this planet's 50 times bigger than Earth and blah blah blah, and it's 60 million light years away, and they'll tell you all sorts of things as if it's a fact. And then over time people get this belief system and this worldview ingrained into their brain that we're just a little speck inside a giant infinite space vacuum. But once you actually look into proof that outer space is what they're telling us, it falls short. So we don't have replacement answers for all of the crazy claims the Globeside makes. But what we observe works better, I would say, on a stationary flat Earth system. And we don't know exactly the size or the distance or the exact makeup of the stars and planets and sun and moon, but they move in cycles, and the sky is kind of like a big giant clock. Now, the stars each year, for example, if you go out and made a little star map and you see a particular star in the sky at night, right, and you logged exactly where you could see that star, you could go out the next year on the same day at the same time, and that star's going to be back in that spot again. So they tell us that the globe is spinning through Earth in all of these different vectors, never to return to the same place again, traveling millions of miles per hour through the universe. But the stars, they go in this motion and, they reset roughly back into the same place that they were the previous year. And the same with the planets, right? The planets used to be called the wandering stars, and they also do the same thing, except they take their own paths unique to each other and unique to what the stars are doing. And basically the same with the sun and the moon. They have their own cycles and paths, and it's everything in the sky is cyclical, like a big, amazing cosmic clock, I guess you could call it. So,
All right.
lots of mystery involved, lots of unknowns, but it's amazing.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Yeah, once you look into this, it's actually kind of interesting to realize that there's a lot more to be discovered. There's a lot that we don't know, and I think that there's a lot that we can't even comprehend about what's going on up in the sky.
All right.
Yeah, and I see that you joined the Flat Earth server, and you saw where I tagged you in the lobby with those channels. Those are good to start with, but then there's also a bunch of channels down there at the bottom of the server about the sky, if that's what you're interested in.
And a Flat Earth Discord, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's supposed to get even hotter today. I better get out there and do the stuff I have to do before it gets too hot. It's probably already hot. I did go out and let the birds out earlier. It wasn't too bad earlier.
At least for me, it's chilling. It's a really chill day.
What did you say?
For me, it's been a chilling day, not too hot, nor too cold. It's really good.
Oh, good. We're having a heat wave over here in the USA. supposed to get up in the 90s over the weekend.
Damn. 90 Fahrenheit? Degrees Fahrenheit?
That's right. Yeah, predicted high today 91, tomorrow 94.
What country are you from, Vinny?
I live in Portugal, but I'm from Brazil.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, we got a few people from Portugal in our community.
Oh, really?
And there's a lot of flat earthers in Brazil. I got to find him that article about the flat earthers in Brazil. Have you met other flat earthers there?
Oh, I don't think I've met many flat earthers because I never really touched the topic, to be honest.
You didn't try to find them. Yeah, well, you might find them if you tried, if you want to. I don't know. Maybe you don't want to.
Like, I just joined this channel by curiosity and I'm being like blown away somehow.
Yeah, I hear you. That's what happened to me. And yeah, all of us in here, it's pretty, when you come to first realize, oh, there's really something to this. It's like, oh my gosh, I might actually become a flat earther. How did that happen? I hear you. But worldviews can be changed. What'd you say, Jenna?
You crazy realists. All of you are crazy for accepting reality as it presents itself. How dare you?
Yeah, we do have a lot of people. She's modeling, or like, what do you call it? I don't know, just showing the kind of reaction we sometimes get.
Oh yeah, they spiral out big time.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Jenna. Like people come in and they think that we're making crazy claims for claiming that the Earth may be exactly as we experience it.
Isn't it amazing the mental gymnastics they go through, all because they come across somebody on the internet they disagree with?
We get a lot of the, you're a flat earther, so everything you say must be wrong because you're just retarded. We get a lot of that.
Yeah, I'm glad you saw that, Vinny. I don't like the second article as much as the first one. I probably should have switch the order of those, because, the first one focuses on the statistics. Also, if you would look at the date of the second article, it's older. It says 11 million Brazilians in 2020. But then if you look at the population of Brazil and the 1 in 5 statistic, it's actually more than that now. Plus, I don't like that image because they showed the globe, right? They got to put the globe in there. It's an article about the Earth being flat, so to throw the globe on there. But yeah, I mean, it's just interesting that for whatever reason, this has been studied in Brazil, and they found that there's a large portion of the people down there who understand the simple truth that the Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears.
Yeah, a while back, about 2.5 years ago, I was digging through stats and surveys, and I was able to compile the data, and what I found was that there's about 1 billion, with a B, flat earthers between just 8 countries. Pretty amazing, actually.
I had no idea. Yeah, can you show us?
Yeah, I can try to find it. I can try to find it again. I just recently got a new phone, so I try to switch everything over.
Yeah, if you can find it, I'd like to see it. That'd be cool.
I think I was taking stats from Brazil, America, Russia, Germany, Australia, Japan, and I can't remember what the other two were.
Yeah, and I don't know what the I haven't looked into what their surveying methods were. Like, was it an anonymous survey? You know, how did they do it? Because I would, some people are just not even going to admit that to anyone. I mean, a lot of people just won't answer surveys, of course. A lot of people here don't like to answer the census, myself included. Oh my gosh, that poor lady, deer in the headlights when she knocked on my door last time you tried to do a census. 2020, yeah, kind of unloaded on her as if she was the representative of the entire U.S. government. But she said, okay, thank you, have a nice day. And she never came back. So I do feel bad for her. I kind of knew her. She was like a local lady that used to work this place where my daughter works. And yeah, I don't think I saw her again after that, but because I moved. But yeah, I kind of felt bad after that, but I had a lot of pent up rage. You understand, Jenna?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man.
But anyway, yeah. I don't know how they survey it. Was what I was trying to say.
I was gonna say, it's tough living in objective reality, coming to that full realization and being like, man, y'all haven't caught up yet. Like, live in frustration.
Yeah, so I would even think, unless the surveys if they were sampling surveys, because I would think it would be like an underreported thing. But even, a billion, I mean, if it's true, there's about 7 billion people, that'd be 1 in 7. I mean, to me, that seems realistic that at this point, with all the information that's been out there for like 10 years, is available if you look for it. 1 in 7 people accepting the Earth as it presents itself. I think that's realistic.
Yep, 1 billion. That's the last time I looked at it, and I could go dig it up again. I probably have to use Yandex though, because every time I search something in Google, I could search the same thing twice, right? Search it again the next day, and the information's completely different. Happens all the time. So
oh yeah,
Google,
because I just searched how many people there are, and it turns out now they're saying there's 8 billion.
Yeah, exactly. Google is always changing the information. As a matter of fact, Google is pushing back the goalpost on the alleged globetard radius. Yeah, it's 3960 now.
Yeah, 1 in 8, that's even more realistic.
See, I didn't know there were people talking about this topic online since until 2021, but I've talked to people in real life about it since at least 2008. And what I always say is that we are literally everywhere. You go into a store or business or library or whatever, and there's more than 10 people in it. There's probably going to be you and at least another person. You may or may not talk about it with them, so you don't get to find out, but I would say anywhere you find at least 10 people, you'll find at least one beside yourself that knows. And I literally run into us everywhere. It's everywhere I go, I find people that, if I broach the subject, that there'll be at least one that says, yeah, that's definitely the truth. And it's not what the anti-flat earth people would tell us. It's certainly not. We are literally everywhere.
Quick mic check. It working?
I can't hear you, Dave. I can't hear what you said. You're going to need to boost your power and maybe raise up your antenna. Maybe you could try your mic check after you raise up your antenna a little bit.
think he's trolling me, right? Somebody else.
He totally
No,
is. You sound good.
I can't hear you, and no, I wouldn't troll you like that.
I just wanted to say real quick, thanks to AG, I've now updated my icon of over 10 years. Back in 2015, when I first measured, the water did not be carbon here in a lake in Kentucky over 8.5 miles. Should have been 50 foot of drop anyway. I chose that icon, no globe, and I haven't changed it, but now thanks to AG, I've got Dead Air Dave 2.0. You guys continue.
Nice. He
Very
made that
cool.
for you. That looks good. Karma made me one. I just couldn't handle it. It was just like, I don't know. I liked it though. I've still got it. Maybe one day I'll use it again.
And real quick, to throw in what y'all were talking about, the people I met around here, around my immediate vicinity, generally speaking, I can tell they're kind of less stressed. They give off a good vibe, you know what I mean? Because I've met like 5 or 6 different flat earthers I didn't know until I met them in real life. So, anyway, that's just been my experience. They're generally less worried about shit going on in the world, you know? I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to cuss on here. Go ahead, y'all.
No, actually, Dave, you're sounding really good, and I like that, and I hope you are healing along the way just extremely well, my friend. And yeah, you know, you'll never find more salt of the earth people than your basic one from the state that you're from. That's certainly for sure. That you will not find better people.
Yeah, so despite what the anti-flat earthers wanted people to think, there's plenty of us out here thinking for ourselves. Go ahead.
But we do got to figure out a meetup somewhere between you and me soon. You know, we need to, since CB left us, we still need to.
All for any kind of Midwest meetup. I'll drive 50, 60 miles, whatever. Just let me know.
Well, I was kind of thinking in that tri-state area there, that just north of you. We ought to try to have something right around there, because I think that's about halfway between you and me, if I got the idea of where you are, right?
Yeah, if you're talking Louisville, Southern Indiana, that'd be perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, there, or Cincinnati. Are you closer to Louisville or Cincinnati?
I'm dead in the middle of the state of Kentucky, Lawrenceburg.
Oh, you're in Lawrenceburg.
A little bit west of Lexington.
Yeah. Well, next Friday I'll be driving right past you on 64.
Cool. DM me when you're around.
Yeah, we're heading down to Florida, so. Yeah, I didn't realize you was in Lawrenceburg. Otherwise, I would we go down to Georgetown and Lexington quite often.
Yep, that's in the neighborhood. My little part of the spinning ball. Just kidding.
Now, I don't want you to get violently ill there, Dave. But you know, my wife likes that Sonny's that's there at that, was that exit 58?
They actually have some good food. I mean, it's a barbecue place, granted, but they have some good, healthy choices there too. Anyway, that's a good place to eat.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
Now that we've covered Kentucky geography, Dead Air Dave signing off, and let's go ahead and prove this globe. I got nothing. Who else got anything for the globe? Go ahead.
Yeah, we haven't had any proof today. Imagine that.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, did you hear me earlier when I said I had the absolute world's best proof of the spinny ball Earth?
Yeah, I heard it. Go ahead and repeat it, though.
Yeah, somebody else might be here. Dandelion, Jenna, did either of you hear my absolute best proof of that we live on a big spinny ball, water covered bendy ball Earth?
Just give it to us again for anybody who
All
missed it in the back.
Of course. So, first, what you do, step one, you assume that we live on a globe. Step number two, you go talk to the experts who tell you that you live on a globe. A plus B equals C, therefore we live on a big spinny ball globe. I mean, gosh, I don't know what else we need. Now, have any of our friends come in here to this server or any of the other ones that we're on with any other proof than that?
No, that's pretty much the image that Indio put up earlier. My mom told me I saw it on TV. Most people believe it.
Pictures from space.
Mhm.
Yep, you remember, the picture from the space is only useful when it's confirmed by the expert in step two. So you have to first have step one, and then you have step two, and then you add in the picture from space. And so when it's flat, when it's entirely flat, then you go back to step two and ask the expert so they can explain to you how it looks so flat, and that's how we know it's actually a globetard.
Got a couple people in here that might have evidence of a globe. RJ, Vault 8. RJ is a superhero. Maybe he can be the superhero for the globe. Tell us where that curvature is measured.
I'm looking forward to shutting our servers down, so please, friend, if you would, put us out of our misery. It would be a big favor to me if you can.
I've got something.
Great, Vault. All right, let's hear it.
Yeah. Okay, first let's suppose the globe is flat, okay? That means that the government is lying to us that it is flat. Like, we can assume that the government will know the truth, okay? So now the question is, why would the government lie to us about the earth being round?
Keep secrets. To keep secrets.
Yeah, but why?
Don't know that secret.
Wouldn't it be easier for them to tell everybody?
Sorry, I answered your question. I don't know that secret.
Yeah, but don't you have theories?
Maybe, but how would I know? That's secret.
I mean,
for people that is ambiguous. You say they. Who are they exactly? I'd have to go and ask them. And people who lie do that to keep secrets.
Yeah, but I mean, why would they keep secrets? Isn't the easier choice to tell us the truth?
I don't know. Who are these people?
The government, the ones who lie, the ones who told the first lie.
Problem. So Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he's lying to me, is he?
I don't know.
Okay, so I would have to go and ask him, wouldn't I?
Yeah, but look, my point is...
Do you believe that the Earth is a globe? Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Yes, I do.
Are you lying to me?
I mean, what do you mean by that? I'm not trying to...
You believe the Earth is a globe. We're talking about whether the Earth is a globe or not. Are you lying to me when you believe the Earth is a globe and repeating that story that you've been told? Are you lying?
No, I'm telling you what I truly believe. I believe
exactly. So, for example, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, might just believe this. He's not lying. He's repeating a story that he got told by his teacher, who probably isn't lying. They're just repeating a story that they got told. Yeah, so maybe the majority of people aren't even lying. They're just like you, repeating a story that they got told.
Yeah, sure, but you agree there's a start for this chain of lies. There's somebody who lied of that.
Who?
We don't know.
Okay.
All we know is there's somebody
So
who
how
lied
are we
about the
ever
Earth
gonna know?
being flat.
So how are we ever going to know?
I mean, we don't know. But look, I didn't finish my argument.
It's not
Basically, the government is trying to hide this fact.
is it?
And we
Is
were
it the
talking
government
about
all of a sudden?
what?
It's the government all of a sudden. I thought we just said that they're just repeating stories that they got told. They're not necessarily.
Yes, but I believe somebody in the government was the one who
Who?
started it because they
Who?
have the most power. They have the most influence.
So that's incorrect. You understand the heliocentric model comes from the Roman Catholic Church. This is a religious idea. You're barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, sure, but there have been many ideas in the past that have been proven wrong, and the government didn't hide this. So why are they hiding this specific fact?
I don't know. You would have to ask them.
Yeah, okay, so look. So how would the government react when I mean at some point we're gonna go to space. There are going to be space travels that are given to people. Those who
Really?
can afford it.
Really?
Yeah, I
We've been
believe,
told this since the 1970s. Here we are, 50, 60 years later, still waiting for this shit to happen.
yeah, but
And
currently,
you still think that that's going to happen. How
yeah,
many
why
times do
wouldn't
you
we
want to
think
kick
that?
the can down the road?
But they are currently working on projects
They've
for Mars
always
travels for
working on projects. You're still not in space. This, my friend, I do apologise, is an appeal to the future fallacy. If at some point in the future people are going to space,
Okay, so basically what you're saying is the government is lying about us going to space.
no.
No?
I haven't confirmed
I mean, they
anybody's.
say we're gonna go to the moon in 5 years and they don't do that. Aren't they
Excuse me.
lying?
Dude, I don't
You
know
can
where
call them whatever you want. Call them whatever you want, Vault. If you want to call them liars, you can.
No, but why would they cancel these
Feel free
projects
to
then?
call them liars, man. Go ahead, call them liars. Say the government are
No,
liars.
tell me. Why aren't we going to space then?
Oh, why aren't we going to
It's
space?
fucking gay.
Why are they canceling these projects? Why are they promising false promises?
Because they can't.
Scientific models, they have to be coherent across multiple domains, not just one. So, for
starting with
example,
hold
if
on.
you've got a globe,
You misrepresented there. The scientific model has to start with some very key ID features. One of them is it has to be observable in nature. Number two, it has to have a hypothesis. And three, it has to have an experiment. And then it has to be repeatable.
You're talking about scientific process.
Infalsifiable. No, the model itself is a way of testing a larger system, a factor of a larger system. If you don't have the larger system in play first, there's no model to represent the larger system.
Yeah, so
this
for
is
example,
why a lot of times people say, look at this model, because they're unable to demonstrate it otherwise. They have to use a
for
magic
example,
trick.
if somebody wants to defend the globe model, right?
They don't have the
They have
globe
to-
first. Where's the globe?
they have to explain. They have to explain multiple things, not just one. So I have to explain.
Well, first, where's the globe? If they want, so you say, here's my globe model. Okay, where did the globe come from in the first instance? Where's that at? Before you're able to model it, where was this observed? Where's curvature observed? Where is this hydrostatic disequilibrium of water?
I think you can come from other directions, not just that.
But that would be a scientific model. That would be like some sort of colloquial model that isn't very useful. More.
Well, I mean, if I see something, I want it to explain everything, right? I mean, I know you might not agree with gravity, but like you would have to explain everything, like gravity, time zones, satellite.
Well, no, gravity is not explained in the standard. Gravity. Gravity is not explained in the standard model. You can look it up right now. It says this current model recognized 3 of the 4 fundamental forces in the universe: strong, weak, and mechanical,
You
not
hear what I'm saying, right?
not
Seasons.
gravity. So your model, you say, here's a model that factors out gravity and explains gravity at the same time. That's why they had to divert to a model, because their abstraction can't do it.
Sure, I'll give you that. It could be an abstraction, but it explains seasons, day-night cycles,
It
constellations,
doesn't do
everything,
that either.
navigation.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Whereas
It's outside the scope.
where I usually come unstuck is like if something's just purely just one thing. So it's we're only going to talk about horizon visibility, and that's it. And the whole conversation might just be measurements, horizon visibility, and it will never sort of. It doesn't necessarily. The conversation may not allow, but if what about this, and how does it explain this? You know what I mean? I think it's important to be able to come at something with a multi-prong approach, not just a singular. Simply because the what is being proposed should try to be as coherent as possible across not just one domain, but many. Anyway, that's why I made the gish gulping comment. Sometimes someone might be genuinely wanting to test something across multiple domains, not just singular. A broader scope, not such a narrow scope. And also like for testing consistencies and things like that.
Yeah, it's interesting that you want to do that with the globe, that it doesn't match the consistency. One explanation will contradict the other explanation. Case in point, you've got the Foucault's pendulum. The Foucault's pendulum will not rotate with the Earth. The Earth is rotating underneath it. Then they say the opposite, the storm is rotating with the Earth, which is why you get the Coriolis effect. So when they use one explanation for one thing, it contradicts the other explanation for the other thing.
Yeah, well, Crit, I'm fairly new to the globe effect.
Oh, you're roboting.
These are things I still have to read about. Like I haven't even read about them. I'm not like someone that's been around for years. Like I've only sort of stumbled across this idea that globers are arguing with flat earthers. I only came across this a few months ago.
They wouldn't get. Hold on, you're roboting for me, but maybe did anyone else get that?
I am.
Oh, you're good now.
I
hear you now. You're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think I heard was that you're brand new to the topic and you don't know why there's anti-flat earthers or something like that.
No, I'm not saying I don't know why.
Oh,
what I'm saying is, I did not realize the communities were organized or that there were communities. I thought that flat Earth, like 6 months ago, right? I would have thought that flat earthers are people that are just sort of have their own ideas, but they're not necessarily organized. They don't meet. I didn't know anything about flat earthers. I only heard about them. I didn't know they were in groups talking about it, discussing it, having conferences. Like, I did not know that. And I did not know that there was a passionate globe community that were oppositional in the debating arena against flat earthers. I wasn't even aware that it was such a topic.
Well, it's interesting because they'll say they're against flat Earth, and you ask them what it is, and they can't even tell you. They'd say they've debunked flat Earth. Okay, sure. So what was the claim of flat Earth? They'll tell you flat Earthers haven't made any claims. You're like, well, how do you disagree with something you can't define? How did you debunk something that never made a claim? See, to them, just simply disagreeing with the globe is like a mortal sin. Like a lot of these guys are atheists. So when they hear you say the Earth might be something other than the current model, see what's interesting too is that they'll reject the last 3,000 models of heliocentric and say this model's correct. I've rejected some 3001, just one more model than they have.
That's the Ricky Gervais quote, mate.
Yeah, it's quite interesting when you try to say, hey, inside your atheist paradigm, why is the current model the only acceptable model when it was built on all the other ones, and all the other ones are wrong? It's quite, that's what I'm saying, is trying to find a way to get them to, it's like, it sounds kind of toxic, but whatever, to self-regulate, to diffuse. Because when they come in here talking about flat Earth, they're bringing in some other baggage that we don't know about. Like one of the ones I've said before is like they have a fantasy about making out with green alien chick.
But hang on, I mean the consensus is a moving consensus, right? That the Earth is a globe. The concept that the Earth is flat is not like a new avant-garde, forward-thinking concept. It is in the pile of rubble of everything that we have previously explored and believed at some point in human history, right? So it's not like I don't see flat Earth as being. Oh well, maybe it is now because there is an actual community that's for to your credit, thinking critically, right? But it's still a model that is on the pile of rubble of like you say, old heliocentrics model, and like the old models before when we used to believe that the sun revolved around the Earth.
Geocentric.
That's been thrown out. There's been lots of things that the scientific community has had consensus on that has been thrown out.
Yeah, and that's the part that you're missing. It hasn't been. It hasn't been thrown out. What you've seen is sort of cementing, or instead of having separate people doing their own experiments and self-publishing, you've had a centralization of like a peer-reviewed process. Like, I mean, complete control over narrative.
The scientific community.
That isn't a thing. There is not a scientific community.
Sure.
That is like
whatever.
No, that is a misnomer. There's no scientific community that exists. You can't go there. They don't have a building or an office.
Okay, well, let's just call it consensus.
It's a misnomer too, because science is always done by one person breaking away from the common sort of held belief.
Often. Yeah, that's true.
Science is not built on consensus. Science.
Even Darwin's theory of evolution. Obviously he was on his own at one point, arguing the case against Christian science, right? And so he was the
No, he was still in there. He if you read his book, he did not include white people as part of evolution. That there's some other explanation for why white people are. I mean, that book is like The Origin of Species. It's about as racist and bigoted as you can get. It is weaponized bigotry. Straight up.
I've got the book. I've got the book, and I was recently reading chapter 6, Flaws in the Theory.
It is not something that you would want to show people as a good science book. That book is basically.
I agree with that. Actually, I do agree with that because, especially if Darwinism becomes ethos, it's actually quite dangerous. If it becomes ideology, then survival of the fittest becomes part of your ideology. It's actually very dangerous. I mean, then you've got Hitler.
Eugenics. You got anti-miscegenation. You got social Darwinism, where they want to make laws to criminalize people, like say the drug war. The drug war. They said, make the drug war. Make using drugs or addictive personalities illegal. That way, you can remove them from the gene pool by locking them into prison.
Yeah, I've got books about social Darwinism on my bookshelf, mate. Like I read all about it 10 years ago. That's it's real. I mean, when survival, when the idea of survival of the fittest becomes your ultimate metric for, like, morality, and it's dangerous, very dangerous. But I was recently reading his flaws in the theory and books. They should always have a chapter on flaws in the theory, and his chapter 6 goes through all of the flaws. I was reading that he said something to the effect of, if my theory is true, as I look around in the future, as I look around as we speak now, there should be innumerable transitional species. Further, one day when I go through the strata of the ground, or the different layers of the earth in the future, when we've got better technology, we should be able to find innumerable transitional species, and we don't. We simply don't. We simply don't see innumerable transitional species. I don't look around and see wings starting to come out of people's backs or anything like that. We don't see innumerable transitional species. If anything, we see, like, what we actually see is leaps. In my opinion, I think X-Men's probably a better explanation of the way things work.
Just real quick, what you touched on earlier with crit, and you guys both kind of hit it. I was gonna say that when you said in regards to consensus, it reminded me how, like, science, like, natural science, that just like crit said, like, no, that consensus would be more like for pseudoscience, because in pseudoscience you would have to have like a majority agreed upon, like, or aka consensus, because when you say it's like the consensus says, then typically you don't question it, because, like, oh well, then if all the scientists say so, then that's what it is. But that is like more in the realms for pseudoscience, because you can't test it to or falsify it, because it's pseudoscience. But I feel like in today's modern world, most of what we are labeling as science these days is pure pseudoscience. And there wouldn't be a consensus in science, like Crit was saying earlier, because the whole point of it is to go out and like, falsify it with, experimentation and stuff like that. So you wouldn't have a consensus on it, in that sense. So I just wanted to throw that before you got too far away from it. I wanted to, like, throw that out there. Like, when you say consensus, immediately I think, oh, that's pseudoscience, because we have to have that in these times. Like, look at what happened a few years ago, right? Everybody remembers that. That was like, oh, the consensus says this is safe, but that's pseudoscience.
Well, I mean, we're human beings. You're going to get people that objectively disagree with each other on their observations, tests, and facts.
Yeah, well, it's one thing
Because there's so many of us.
It's one thing to deal with things that are like tangible and measurable, and the term fact gets thrown around so loosely. But when you can factually, come to a point where you're like, yeah, you could like stamp it, like, yep, this is true, right? Measured, tested, ran through, duplicated, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can like stamp it with the truth label, if you will, or fact label, if you will. But in today's world, well, guess what? Tomorrow we're gonna find a planet that just like ours, and it's 72 trillion miles away from us. Trust me, bro. And that's gonna go down as a fact. And then people in school, children, are going to read that and be like, wow. And then a glober, an adult, is going to read that and be like, wow. And like, they're going to go on to the water cooler at work the next day and like, did you hear about the new planet they found? Yeah, 72 trillion miles away. Like, it's just, that's the world we live in, where that's not science at all. Yet it's published in a science journal, or, the science area of a magazine. So people are just, the science is lost. In my opinion, science, quote unquote, is lost these days, Because now math is science. People are walking into science class discussions with their math books. It's like, dude, where the fuck have we gone as a people? Like, what are we doing? But that's just my opinion. I don't know. I don't know if people agree with me or not.
I mean, of course, there's going to be misinformation, and we live in the age of social media and sensationalism. Going, we've got the average person that has got they get bored after 7 seconds because they're so used to swiping, doom scrolling 7-second bumper ads. So that's the age we live in. Doesn't necessarily, you can discredit a lot of things, but you can't discredit everything. It doesn't mean that because we live in this culture that everything is devalued and discredited. Some things are going to remain true, and some things are going to stay false.
Well, yeah. But we're talking about when things are claimed, when there's claims out there, even in the in the realm of science. There's a lot. Look at Crit's news that he posts every day. There's always like some good, funny, like what the hell? Like I love when he posts those things because it goes to show you. And this is like mainstream shit. Like he's not making it up. Like you can literally go see the article that's being published somewhere, and someone's reading that shit and believing it, and that's what's fucking even crazier. People believe that shit, and they'll use that as proof to their argument. How do you know the Earth is round? Well, I just saw these scientists. They agree that there's this, that, and the other in space. Oh, so you believe in space? Yeah, because the magazine told me. It makes people dig their heels deeper into that argument and take a more staunch position when you have bullshit like that being like propagandized, if you will, just pumped out over and over and over, like lie after lie after lie, falsehood after falsehood, just because they are pushing this narrative. And it's all bogus. But not every Glober is going to admit that. But I think the ones that are on the fence are like, now they're realizing, oh shit, we've been lied to. Like it's easier for them to digest that fact that they're being lied to. And that this is just a bullshit story made up in a fucking, whatever, with an agenda in mind. But I don't know, man. I just feel like in these times, bro, it's 2025 and people still believe the bullshit that's coming out. Like, dude, like how fucked up are we as a people, as a anyways. Sorry, man. Go ahead. I'm getting worked up over here.
Damn, Apoc, you got 10,000 words you got to let loose?
Let me paraphrase just what Apoc said. It's like, after what just happened a couple of years ago, it snapped so many people out of the delusion. But he's still confused as to why some people are still remaining inside the system, even after some of them will even straight up recognize, a couple of years ago was straight bullshit,
right?
And then it's not enough for them, and it's confusing. Like how is that not enough?
Exactly. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, I would say it's like you're back here saying I told you so, and they're like, oh yeah, I agree, you were right, you told me so. And they're like, but I'm still a monkey on the Baltard. You're like,
right?
Oh,
exactly, dude. Like, wait, what? Like you firsthand learned, you saw, you witnessed, you experienced, and it all came out. Now, not obviously not during that time because everything was censored. You were mocked and ridiculed and belittled because you just fucking didn't trust the science. But now, years later, now the truth's come out. And it's like, yeah, you were totally lied to. And you're right. There are some that are like, yeah, we were lied to. But it's like, then why can't you connect the dots, bro? Like, they were lying to you about that. And we told you they were lying to you about that. And you didn't believe us. Now we're saying, they're lying to you about this too. Nah. Like, nah, they're telling us the truth over here on that. It's like, what?
Crit, you missed yesterday's exposition with Mathematician. Were you here? Did you?
No, I heard about it though. Yeah, like it was really good.
It was in your will. I was like, dude, if Crit was here, I was thinking, oh my god, it would have been like Dunsky's.
He kept asking for an atheist flat earther, right?
Well, he's saying that how come, because he's an atheist, right? Being a hard skeptic, and looking at all the things that the Earth as a globe provides, that he can't find any evidence for it being a globe. Being a skeptic, and an atheist, he's like, I just can't see the anomaly that I see happening in flat Earth. And then we're like, well, what's the anomaly? He's like, basically, if you're a hard skeptic and you went all the way to find out that the Earth isn't a globe, and you know that it's flat based on empirical information, then how can you turn around and say that you believe in a deity, in a creator? That's totally faith based. He's like, I can't see why you guys are skeptics on one hand and then just believers on another. He's like, I don't know why that. He's like, you should all be atheists by the standard that you guys go by. What do you think about that?
Yeah, he fucked it up because he missed and matched his epistemology. He took the physical and natural world and tried to cram it into that square hole with spirituality in the metaphysical.
Yeah, he was actually advocating for atheism, proposing that the Earth is flat, so because it's based on empirical information. So he's like, he's for flat Earth, but he was saying, I just don't see why people would make the connection that there's a creator when you have, all this information to lead you that, obviously, the Earth isn't what we've been told, but yet, I told him, I was like, this is what I said to him. I was like, it's your philosophical interpretation when you get down to how things got here. That question, the how things got here, is the one that you're trying to answer with, well, there isn't an answer. Yeah. So it's
he's using the why question to try to ask the how. Two separate, very different things.
Yeah, so we're making the clear distinction so that when we had the conversation, because a lot of people were getting triggered in the chat, and I get it, right? Everybody's like, no, this is about atheism and religion, and I was like, no, it's not, dude. This guy, he's trying to square the fact that he's trying to make flat Earth seem totally a hard skeptic position, but what it is, it's not just being skeptical. It's skeptical about what's being said, not about the actual Earth itself. The Earth itself is obviously what it is, right? You can't be skeptical about what it is. You just see the Earth and there it is. And whatever it is, that's what it is. So there's no skepticism there. It's about what people are saying about the Earth. Yeah. They're saying it's a globe, it's spinning in the vacuum of space, all this nonsense, right? So that is what you're skeptical about, not about the Earth itself. So he was a hot mess, basically, right? So getting back into just talking about like the how things became, how did they all get here? And I'm like, dude, from what I heard, atheist, because he felt like he's the top dog when it comes to atheism, right? So when we speak of atheism, just talk to him. We're gonna find out what atheism is based on his interpretation of atheism. I don't know if he had such a chip on his shoulder about being an atheist that he thought he should be like the example of what an atheist is. Like other atheists, like I spoke to other atheists, right? And those guys, they're all believing in the bullshit. Yeah, they're believing in the bullshit. So it's like I'm trying to get them to realize the hard skeptic's position is to find out that the Earth is flat. But he's like, if that's true, I can't square the reality that I see a lot of religious people, the majority of flat earthers. You get what I mean?
Yeah, because what he's not understanding there is that it's not, the two things are completely separate. Totally separate, the how versus the why. Where he'll be like, in his worldview, he's expecting that there's a physical God walking around the earth. Like God is inside the physical natural world, or a deity, or a creator, or whatever word you want to use. So he's like saying, I can't see the curve. Since I can't see the curve, there must not be a God I can't see either. Huh.
Well, yeah, and what we're like saying, like, well, how are you a flat earther and still holding to a belief in a deity? So it's like that you think that you would be skeptical on that too, is what he was coming at it with, right? He's like, if you're a hard skeptic, you gotta live true to the hard skepticism all the way through. All the way.
No,
you gotta be.
It's separate with government. See, I'm hard skeptical of these governmental or systems of power and control. I'm not hard skeptical about all of reality.
Yeah. Well, that's what his position was. So it's like, the thing, and here's the thing is, right, what's being said is what people are skeptical about. It's not the nature of the earth, because that's just obvious, right? What we see and what we can, write down of what we see, that's not, you're not skeptical about that because you see the sun move across the sky. That's what you see it doing. You write it down. I see the sun moving across the sky. Now, when you ask somebody else, do you see the sun moving across the sky? And if they say no, the sun's still. That's a contradictory thing. That you're like, no, that how do you not see the sun go from this point to that point in the sky? Like, it's moving. Yeah. So when somebody says opposite of what the obvious truth is, then that becomes somebody who's just like making up shit. And obviously we're going to have to pull them up on it, which is what we're skeptical about. When people are saying the earth is a globe in the vacuum of space, that information, yeah, we're skeptical because we don't see any of that. It's not observed. So we're not going to declare that's what nature is.
So I've got a question for you, Crit, when you got a second.
Yeah, you're looking at Alpha finish what he's saying, right? I mean,
yeah, I'll wait.
Okay.
So the point of it was with mathematician is the fact that when we're making these declarations of what the earth is, he was getting confused because people are making these declarations about what their interpretation is, about what their observation. So, like I said, two people outside, two people witnessing the same phenomena. However, the interpretation of the phenomena is such that one person is saying, I see the sun move across the sky. The other guy is saying, I don't see the sun moving across the sky. It's not moving. That's the problem. That's where the skepticism comes in. Like, we're like, no, what do you mean? Like, our observation of this. Like, I was trying to show a mathematician that's what all we're doing. We're making observations. And so it's not, he was coming at it like, okay, so the atheist is the dominant worldview. It should be the hard skeptic's position. I don't know. Anyway, this is what it was. The whole conversation was that.
Yeah, I think I talked to him before. He's like mathematician, but he's mathematician, right? Is that?
Yeah, he's got the Krusty Krab.
Yeah. I know from another server.
But here's the thing on the atheist versus people that are theists. If let's say all atheists are correct, okay? Let's say that atheists
No, they're not.
are correct. Well, hypothetically,
They couldn't be. Well, Rolo, they couldn't be inside the global this debate.
Okay, let him go. Let him go. Shut up, idiot! I was just doing a joke.
Yeah, for the atheist to be correct, all the astronauts would have to be wrong. Every single one. The astronauts.
I want you to hold on to that thought because I like that line of thought.
Okay, go ahead.
Where I was trying to, I'm going to come back to that point you just made. But I was going to throw out this thought, like if it's an observation or a thought that if, let's say hypothetically, the atheists are right, and everyone that believes in a god or deity is wrong. Well, it's not really outside of social issues. It doesn't have necessarily huge practical impacts on the world. I mean, other than political decisions and social issues. It's not. It doesn't mean that planes are going to fall out of the sky. There's not actual there's no things that are going to stop working if we believe in a god. There's no impact outside of social. I mean, then you might be able to think of some, but most of the impacts are going to be social. Right?
I think you're way off there because all of Western culture is built on God-given human rights. Like, if you take away that God, all of Western culture will collapse. Just that quick.
All right, so I would agree with you because but you're listing a social impact. Okay, and so that's what I mean. It's all social impacts. But your microwave's still going to work and your TV's still going to turn on. Okay? Technology will work. Things are going to continue working. Your plumbing will keep working. When you jump on a plane, it'll operate. But it doesn't have it. It only affects social things, really, mostly. But okay, keeping that thought in mind. One of the reasons why myself, and I will say that I'm a novice, right? I'm not coming in as an expert. I work in communications and advertising, and I've only just become aware of this debate. But one of the reasons why I'm a globe earther is because, like, one of my logics, and it's sort of a fairly underused argument that I have not really heard people put forward. I've only heard people argue science. But the reason I would be erring towards like globe Earth is because I can't, like, if you can imagine all the interdisciplinary independent experts around the world that need to cooperate, all right, in order to have things work. I have to assume that most experts around the world, and by experts, I'm sort of thinking about people that work in artillery. They might be snipers, right? They have to work out the Coriolis effect in their guns. Aviators, it's people that design satellite systems, rocket scientists, like naval. My little brother, is a naval architect, an engineer. We've got geology experts, telecommunications. I could just keep going. Astronomers, whatever. Like, you've got so many people.
Yeah, but
this is that elephant hurling we're talking about earlier.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
So
but
what they
Arlo,
do here-
you're using these people they're using a system that's built on a spherical coordinate like system. So the
I agree with
longitude,
you.
latitude.
I agree that they are.
So what they're presupposing is that the system that they're using is taking advantage of the Earth as a globe. That's why That's why they're in the mindset that they are. So you've just named off all these people who are utilizing systems that are thinking that they're Earth, that they're taking advantage of the system.
You're helping me with my point that I'm about to make. You're helping me with my point that I'm about to make.
Okay,
because
Rolo, the point is that would be a hard counter to atheism, where you'd say, look at all these people: Buddhists, Muslims, Jewish, Christians. Whatever. I'm trying to think of other minor religions, pagans, Wiccans, all of them, all these interdisciplinary religious beliefs all come to the same conclusion that there's a creator.
If it's all right with you, I'd like to come back to the social.
The only group who isn't able to get to a conclusion would be the atheist. So that would, like, using that same logic, you can only have one or the other. Either you've got your globe or you've got your atheism.
And we'll go back to that in a second, because that's mostly social impacts. But what I'm talking about here is different, right? Because and the other fellow who was just talking, saying that they're all basing their knowledge on globe physics, he's absolutely right. They are basing all of their education. You can safely assume that every single one of them has been educated at whatever university level that is required. They would have been taught globe physics. Now, my logic,
they're just physics.
If the Earth is not a globe,
hold on, dude. There's just physics. There's no globe physics.
Feel free to. I'll say one sentence and then criticize me, right? If you want.
No, this is what we're talking about. Your tactic of elephant hurling, rather than just go by point by point.
Well, okay. I guess what I'm saying is, if the Earth was not a globe, then thousands of independent experts across all of the dozens, and I haven't even mentioned them all, but all dozens of unrelated fields, ranging from weapons engineering to satellite design, aviation, astronomy, all of it, GPS systems.
That's not correct.
They would all be producing wrong results.
Okay, so
and their systems would not work.
If the atheist was correct, all these religions were producing societies, moral systems, courts, all these systems that you abide by every day would be producing inaccurate results.
All I'm saying is, if we are not on a globe Earth and all of that globe physics that they were taught is wrong,
no, it's not globe physics.
Right now.
See, like, you reset.
Yeah, hold on, hello. Did you not hear what he said? It's not globe physics.
I'll shut up now and listen to your response in full, okay?
Yeah, it's not globe physics. Do you keep labeling it as See, I think a lot of the times people have problems with, like, vernacular. You think that there's globe physics. There isn't globe physics. There's just physics. You keep saying that it's a misnomer. You're trying to make it sound like there's this thing called globe physics. There isn't globe physics. It's just physics.
Not only that, he's claiming that all weaponry it's made to work on the spherical air. Did you get it?
Yeah, we're just giving it. Look, the idea was he's trying to defend why he knows that government lies to him. Sashi, maybe you just joined. That he's saying, a couple years ago. Oh, hold on, Sasha. A couple years ago, he fully realized that the systems that shouldn't be, they're wrong, they're incorrect. That he's skeptical about what government has said, but for some reason he's holding out that the Earth still has to be a globe, and what he wants to do here is give some sort of reason and get feedback on that of why he knows everything they say is a lie, but this one thing isn't.
But he said, but all these experts in weaponaries, but we know people who was in military that never ever of us ever accounted or had the weapon, for that accounting or curvature or the rotation.
Yeah, these are what we consider baseless claims. Now he's saying basically he's stacking a lot of claims that all these people are utilizing information such as what he just described, which is a misnomer, globe physics. They're not using globe physics. Yeah, they're using the system that the Earth is a globe based on, longitude and latitude. So that's coordinate system has been giving people the impression that the Earth is some sort of spherical shape based on the celestial sphere. So it has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere that you think you live on, Arlo, or anyone, actually. So they're utilizing the same coordinate system. It's not physics. It's a coordinate system. And they're thinking that the Earth is abiding by the principle of that coordinate system being itself a globe. And it's not. So you have to provide evidence that the Earth that you're standing on is a globe. But the physics that actually precede people living on the Earth is just detailing how we understand things, cause and effect, reaction, things that happen within the physical world. So it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth or anything of the like. The coordinate system is giving people the impression that they're working over a spherical Earth. So all these people that you just mentioned think that they live on a globe, but there's no evidence of that on the Earth, right? The physics detail just what the physics detail. So
why is my little brother, right? He's a naval architect and designer, but specifically works with he does a lot with aerodynamics. He also works specifically on warships, American warships. He's an Aussie.
That's good.
Living out he's in Denmark at the moment. He's a glober. I mean, obviously, I'm going to appeal to his authority.
Dude. Listen. It doesn't matter what somebody's belief system is. You could believe that unicorns exist. It doesn't.
What about when they're trying to work
nothing.
What about
Dude, like, okay, so I'm gonna get to that. So if they utilize technology that supposedly they think they're on a globe, we have to find out where they're making that connection. Why do they think that? So you could ask him.
You know what? I have not heard
Arlo,
the flat earth argument.
Hold on, dude. Just ask him, dude. Just wait. You need to ask him specific questions about his job. Say, where in what you do utilizes the Earth as a globe. So once he tells you, you'll be able to find out, instead of saying, well, my brother's a glober, so therefore he's in the military and the Earth is a globe. No, you can't do that. You got to find out why he thinks
I understand that that's thin logic, but like obviously as somebody that's not an engineer like my brother is, my brother's a mathematical genius.
That's great.
But I'm not. Obviously, to some extent, I'm going to appeal to my brother.
That's good, dude. But you're not. Ask him the specific question. Like, be inquisitive. Say, hey, okay, so you're saying the Earth is a globe, and you're a mathematician. I want you to point out where the connection is, where any of the systems that you utilize the actual Earth as a globe.
Well, he'd probably talk about the missile guiding systems or something like that.
That's good. That's good. But then tell him where in that does it have him show you, and then you can report back to us. Say, look, this is what he uses. These are the equations or whatever. And then you can present it to us and we'll have a look at it. Other than
Well,
that,
I mean,
you just
I'm
believe
sure the flat Earth groups are prepared with a response for nearly almost. From what I've seen over the last 6 months, you've generally got like a rebuttal to nearly everything. I mean, what would you say about the Coriolis effect that's calculated into missile guiding system, like bullets?
Yeah, that has been that has been when we ask people this question, and this question gets brought up quite often for some people that actually ask this, right? We ask them, can you show us anything, even the math? It doesn't matter what you show us. Show us the equations that are used for these missile guidance systems so that we can see it for ourselves and be able to say what this is that we're looking at. If you don't show nothing, then how can we say, yeah, you're right. They're utilizing the Earth as a globe. You have to show us what they're using. You can't just make these claims like a lot of people do when they come in here. Oh, they're using the system, and the missile guidance system is showing us that it's utilizing the Earth as a globe. We're like, dude, just show us. Yeah, show us the equation. Let's see what we got. And if it turns out that it's a globe, so be it. But if we're looking at something that's using a presupposition of a missile guidance system utilizing a coordinate system, then we're going to point to you that it's just using the coordinate system. And then nowhere is it telling that the Earth is a globe.
Hey, can you hear me?
It's obvious. Yeah, go ahead.
Kicked me out. Hang on.
We've done much research on this, dude.
Hey, Discord kicked me out. I went flat on my phone. I had to come back in, so I just missed what you said.
Dude.
Don't worry about it. It's all good. I got kicked out for 15 seconds, man.
Yeah, we're getting feedback from your.
Oh shit! Yeah, I'm on my computer. Well, I might have to come back when my phone's charged. All right.
All right.
Because my PC's not going to be good on it. I'm on 0%, so.
Yeah, charge your stuff and then come back. It's not like the answer is going to change. It's going to be the same thing.
Hey, Crit, are you still here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to run into the boys' veterinarian, get their fleas checked and all that stuff. Just out of curiosity, where did that conversation end with RLO earlier?
Yeah, he just doubled down. He just started elfin hurling again, talking about his brother, naval officer, and it didn't go anywhere.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I left and we were still talking about more or less the elephant hurdling and gish galloping.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, he's stuck right there. Like engineers and scientists and all come to the same conclusion with the same globe physics. See, there's a gish gallop. I suppose he started off elephant hurling, at the end started gish galloping. I got my globe physics and globe math, and you're trying to correct it, but he's saying so much wrong shit that he can be he can, I won't say like lie, but bullshit. He can bullshit faster than you can correct it.
Yeah, because when you try to interrupt him, and then it just sounds like you're just incessantly interrupting him because he's incessantly just making wrong claims. So it's hard to, without you being just a total dick and stopping him every like sentence that he makes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know him. I don't think I've run across him before. Maybe it's just fortuitous that I haven't, or maybe I just don't remember and I have. But I didn't recognize him, so I didn't even know if he was a flat earther or globe earther, because he just jumped into the conversation about gish galloping.
Yeah, he's a glober for sure.
Sounds like a GT first rate.
Well, he's only believing other people because of their superior knowledge in mathematics or whatever, because he's appealing to his brother right at this moment and saying because he's in the military and he utilizes missile guidance systems, and that missile guidance system is utilizing the Earth as a globe, the way he so believes, right? And he doesn't understand where it's being put to that the Earth is an actual globe, so he thinks that it just is. So he doesn't know if it is or not. So I'm asking for him to pony up with some evidence. Show us where it shows where his brother's seeing a computer screen or writing down information that shows that he's utilizing the Earth as a globe. Then we could see what he's doing and why he thinks what he thinks. It's just investigating what his claim is, because obviously everybody says, well, you know, we got pilots using the Earth as a globe, missile guidance systems, and you know, like they're just compounding all these claims, but we never investigate not a single one. So I'm asking him to do that. Get into the minutia. Tell us what it says. Show us the equation.
Yeah.
Cowbell. Let's see the cowbell.
Yeah. You know? Like, don't just say it. They show us.
Yeah, like say rocketeers or missileers account for the curvature of the Earth in their equations. Okay, show me the variable. Where is that in their equations?
Yeah. Yeah,
Don't
show me
just
the money.
say it.
Yeah.
And then he'll be like, well, globe math and globe physics, globe logic. I'm like, now you're just, that's where it's a gish gallop.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not, we're all sitting at this poker table, man. We know we got the winning hand, but he's like, nah, I got you, man. I have this winning hand. You're like, well, put it down. Let's see it. Let's have a look. Because we know it's 7 deuce offsuit, bro. That's, you're just going to come up with nothing. You're just bluffing. Just show us. And if we see your hand, we're going to be able to tell you what your hand is. And he's like, isn't he preemptively already saying that? He's like, well, I know that if I come with the information, you guys are going to have an answer for that too. I'm like, well, if you know that, then why would you even consider even bringing something in if you know we're going to be able to respond to it? Like, what do you mean? We're just going to sit back in silence and be like, dude, that was profound.
It sounded like at the start of the conversation, he was just really wanting to defend like why he still accepts the bullshit, even though he's got reasons not to accept it.
It's a poor attempt, dude. I tell you what. He's clutching his pearls. He doesn't want to let them go. I've seen this 100 times.
Going back to high school, way back in the day when, the evening news was delivered on a newsreel that was in black and white, and you had to light your house, you hung a stick of fire, and gosh, believe it or not, the news actually came from a thing called the newspaper. And what I would do is I would usually get 3 or 4 newspapers. I worked at the radio station in town, so I always felt like I needed to keep up with the news. And I would read the newspapers. And then I would talk to other people that I knew who read the newspapers. And they didn't know a lot of what I knew. And so I used to ask, and I used to try to figure out, and I had a teacher who clued me into something. He said, most people only ever read the headlines, and then maybe they read an article. But they sit there kind of zoning out, and somehow the newspaper is part of that ritual, but they don't actually read it. And so I frankly think that that's the behavior that gish galloping and elephant hurdling shows. Like this guy here, he's just a headline reader. My brother says X, so therefore X is true. Well, does the brother even know that it's true? Is the brother just not, he's maybe the brother's running an operating screen and it shows a model of a globe or something, but who knows what's really going under the hood, because you're probably not going to find the coders and everybody else that's going to show you, okay, well, here's what actually is going on. And if you did go read the manuals, it probably says, just like all the other manuals that we've come across, that says, assuming a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. And so that's, kind of answering 2 things there. One, from what it sounds like, he must be where his logic must be coming from. And two is that I think that's what causes the gish galloping. It's a symptom of just reading headlines. So
it kind of sounds like you were. It kind of sounds like you were saying elephant hurdling. It's elephant hurling. I don't know if hurdles are what a track runner.
Yeah, you jump over. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say like elephants that hurdle are actually jumping over. It just sounded funny to me. I know what you mean though, Barrington.
It's like it's kind of funny, like a Freudian slip in the way where someone hurls elephants at you and you hurdle over them.
100%.
But the guy's just constantly just repeating the same things that everybody's already heard 100 times, man. It's just like people utilize these systems and therefore the earth is a globe. And my brother's using this system, therefore the earth is a globe. And it's like, but if I do come back with any information, you guys will have a rebuttal to it. It's like, what do you think's going to happen, bro? Like, we're just going to sit back and allow you to just say, okay, well, this is how it is. Of course we're going to say something back.
Yeah, and that's all symptoms of somebody who just reads the headlines and doesn't actually read a little deeper. I've recently been styling what I refer to as the jocular disclosure, where a company or an individual is forced to give a disclosure of something. So they kind of couch it a little in maybe humor or maybe some lovey-dovey story. And they never hear the things when people like Neil deGrasse Tyson are sitting there telling you at this level that stuff is flat. And they never pick up on it. They just never do. And my point of all that is, I think it's clear when we have somebody who actually reads the articles, and it's really rare that they come around here, but the ones who actually read the articles and can dig deeper than headlines, they have an entirely different way of being, and he's obviously just a headline guy. Sounds like, like most of them that come around here are just into the headlines.
It's what he did is just basically a long-winded, why would they lie? A very long-winded, like 2.5 hour long-winded, why would they lie?
Yeah, he's like doctors, truck drivers, teachers, the baker down the street, your barber. Like, dude, we know everybody believes it's a globe. Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, and 100%. And he must be used to going down to the Liars Club down at the local cafe where you're going to let the other guy win a point, and then you're going to win a point, and then at the end of it, you're going to go away. And he's not expecting that we're going to hold him to a pretty rigorous standard, and we're going to hold ourselves to that same rigorous standard and not just take, oh, well, my brother said this. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. But I tell you what, I got to go. I'll see y'all tomorrow, and or whatever. No, okay, you made the claim, so let's dig into that a little deeper. Well, gosh, you guys got a rebuttal for everything. No, I'm not rebutting anything. I just need a little more evidence.
Yeah, so you got that sort of a gish galloping, elephant hurling appeal to authority. Why would they lie? And you're like, okay, so you know why they would lie. And is there anything your brother says that you disagree with? So your thing that your brother's smart, he's a mathematician, naval officer, therefore he's right, but he also told you pineapple belongs on pizza. So maybe rethink that. Run that back through.
Kind of like an all or nothing fallacy too, if you think about it. Everything his brother says is the gospel truth. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure you don't like peanut butter and strawberry, and he does. So
You know, and one of the things that I've learned in the modern world is a lot of times particular jobs, they don't necessarily grow out of, say, pre-planning or whatever else. A lot of times they grow out of this person does too much, so we need to offload some of the things that he does to somebody else. So they get somebody in who does these 3 or 4 or 5 things that on first glance appear connected, but on second glance they're just semi-random, that they're the things that the main guy does that or the main guy was doing, and it's easy for him to teach somebody else how to do those things. So my long-winded point on that is, just because you have a job and you do something doesn't mean that you know the how it actually works. You just know your part in that organization. And so there could be claims that come along with your job or whatever else. And if you don't do that job at that company, those additional have no value.
The Earth is a triangle.
Ah, cool. That's really cool. I was kind of thinking it was like a pointy hat.
A Jewish hat?
yeah. So Raymond, if Ramen, whatever your name is, can you tell us how you know the Earth is a globe?
I was told by the people who are smarter than me.
Okay, so you don't think that you're smart at all? Not even a
Not
little?
really, no.
Say, why would you put yourself down like that? I don't get it. Why do globalists always do that to themselves? It's kind of the questions that I ask when I think that you could be smart enough to answer these questions, but maybe you just feel like you're downtrodden from the idea that this hierarchy is put in place and make you feel inferior. Yeah? Which you shouldn't be.
Screwed over. Like, I'm not trying to. Actually, you know what? I gotta take responsibility for my own actions here. I'm not trying to be a victim here.
No, dude,
I will say
Like,
the
pay
system
attention.
is shit.
Slow down. Okay, how did you make that statement? That government is super.
I'm not blaming my problems for the government. This is
hold
on
on,
me, bro.
Hold on. Slow down. Okay. How did you make the statement that government is super positioned to tell you the nature of creation, while they also said they'll take full responsibility for your education, and then tell us that you're uneducated?
It's my responsibility to get educated. So, like, at the end of the day, like, it's not the government's responsibility. They're just a group of people.
Okay, they picked up that burden when they said you're going to have a Department of Education.
Right.
Okay, inside the White House, it's a cabinet level position. They said we can do this job, and we will make sure no child is left behind. How are you a child left behind?
I'm an adult now. When I was a kid, then sure, but now I'm an adult. So it's my responsibility to get educated.
Yeah, all right. So, without you like claiming that you don't know anything, can you tell us how you know the Earth is a globe?
I have no idea.
So, what you see is just this propaganda that the Earth is a globe based on images and videos and such, but you wouldn't have any clue as to looking into.
I mean, I would have to learn how to, and then go from there. I mean, I don't want to go for that time though, like in the effort, just to figure that out when I have other concerns in my life.
So you're indifferent about it, huh?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Well,
it's sort of like mind over matter. He doesn't mind, so it don't matter.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Sorry to hear that, but people in here want to be inquisitive, right? They want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. But it seems like your mind is it's only there to relay information. Oh, that's cool. We found another planet. And you go tell somebody at the water cooler, hey, we found another planet? So you're just like a medium. You don't think for yourself. There's no need for that. Like, why do that? Is that what you're saying?
Nope.
So you are saying you would advocate to think for yourself, yeah?
I mean, yeah, it's your responsibility to learn.
But you're saying you don't want to.
I got bigger concerns in my life. I'm about to get
victim. How big could a concern be that you can't even have like 5 minutes to think about how the Earth is a globe or not?
It's gonna take a lot longer than 5 minutes.
Like, are you? Well, no, I know, but contemplating whether or not you live on a globe is just an idea that you can hold in your brain. Now, when you're saying, I just got no time for this.
When I joined the voice chat, I was like, we live in a triangle. Like, that was meant to be like a joke. Like, I don't know why you seem...
We all know that.
Yeah, all right.
We all know that.
That maybe we heard like the 10,000th time.
I know. That's why I said it.
It's funny because it keeps you entertained. But the problem is your entertainment is coming at a cost to your own mind. You're just basically you're turning what could be a teachable moment into word soup. Yeah,
that's true. Keep avoiding it.
It's almost like maybe all this like time where you could be thinking about it, where you're wasting it on funny memes.
I am wasting my life.
Well, then if you're conscious about it, you can do something about that. Yeah, like turn things around. You can have this moment to actually think about the thing that you say you don't have no time to think about. And right now you could contemplate whether or not the Earth is a globe.
I can't prove the Earth is a globe or not, so best not to believe in anything at that point.
Well, I mean, you can. So if people are saying that the Earth is covered in water, and we know that water is flat on its surface, right, due to physics teaching us about hydrostatic equilibrium, right? Hydrostatic equilibrium will dictate that the Earth is not a globe like they're telling you. It's just flat.
I have no idea what you just said.
Yeah, hydrostatic equilibrium. It's water at rest. That's all it is.
Right.
So water at rest displays itself as a horizontal surface. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So imagine having the Earth covered in mostly water. That's horizontal, flat water, flat Earth.
All right.
Right. Anyways, I got to get back.
All right, take care. See you around, Alpha.
How does the water not overflow then if the Earth is flat? Does it continue forever?
It's contained.
Is that your version of gravity?
No, should to be.
Yeah, go ahead, Sasha. Go fire away. I'll give some space for you to talk.
Every liquid should need container. Lake, for example. What is going on with lake?
It's just contained.
Yeah, same thing.
There's still leaks though here and there, like that water's come from somewhere else.
Yeah, it's contained.
So the ocean's contained as well.
Of course.
What about we see the sun, and then we see the moon going over the horizon. If this is really contained, then what's containing it? Like all this water. What force is containing it?
What forces? If you have a glass,
that doesn't make any sense.
If you have a glass of water, does ceiling now or something lights changing the physicality of your glass of water?
What about space? Do you not believe in that?
Well, go back to your last question though, because you said what's containing the water.
Yeah.
So, what precedes the ocean from your perspective?
Well, do you mean what comes before the ocean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, below that it's land, like it's the different crusts of the earth.
What I'm getting at is the beach comes before the ocean.
Yeah.
Have you ever? So, as far as you know, as far as your experience, the water is an indentation of the land. That's what the sea floor is, as far as you know.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
I have a question. How do the Iran
Floor,
hypersonic
like the
missile
floor
which go on the
level. Not right now,
curvature?
bro. Not right now, bro.
Hyper missiles, Earth's
Give it a
curvature,
second.
Iran war.
You're about to get muted, just so you know. So I'm calmly letting you know to relax, and I'll answer your question.
So let's put a pause in it and then wait until you finish the other thing.
So, sea level is at the same height as the sea floor,
No.
right? So, just like a cup, is the rim of a cup the same level as the bottom of the cup?
No.
Right. So I think what I'm saying is clear enough that the beach, as far as we know, is at a higher level than the water, the ocean.
Right.
And that's what we experience. Doesn't have to go anywhere or be contained by some force of anything. I think the question you're asking is what is the whole of this place? Where does it end? What's like if this is a system, a closed system, then where's the extremity of it? And we don't know, unfortunately.
Why would they keep that hidden though? What's the point of that?
I don't know. I will say that if you consider history in that America or the Americas was labeled the New World for a large part of the known world at the time.
Right.
To them, that was a new world. Perhaps they're hiding quote unquote new worlds, perhaps not. But the fact that I'm speculating lets you know that I don't know. I don't think anyone you'll come across will know. Because right now, no one's taking the fact that Earth measures flat serious. So nobody's asking the people they should be asking the questions. They're asking us.
Have there been any experiments from flat earthers like travel around the world and then see what happens? Like, what about like experiments where you take a person and then take them to space, like a flat earther, and then see if they change, like see what they observe from there?
Well, the latter thing isn't really a tangible thing, something that we can do. I mean, I can say if I take someone up to the sky and show them the flat earth, would that, suffice? Someone would probably say yes, but how could you go above the whole earth and see the whole earth? That's not possible. And one explanation is because we live on a globe, and that's what we're trying to validate. Or at least that's what some people, or at least in the past, were trying to validate. We're at the point now that, of course, we can measure the earth flat. Experiments, that's a funny word because experiments is usually a particular word in the context of natural science where you observe a natural phenomena and use the researcher build a hypothesis to try to ascertain what the cause of this natural phenomena is.
Yeah.
So what we're doing here with flat earth is different. We're just measuring the earth flat. It's different. It's a different method. And so how would we do it? How have we done it? For example, people have traveled to Antarctica. and they've done this via level flight with respect to sea level. And the distance they traveled was a straight line distance with linear miles in measurement.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all we need to know. When they got there, they took elevation angles. If you're going to take an elevation angle from the surface of the earth, you treat it as a horizontal plane. Can't be a horizontal plane. You can't be referencing a globe for an elevation angle because that's not something that exists in practicality.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where we're at. It's not like a debate anymore. It's not like, well, let's try to figure this and that out. We've tested whether or not the globe exists with long distance observation via lasers or using the horizon. I don't know if you've heard about it, but the horizon's supposed to be a geometric limitation of the globe when you look out into the distance. That's why they claim that boats and buildings are obstructed bottom up. But the truth is that claim comes with the premise that the horizon is physical and it's physically at a location. And that's not to be evidenced because every time we try to judge how far the horizon is, for example, we have something called the Black Swan.
Yeah.
There are, it's off of Santa Barbara. There are oil rigs that are like 6 miles and 9 miles away from the observer at the beach. The guy has a camera 1 foot above sea level, and the horizon's supposed to be 1.2 miles away as per the formula based on the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's what it's based on. And so when you test to see if the horizon is actually the cause of a physical obstruction of a globe with that size, the result is that can't be the case because we don't evidence it when we see out into the world. So that's kind of where we're at, man. It's like we're just waiting for people to seriously engage those points.
So
We're not
like,
really here to talk about what space is. We're not here to talk about what NASA's doing. None of that stuff,
So
unfortunately.
it's not the bigger points, it's the smaller ones. It's not like the Earth is flat. It's more so like these observations you've made don't align with what NASA and those scientists have said. Does that necessarily negate like the bigger claim of the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, because there's also the dynamics that go into landing and getting a plane into level flight. And in order to do that, it requires simple trigonometry. And with simple trigonometry, one of the sides of the right triangle, the bottom part, is called the adjacent. And that is in at least landing and taking off in a plane used as a horizontal level for but in average cases or average examples I've used, 75 miles. Can't have 75 miles of flat on a globe. So it's like, it's well beyond question that the Earth is not a sphere.
I mean, anything can look like a sphere from a distance. Like
Anything like what? Not the Earth. The Earth doesn't look like a sphere from the distance. Anyway, I just came in to test my new mic, so I hope that it's all right.
Hey, sound good, dude. Good to hear you, Eli.
Thanks. No doubt, no doubt. How's it going, man? Enjoying the vibes, all of the FE takeovers?
Yeah, man. You know, we it was about time. I've been talking about going mainstream, but I've been unpacking my house because I just moved in it, and that shit's taking forever, bro. Like, I'm like, dude, I want to be done with this shit so I can get to my damn studio and like start recording and shit.
Yeah, man. Moving in, especially if you don't have like help. I feel like maybe it's my experience, but as things only move when the guy moves. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're not like hands on, shit could take days.
Yeah, bro. Like, what the fuck? But what about you, man? You still stacking your chips or what?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Working hard, perfecting my craft, getting smarter every day. No pun intended, like the channel.
You're coming in smooth and like skillful, man. If I have to say. I hear you,
That's
man.
what's up. You know, it depends. It really depends on the microphone, because like when you know that people are talking over you because your audio device is trash, it's hard to, because you're thinking about that and trying to talk, and you know you're screaming, but it's really not working. That shit's whack. Like I know that I can talk like this, and people do hear me. I don't have to worry about it. Like you know, I don't have to disconnect, come back. It's a nice feeling. You know what it is? It's a wired headset. You know these new phones don't usually come with them, but the one that I have has a, a headphone jack. So I'm using that. Fuck the fucking uh Bluetooth headphones, man. That shit just doesn't work for me in the city. Because I'm always in and out of service, so it's like once you disconnect and reconnect, the Bluetooth is all fucked up. The sound is fucked up. It sucks. You got to disconnect, reconnect. You don't know whether people hear you or not. It's whack. It's trash.
Bro, I got an audio jack mic from Rode. It's the company Rode that makes Rode podcast mics.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that Rode mic is superior, dude. It's good quality. I'm using it right now as my main mic because I got a whole bunch of mics. Dude, I fucking went to Retail Rebel. It's like a store that is near where I live. Dude, you find like Amazon finds like mics that cost like $100, $200, like $11, bro. Like my mind is blown, right? I got two Blue Yeti mics, like for $11 each. Dude, I'm tripping, bro. Like I just can't believe. Like,
Yeah, like technology is advancing so fast that you know you can get a phone 2 years ago, and it has all of the technology and everything that you need, but it's not like a flagship phone that's like fucking $1,300. It's like fucking 200, 300. And it's damn near the same thing. It's crazy. Same thing with the microphones. If you wait a while, you're like, oh, this sounds like a good mic. Like that the mechanics of that microphone isn't gonna die in 2 years. You can just wait 2 years or get something from 2 years ago and it works like a charm. But that's because technology is advancing so fast now. And you pay a fraction of the price for the same quality or just
if you ever
under.
need a mic, man, I'm your guy. I'll hook you up. I'll hook anybody up that's interested.
Hell yeah.
That's on the team.
Hell yeah. I'm actually freaking I haven't sang in a while. Started singing again. I think I'm going to do a small EP or something.
Oh shit.
Yeah, start doing some videos. But I don't want to. I'm doing other things in life right now, so I don't miss enough. But I would like to sell some stuff, make some money here and there doing that. Why not? All right, man. I'm about to head back to Nathan's. I just wanted to check the mic out. Good talking to the other guy. I didn't catch your name. I'll see y'all later. Later, Mickey. Or AV.
All the Glovers left. What'd you flat smack all of them? Like everybody went to the English hub. Must be where it's happening.
Is there any flat earther that can actually debate in the call?
Yeah.
There's not enough
Absolutely
people
do.
here. We should probably wait. There's not enough people.
Timmy tracksuit. Tracksuit Timmy.
We need to wait. We need to wait till there's like 30 people in the call. We're just gonna post. We're gonna post a debate.
Go for it.
Department.
Yeah, we're gonna wait.
Hey, Elbow, debate tracksuit Timmy.
He's not even worth it. He's just so bad.
Yeah, we'll wait till there's more people. I like it when I'm fighting like 20 people at one time.
Do you leave? Oh well.
Yeah, and he didn't want to smoke with you. He's like, it was you. Like, yeah, I don't want to debate you. He rather wait.
Is that why he ran?
Yeah.
You're getting that a lot. I'm as friendly as a box of puppies, man. I don't know what he's talking about.
Welcome, Basti. Hey, Basti. Are you of the mind? You seen what AG says? That the Earth is a globe?
Oh, I just came back, man. What did he say, Elbow?
I used your vernacular.
Oh, I missed it. What did you say?
I asked him if he's of the mind that the Earth is a globe.
Hey, that's what I say.
But he hasn't piped up. Yo, Basti, you there, bro?
It doesn't come out as smooth as yours though. You got to see it. AM Carbona. I can't see your full name.
What's up?
Oh, it's the Carbonaro effect guy.
Yeah, not him, but same last name.
Oh, yeah, the actual same last name. What?
Carbonero.
What's up, man? Welcome to the chat.
Not a whole lot. What's up with you?
Not much, man. Over here, trying to see if anybody have evidence for this globe.
No, I'm a flat Earth person.
Yeah, we got a new guy in, but you know, he ain't piping up.
Yeah, I believe that there's a firmament that separates the waters above and below.
Huh? Those are beliefs.
I would like to think that there's land beyond Antarctica, too.
More beliefs. Can't actually figure those out until you actually get there.
I know that's kind of hard to determine. That one's a exotic theory.
So it makes you think about the earth is flat.
The Bible. I don't really have proof except that. I mean, you could do the measurements of like a plane. If it flies, it should go out into outer space. I don't know about gravity keeping it at a steady downward trajectory around a globe. Also, if a helicopter hovers, it doesn't. If a helicopter hovers above the ground, like 20 feet or whatever, it's not gonna, the ground isn't gonna move below it.
How long have you been looking into this, if I may ask?
Probably like 4 years.
So, I mean, so what do you? What made you a flat earther then?
What made me a flat earther? Reading the Bible, the beginning, that and God separated the waters above and below with a firmament. So I don't believe in just a flat earth, but I believe in a dome.
I mean, but those are things you can't actually validate, though. So what can you actually validate?
Why can't you validate that? There's videos of things that are hitting a dome.
Unless you actually go out there and test that.
I can't. But I mean,
Exactly.
video,
So you can't validate it.
video proof.
No,
Is
there's
that
videos
not
of.
good enough?
No, not at all. Not even close.
You got to do it yourself.
There's videos of
That's fair
Sasquatch.
enough. Well, with AI and stuff, it is kind of hard to prove. I'll be right back. I gotta get some water.
Get yourself on your mic. Can you mute your mic, bro?
some background noise.
Yeah, he has like a fan or something blowing. Like he went out to go get his some water and he left it on. He didn't get on mute. Carbonaro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you let your mic on and it's like giving a lot of background noise.
Oh shit.
And we do have people with beliefs, but here in Carbonaro, we usually try to go with what we can validate, what we could actually test ourselves, and to check whether the Earth is flat or not. One of the things we look for is curvature of the Earth. Any measurements of curve of the Earth isn't around. We've been looking for it, and it's been MIA for, well, at least close to 10 years for me. Hey, I don't want to mute you. What's up, man? I just seen you come into the chat. How you doing? You there? I don't want to mute you.
I think he's gone.
Nah, he's at the bottom left. Well, at least on my screen, bottom left. It's the green icon. It looks like it's a Arabic name, but if you look at his actual profile name, is actually I don't want to meet you.
Oh.
Surfside. You there, Surfside?
I don't want to mute you. Use Arabic translation means finisher.
Yo, what up? I heard my name.
Finisher.
Yeah. What's up?
What is? Why do you call yourself finisher?
I'm bringing an end to the bullshit.
End to the flat Earth.
Also, you think you can give an end to the flat Earth? It's very simple to do that, actually. If you give me measurement of curvature, measurement of a drop of distance, you could definitely bring an end to flat Earth. You got any of that?
Nope, I'm here to bring an end to the globe.
Good.
Oh, so you're a flat earther?
Nope.
So you're not a flat earther?
I'm not a glober.
Not a globe or flat earther?
I don't consider myself a flat earther, no. I think it might not be flat. There's a chance.
So what's the third option?
We gotta explore the earth.
Yeah, what's the third option though?
I'm not willing to say because I don't believe I really agree with any of the options until we explore the earth.
Dude, it's not about agree or disagree. If there's another option on the table, you should be able to be presenting it.
Yeah.
Where's the
If you think there's another
Okay,
option,
what would
go
be
ahead,
the
bring
other
it up.
option?
Well, you think there's another option and I don't. What do you think is going on?
This freaking guy. You're not a finisher, dude. You're a never ender.
Yeah, you're finished.
No, you're never ending, bro. That's like you.
Yeah, it's over. See, you're done.
No, it ain't over. It never ends. It's like completely never ends. It's the opposite of being a finisher.
No, you're finished, dude.
We're not finished because we're still asking the question, what's the third option? Oh, you're leaving us hanging,
You're so
not
finished.
giving us the third option.
You're so finished. Your neighboring country is Norway.
You can't. What? What? Freaking hell.
Calm down, dude.
I'll let you handle that light work, elbow.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like you can finish anything.
You think you're working? Are you getting paid?
Actually, yeah.
Paid to be on Discord?
Yeah, I'm working at my job. I'm getting paid for my job, and I'm being on Discord at the same time. So technically, yeah.
Oh, no. I mean, like, directly, they want you to be on Discord, therefore they're going to pay you. Obviously, that's what I mean.
No, but I'm on it while I'm at work. So I'm getting paid while I'm on Discord.
The finisher got finished.
Yeah, we're gonna have to change his name to Never Ender.
Or just beginning. So I'm guessing finisher, you're more of a skeptic. Yeah, he got finished. I'm telling you. And you need to change your name to Fatality.
Really?
Now some other guy.
Yo, what up? I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back, Never Ender.
Thank you. Rather than it be Never Under or Terminator, it's more the Forbidden Thing.
All right.
So you all got that flat next to your name. Everybody in here got the flat tag. Except for Gemsy and Carbonaro.
Yeah, it's because the Earth is flat. Flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Trying to figure out this line. Won't you take me by the hand, take me somewhere new? I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. Take me by the hand, take me somewhere new. Oh no, usually it's popping. There's usually all the auto globers coming in from politics. They don't come in here. There's all the auto globers.
Yeah, they do for a little bit. Then they find out who's in here, and then they run away like that meme where the little baby finds out he's in the wrong room and he turns around.
That's funny. Yeah, dude, I'm booting up my my Twitch and my TikTok like the past few days. Been getting streaming going. I'm 25 followers away on TikTok. I literally signed up for TikTok, just started spamming following people, and now I'm at 25 followers. Yeah, what'd you say?
That's good, man. More power to you.
Yeah, dude, 50 followers, and I'm allowed to go live on TikTok. So I'll be streaming to two platforms, Twitch and TikTok.
Wait, how many followers do you need for TikTok these days to start streaming?
So when I first Googled it, it said I needed 1,000. I checked this morning, it wants me to have 50. So I think it depends on stuff. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, 25 followers away, and I'm going live on TikTok. Pretty cool.
Yeah, them fools though, they run a restricted content type of business, so.
You know, I'm just gonna be streaming video games, and I'm gonna be like freestyling, battle rapping. Yeah, nobody. It's yeah, because we're adults. I'm streaming for the community, not really like trying to get a. But yeah, I'm doing it for Tony Hawk community. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4 is coming out. So that title's good. It's a big deal. There's gonna be a lot of people tuning in to what I got going on. I think, at least, I hope.
Yeah, hopefully you get 1 million followers and like $1 billion from it too.
Yeah, dude, I won't forget about you, bro. You're invited to the party.
Yeah, when you have that party, man, you're like, hey, man, shout out to AV. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to AV. Yeah, dude. Everybody's welcome to the after party. Everybody in here. I'll let you know when I got $1 billion. Or like, somewhere near like over 1 million so I can throw the party.
Fuck it, anything's possible.
No. I hope I don't have to stream other video games because I really don't like playing anything besides Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Yeah, people usually get restless. They'll start DM. Your chat will be lighting up with like, dude, how come this is the only game you play? What? Just trust me, dude. I've seen it happen to many gamers.
Right.
Like, how come this is the only game you play? This is the only one you play? Like, you should branch out, bro. Like, trust me.
Good point.
Hey, mark
I
my
don't
words.
think I'm going to listen to them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But then your fan base will be like, this guy doesn't listen to us. Let's go somewhere else, boys.
That's a really good point. No, I got to take that into consideration.
Okay.
I got to appeal to a large audience, It was funny, actually. You know what's funny, dude? I had about 30 people pulling up on me, and I was streaming a Glober server, and they were roasting the Globers, man. It was so funny. They were calling them leprechauns and stuff. It was like really, really disturbing, actually. I felt bad for the Globers for a moment there, and then I snapped back to reality.
Step back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
The biggest issue I'm having is finding not copyrighted music that I actually like.
I can solve that problem real quick.
You got music?
Just go AI generated. Yeah, AI generated. Yeah, I got some shit.
Oh, that's a good idea. AI generated music can't get copyrighted. That's correct.
Nope.
Yeah, good idea. See? That's what's up, dude. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Shout out to AV, man. He gave us this beautiful content that with music.
Yeah. I'm going to try to do a couple things. Yeah, they literally made me an affiliate on Twitch, so they just asked me to fill out the W-9, royalty services and all that stuff. So
yeah.
I plugged in my bank account.
You go through the formalities. You go through the formalities, and then you know what I mean? I mean, you just start doing what you need to do to get the stream up and running. And I think the hardest part is creating the content, bro, and being consistent. Those are the two main things that are the most difficult. That other stuff is just like easy to get over.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm noticing. Yeah. The hardest thing about this is actually keeping my audience engaged and interacting with my channel.
Oh, yeah. That guru.
Yep, I have to figure it out, dude. I got to find my niche too. I got to find out what sets me apart from others.
Well, the recipe is you got to be a little animated. They don't like the guy who's just monotone bullshit.
Man, I should be writing this. Yeah. No, that's a really, really great point. I like that because I love animated. I watch a lot of battle rap. Animated battle rappers are the best battle rappers. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of stage performance.
You don't want to be looking like a cornball, man. You want to come through with confidence and animation. Dude, people like that. That's what retains viewers, man.
Like wearing colorful sunglasses.
Yeah, do little quirky things that keep your audience engaged, man. They're like, all right, man, today's weird hat day or whatever, and then you got like this funny hat, and people like that. They're like, why is he wearing that hat?
That's actually, yeah. I'm gonna remember this conversation when I'm rich, and I'm gonna hit you up, dog.
Yeah, man. Yeah, all I need is a shout out, man. I don't care about any of your funds or whatever. That's all you. You made that. I just care about a shout out. They're like, yeah, man, that dude right there.
Shout out to AV for telling me to wear this hat. I'm gonna have like one of those like propeller hats.
Hey, wear the glasses too with the googly eyes and shit.
Yeah, I gotta hit up Party City, man. Fuck.
Telling you, man. Throw a little color in your stream, man. That makes all the difference.
There's this girl that I follow on stream. Her name is I Was in the Shower, dude. Whenever she hits a certain amount of followers, she dumps a bowl of Cheerios on her head, like literally milk and cereal. Like she gets covered in cereal. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this? But yeah, that's what people are into.
Yeah, you could be like, okay, all right, chat. Yeah, why not, bro? Be like, chat. Once I hit 5,000 followers, I'm gonna go ahead and pour whipped cream all over my head, like until the can's done. Dude, I guarantee you, your chat's gonna get flooded with bots, dude. Just so they can see that.
That's actually, you sound like, dude. Do you do this? Damn, you sound like you already know what you're doing. Do you got a stream?
A magician never tells you secrets. I could be a famous streamer you've never heard of.
Right? That'd be crazy. I'm talking to Kai Cenat right now.
You never know who you're talking to.
Yeah, especially because people don't put their identities on Discord, typically. Ah, man. I mean, once I'm really a popular streamer, everybody's gonna fucking know who I am.
Yeah, that's good.
There's this girl, dude. There's this girl who I used to hang out with, and we never really quote unquote dated, but we went on a bunch of dates. There's like 500 pictures of me on Facebook that like it's pretty cheesy. You got some cheesy photos of me up on Facebook. She would edit them and put like butterflies in the picture and stuff. So when y'all come across that stuff, yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for people to find my Facebook pictures. It wasn't me that edited them. Just know that.
Whether you were friend zoned and emasculated via photos.
No, I know, dude. I wasn't ever trying to actually date her, but we did go on a bunch of dates together. It was actually, man, I shouldn't be saying too much about it, but yeah, it was actually like, yeah, I'm not gonna get into it. Never mind. And no, I don't get emasculated when I go on a date. What's that about? That would suck. Imagine you go on a date and they're just like, you're not a man. Like your dick is. You go on a date with a girl and she's like, your dick is small. You're not a man. Never happened.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that with this though. I'm gonna create my own stream. I'm setting up my studio at home, so I'm kind of telling you all the things that I've already done, plus what I'm doing now. So,
heck yeah, dude. Yo, you don't gotta tell me if you don't want to, but for some reason, dude, for a while, like I feel like we had a conversation at one point, and you told me that you're like EMS. Do you work EMS? Is that what you do, or?
Nah, man, not it.
No.
That wasn't me.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, no, I didn't want to be presuming that and be incorrect. Right.
No, I work at a print shop.
Oh, nice. Sweet.
Yep.
I don't know why I thought you were EMS. That's weird. Yeah, it must have been someone else.
It's a hell of a job, though. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's saving lives, technically.
Oh, and the kind of stuff you have to see in your day to day.
I couldn't do it. I can't be a nurse. I'm not into it. I don't want the smells. I don't want to go home after getting cursed out by a smelly old person.
I'd be traumatized.
Floor smelly. Yeah.
Hey, quiet. Isn't that what you do?
No, I would be traumatized. I push fucking carts for a living.
Wow.
I was a home.
Yeah, do what you do, man.
I was a home health aide for my grandfather, so I did get a little hands-on experience as like fake nursing. Pretty much did some nursing stuff for like a year and a half. I had to take over all of his nurses' responsibilities. We moved him from the rehab center into our house, and I became his health aide. So I did everything that he needed during the day. I'm not willing to be a nurse. Those people are heroes. Those are the heroes. What do you think, AV? Taylor Swift, man or woman?
For who?
Taylor Swift.
Oh, hell, we can't even mention that shit in here. That's off topic, bro.
Why not?
Off topic.
I'm confused now. Why can't we talk about Taylor Swift?
Yeah, it leads into other branches of conversation that we're not on about.
All right, no problem.
It's off topic and it leads to the T word.
Yep.
The T word? All right. Yep.
Yeah, the rainbow crowd.
Did you say rainbow crime?
Rainbow crowd.
Oh, I thought you were saying it leads to rainbow crimes.
No. Okay, Jedi's here, man. Everybody be quiet.
Yeah, remember Globe Force 6? Remember those gay assholes? You had like Daza and Mole Man and Nat. Remember that guy Nat? The little kid that thought he was a Glober? Turns out he was in Manila. Globe Force 6.
G6 is yeah, they're trolls.
they don't come around anymore.
We do have some people in here that just jumped in, namely the homie Jedi, but this other guy's name I can't even pronounce, so I won't even try. Starts with the H.
Yeah.
Oh, Jedi's not responding. He's at morning prayer. Just give him a little bit.
Just got back from afternoon prayers, mate.
Okay, sorry.
Just putting my mat away.
Jedi, I had no idea you were Muslim.
I'm British, dude. Come on. We're all Muslim now.
So yeah, he is. That's the new norm, I guess.
Wait. What's your ethnicity?
Doesn't matter, I'm Muslim.
I guess I'm just going to remain lost on this one. That's what you want, right?
Alpha and I have been in constant conversation over the last
a few years with regards to how my culturally Christian country has been silently invaded through mass migration and immigration of the Islamic population into my country. So yeah, it's just a joke. We're all getting converted daily to
I'm
Islam.
on the outside looking in. Is it as serious as the news is portraying, where people are screaming in the streets that we should be allowed to ban pork and stuff?
It's just worse than that, mate. Seriously.
It is? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I guarantee you're probably, if you're, I don't know, if you're just watching, I don't know, mainstream news, you're probably not getting anywhere near half the story. I'll say that. But if you're watching alternative media, then you might be getting a bit more of a varied storytelling.
Yeah, something tells me that America is next. But they're going to have trouble getting overseas with our borders getting shut down, man. We're going to war. We're shutting their borders.
Yeah,
they're going to have trouble getting over here.
I just mentioned to Jedi that yesterday I saw something that people that were coming through Mexico border, they were actually not even Mexicans. They were every other nation like in the world going through there.
Really?
Weird, dude. To America.
Were they even South American?
No.
They're getting flued in. They're getting flued in by Biden.
Oh my goodness.
Iran was there. I think some Asian fellows were there, and they were all like military age individuals.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's always these people fleeing war-torn countries as men between the ages of 18 and 40.
Yeah, exactly that.
Oh dear. I think I told you the other day, Alpha, that over 10,000 boats across the English Channel in the last year, 18 months or so. The other day, they started finding automatic rifles on them. trying to smuggle guns into the country as well. I mean, I'm laughing, it's freaking terrible, but I've been warning everybody for years.
I mean, there's going to be a time, man, where people are going to be like, you know what, this is the day.
Yeah.
Mount up, you know?
Yeah. It's coming fast.
Oh, dude, another thing. Have you heard of the song Silent Running by, is it Mike and the Mechanics?
Rings a bell, mate. I mean, if you hum it, I'll play it.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I gotcha. I'll name that tune in one.
It describes like this takeover that's happening. A guy from the future comes back and gives this kid a key to and so he's gonna deal with this like future problem. You know what I mean? It's like a takeover.
Yep, I get you.
But it sounds like I don't know. It's all a propaganda or whatever, but fuck, dude. Anyway, back to the topic.
It's just having to scroll through the list, see if we've got any interesting new people around. I don't want to mute you right down the bottom of the server with the Arabic-like writing. It's the only name that I don't recognise.
Dude, I'm Callie, bro.
Oh, hello.
Callie, LARPing as a flirt again.
Oh, okay. What's up, Callie? How you doing?
I'm good. Hope you're well.
Yeah, man. Doing really well, thank you. I don't think I've spoken to you for ages, man.
You know, I had a bit of a confrontational run-in with somebody named J.L. Warren. You guys ever heard of this guy?
Who?
J.L. Warren. He's got the Jason Friday the 13th as his profile.
Nah, I haven't got a clue.
You don't know? Yeah, he's a nobody. But it was one of my more heated debates because I was in a Glober server getting muted over and over again. There was like 10 Globers dogpiling me, arguing that there's no God. That was one of the most, erratic interactions I've had on Discord. It felt very unhealthy. So now I'm just globetards, they suck. They just hate God.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that hate God. I can imagine that wasn't a savoury conversation, mate. Let's say.
Oh no, you know where it led to. This guy was saying there's like a divine hiddenness. Therefore, he can't know there is a God. I was like, from your inferior perspective, therefore, why are you making definitive claims about how the universe was created? You require something outside of yourself for the cause of the universe, so why wouldn't that be the context of a creator? And he was freaking out. You God believers are so blah blah blah.
It's funny when they get triggered.
Yeah, I feel like that's the real silver bullet against atheism is what is the cause for matter? It would have to be outside of physical reality, which you don't have access to. So you have to appeal to something that you don't have knowledge of. It's the perfect context of a creator. And they don't accept it.
Nope.
Yeah. But you guys are cool. You guys, see, no brainer. I say it. How do you fight it? This guy was fighting it like a retard. I can't use that word, can I?
Yeah, you can. It's fine.
Gotta try to do better. Do better. I'm gonna eat this food, so I'm not gonna talk for a few minutes.
Man, are there any freaking globe earthers in here?
If you want me to be a glober, I can put my glober hat on.
Yeah, put your stupid
Elmer Fudd, ladies and gentlemen.
Put your stupid wound globe hat on, stupid glober.
You need to finish that with.
This is new.
Yeah. What's new? Somebody with speech impregnated talking about dumb globe earther? You're probably globe minded yourself.
That's really good.
Funny. Yeah.
Hey guys.
What's up?
I'm not a flat earther, but I do respect that you guys reject all the modernity bullshit, and I haven't really got into it. But I'm not necessarily against you guys being flat earthers. It doesn't really impact my life or any political policies that would impact my life.
Okay, thanks.
But I do like that you guys reject all the standard bullshit and just saying you're flat earther is like it's like credentials that say fuck the modern education scene. It's like an outright rejection of all that. So that's cool.
Yeah, we're cosmological punks. Punk being an anarchist.
Also, I do think it's very funny when you call people globe earthers. It's the stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard. Ah, shit. I got to go twirl some fucking globe earthers. See ya, boys.
Bye.
Yeah, I hate putting on that glober hat recently. Defending the globe just feels like what are you doing? Even if it is a globe, what are you doing defending it? Like being a globalist, being like sucking off the elite class, just bowing down to the oppression. Like you're really out here defending, like you're just like, yeah, stay on your knees, bow down. Like fuck that. You gotta get that clean slate first, then start discerning everything. You got somebody over fences. His profile picture is something pertaining to celestial navigation. over fences. You want to explain your profile picture?
Looks like Diddy was let go of all those charges, huh? Weird.
It looks like he drew a triangle. He made a right angle, and then he said that that right angle is not 90 degrees. I wonder why he did that. A right angle, it has to be 90 degrees. So why did you draw a right angle and say it's not 90? Why'd you do that?
All right, I'm back. Did I miss anything?
Only retards think the Earth is flat. Stop trying to be special.
Tell me, have you got any proof of this globe that you believe in with your religious? Is your evidence, lad? Oh, you have none. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oops. Well, you failed. Alphalooza. Alphalooza. You chose the losing side. How dumb was that? How dumb can you be and still?
I can prove the Earth is really round. I mean, really.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Prove it's round. I don't care about the really. Let's prove it. Come, let's see some evidence.
Okay. All right. So, yes, you're gonna have to be a part of this for me to prove it. Okay. So, I'm gonna need you to go on Google, look up Google Earth, and you see what they see. It's gonna be a round Earth. There you go. I just proved it. Google Earth.
Right. We can. You go to Eve Online, and then you can go prove that space exists. And
No. It's a really round Earth on Google Earth. That's how I know
No,
it's
it's
round.
really Eve Online. Yeah, go get a real spaceship there, and you can get a.
See if the Earth is flat. See if the Earth is flat. How does the sun rotate? That's what I want to know.
How does it?
Does it like does the sun like go in like a straight line, like from China to the United States?
Now, who claimed that we know exactly how the sun works?
No. You know the word. You know that the sun is in correlation with the Earth. So how wouldn't you know how the sun operates with the flat Earth?
How do we know exactly?
It doesn't make any sense. How wouldn't you not know? How would you know? You know the Earth. You know the Earth is flat, right?
Oh, have you been there? Have you? Did you create Did you create the sun? Were you there when God created the sun? And were you there when you were there?
Yes, I did.
You were there. Oh, you created it yourself?
Yes,
Son?
I did.
Thank you, God, or something.
When I was
Is your name Jesus as well?
No, my name isn't Jesus. My name is Cujo. I was just like making the sun know when I made it all hot and everything. Made it yellow and everything.
You weren't even like you were just like a little baby spirit then. That wasn't
No, I wasn't. No, it wasn't. I know it's around because I looked on Google Earth.
Oh, wait, did you see it? Like, did you see God create the Earth?
Yes.
Were you there?
No, yeah, I did. I was the bird. I was the pigeons that.
Did you watch the pigeon?
Huh?
Oh, were you the dodo bird that went extinct?
No, I was the pigeons that flew off in Noah's Ark. That's how I saw.
Oh, you were the imaginary dinosaur that didn't exist.
No, I was there.
You're
gonna get into technicalities. You know that I'm right. You know the Earth is round.
Were you a little monkey in the tree, or did you evolve to a human because you believe in evolution?
Sir, you know the Earth is round.
Right?
Sir,
so you believe in evolution?
Sir,
right? You're an evolutionist.
Y'all all come up with these stupid explanations. Oh, I don't know how to. When did we claim that we knew how the sun works? Because you know you're deflecting from the fact that you know the Earth is round. The sun rotating around a round Earth makes more sense than the sun rotating around some freaking flat little piece of ocean. It makes no sense.
Exactly. Yeah, game over. You just revealed yourself there with that word. More sense. You see, you're just guessing. You're speculating. That proves that you haven't proven anything. You've got no evidence because you said more sense. That means that you're guessing. It's like one guess is better than another guess. So you're saying My guess is better than your guess, and that you're just guessing. Well, I'm
Well,
not
you don't know
guessing
how the
because
sun
I've got evidence.
operates the flat Earth, so I could say you don't know the Earth is flat, huh?
You don't know how to prove things, bro. You don't know how the scientific method works, how to prove things.
So are you
things, bro?
Are you saying that you think that the Earth is flat, or you know that the Earth is
No, I
flat?
don't think. I know.
Oh, see, but so you know that
Evidence, bro.
you know that it's flat, but
I've
you don't
seen
know
the
how the
evidence.
sun operates with the flat Earth. How does that make any sense?
No, there's evidence of the flat Earth. The Earth is flat by evidence, not by some speculation or some like guesswork or some like that you just got and some imaginary thing that you're pretending to be some kind of creature that lived 6,000 years ago. It's not about that. It's about actual measuring things. Have you ever used a tape measure before or a ruler?
What would you say? What would you say to all the astronauts who went up into space and just came back and said that the Earth is round?
Astronauts. What astronauts? Did you say that someone went to space? Who went to space?
Okay.
Exactly. Who's the person who went to space?
So we're gonna talk about like the hundreds of astronauts have went.
Let's not just talk about
Okay, let me look. Hold up. No, don't speak over me. Let me look up all the astronauts.
About actual names. Who went to space? Where's this person? Let's interview him. Let's get him on this call. Where is he right now? Let's get him on this call. Where's this guy that went to space? Where is he? And what's his name?
Look,
bring him on this call, and then we can ask him if he went to space. Really,
went to space.
I don't think he went to space.
John Glenn, Yuri Gagarin, whatever his name is, Buzz Aldrin, Latina Nairn, Cuz Grinsom, Wiley. Oh, there's about 100. There's more than 100.
There's 100 people who went to space. Oh wow! So give me just one. I'm just asking for one, and I'm asking for one to come on this call right now.
Mark Kelly went to space. Christiana Koch.
What's his name?
Kayla Barron.
I can hardly hear you.
Warman.
Say one name clearly, please. One name clearly.
I just said it.
Clearly.
John Glenn. I just said it.
John Glenn. Okay. Now, where's John Glenn? Have you got him on this call? Do you know him personally? Can you get him on this call?
Everyone in space and said that the Earth is flat.
Verify if he went to space or not, because I think he just acted that he just pretended to be
flat. Y'all just don't
that he went to space. Let's get him on this call and we can talk to him.
Pointing to the Earth being round. All the people that went to space and y'all just.
I don't think he went to space, but let's talk to him and then we'll see what he says, and I'll ask him.
I'll DM him on Instagram.
What he says, and if he says that he went to space, we'll evaluate what he says and we'll get some evidence and see what he's saying is true or not.
So
I don't think.
So
are you saying that you know the Earth is flat? I'm just gonna ask you. I'm sure you don't know this, but how do you?
Went full muffled.
Question. Hey, don't speak over me. Don't speak over me. Don't speak over me. I'm gonna ask you a question. How do you?
You're sounding too soft. I can't hear you.
How do you
think that the sun operates?
Just have your
Speak up, lad. I can't hear you.
How do you think the sun operates with the Earth? Tell me what you just think.
I don't think, but I only work with facts. I don't speculate. I know stuff, and then I tell you what I know. I don't talk about.
So you know the sun was slightly closer to the Earth. We literally freezing to death. But you don't know.
I can't even hear you. You're mumbling in the background, but I can't actually hear what you're saying.
You don't know. So we know that the sun, if it was slightly closer to us, we would be burning alive. But if it was slightly farther away, we'd be freezing to death. So it clearly correlates with the Earth, how we live on a daily basis. But you don't know how it correlates with the flat Earth.
I don't know how the sun works exactly, but it's obviously it's moving around above us.
We know exactly how it works. We know exactly how it works.
There might be a projection of it.
Trinity.
It could be a lot. There's lots of speculations, but I can't tell you those things are for sure, and I can't say they are. I can tell you what I can see.
Trinity, you say you don't know, but we know exactly how it works. It rotates the round Earth. That is the most logical answer.
It could be the sun could be anything. We don't even know what it is. Really, it's kind of like it's a mystery. There's lots of things we don't know.
It literally, we know for a fact that it rotates the round Earth.
Have you been to the sun to measure it? Have you been there yourself to the sun? Did you go there?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got no.
Wait. Wait, I'm so confused. Have you been to space and looked at the flat Earth yourself? Absolutely.
Because no one can go to space. Because you can't go to space. It's a
You see, you're talking about speculations, but you're working off of speculations. You don't know that the Earth is flat. You're just saying that you know it is. You're going off of evidence. You said it
I know,
yourself.
because of gas pressure. Have you ever heard of gas pressure?
You say that? What you say?
Gas pressure. The second law of thermodynamics says that of gas pressure, that gas spreads out and moves in all directions. And it says it's called entropy. The second law of thermodynamics means it's going to spread out. It's going to go out and out and out, and it's going to go out into the so-called space if there wasn't a container. So there must be a container.
You know
means, therefore, you cannot go to space.
No, you're wrong.
Therefore, there is no space, and no one's gone to space, and no one can go to space because you can't get through the firmament.
The firm. Oh my gosh! Forget it. Oh, he's brain dead. We're bringing up the firmament. Oh my god!
Star Wars. There's space in your computer games and in your movies that you watch and your videos, but that's all. It's just a figment of your imagination. There's nothing real about it.
So you're telling me so are you telling me that all the astronauts that have went to space are government operatives and have all lied and said they've never seen like around Earth?
All liars and they're all scammers, yeah, and they're all actors. Pretenders, clowns. They're a bunch of clowns. They're not astronauts.
So
they're astronauts.
They're all government operatives?
Yeah, well, I mean, not really. I wouldn't call them government operatives. I'd call them pretender clowns.
Even has he? Even has the AI Mansour, the first Arab astronaut, he's a government operative.
They're not government operatives. They're just monkey. They're just pretender clowns. They're just people that think they're monkeys and they're dumb and they're just getting paid to talk nonsense.
How are they?
Actors. Have you seen Tom Cruise? Do you think he's really fighting those people and doing all those things? It's just a movie, bro.
Yeah,
it's just a movie.
What? How does that?
Tom Cruise?
How does that even correlate?
He's just an actor. Actors, bro. Actors. Hollywood.
Are you saying that we're living in a movie? Are you saying that we're living in a simulation?
I'm not living in a movie. Maybe you are. Yeah, you might be.
I'm not living in a movie at all. You know how I know you're living in a movie though? Because you think that the friggin' Earth is flat.
Say you are. Yeah, I'm saying you're living in a movie.
You know
I'm living in that movie
because you know that you think the Earth is flat. It's a round globe. How do you think the sun moves around? What do you think the sun when we're in daytime, China's at nighttime? Because it rotates, you know what I mean?
The sun can be moving as well. I mean, but it might not be the sun. It might be a projection of the sun.
It was in a straight line. Does it go like?
It might not be the sun. It's a projection of the sun. It might not be. We don't know what it is. We can't even understand things like that because it's maybe it's something beyond what our minds can even grasp.
Okay.
We're not that clever. If you think you're that clever, then you got a problem, bro. We're limited in our thinking. If we think that we're that clever, then we're pretty stupid. We got to realize that there's options that we don't even know about. There's options there's all kinds of stuff the sun could be. But I mean, the sun could very well move.
The sun could be a big penis in the sky that's globing.
Well, I don't know about that. That's perverted. But you need to watch less porn, bro. What I'm saying is, porn. But what about if it's just a projection of or maybe it's reflecting through something? I don't know. There could be like layers above. I don't know how it works, bro. There's something going on there, but I don't know how it works exactly. But definitely there could be a sun moving around.
Let me stop you right there. AR in the chat, please don't speak if you don't have a mic. We're not accepting any opinions from people who are not speaking. You can continue, Trinity.
So what do you think? What do you think about the Black Swan? Have you heard about the Black Swan?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so the Black Swan is like an oil rig. Okay, it's off the coast. It's off the coast. It's a couple of miles off the coast. I think it's about 6 miles off the coast. And when you go at 1 foot height, you look out at 1 foot off the beach, right? And you can look out and you can actually see way further beyond the oil rig, right? Beyond 6 miles. So you can see about 9, 10, maybe 11 miles, like in the distance, right? Maybe more, I don't know. What I'm saying is that you shouldn't be able to see that far if the Earth was according to what they said it was. So they're lying. First of all, they're lying about the size of the Earth. That's number one. So if they're lying about the Earth, aren't they lying about everything?
Uh-huh.
We can see further than we should by working out the maths, right? We can work out the maths of how far we should be able to see at a certain height, right? We should be able to see 1.25 miles. We can see way more than 1.25 miles. We can see like about 6, 7, 8, 9 miles out. We can, if you look in that picture there, do you see that picture in the chat? You can see really far. Now, we shouldn't be able to see that far. The fact that we see that far proves that they're lying about the radius and the circumference of the Earth. That means, and they don't have any evidence to prove, they've got no way to prove that they found out that the Earth is such a radius or such a circumference. There's no one actually that's proven it or shown me any science or any calculations or anything. They just made it up, right? So they made up this totally false idea of what the radius and the circumference of the Earth is. And then we can work out how far we should be able to see. But we can see way further than we should be able to see. We should only be able to see 1.22 miles. This one already there is 9. We can see the.
So are you basically saying if China's on the other side of the globe, we shouldn't be able to see it from a certain point? Is that what you're basically?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying is that there's a curve, right?
Yeah.
According to your plan, according to your idea, there's a curve of the Earth, right? So that means you shouldn't be able to see beyond a certain distance because the curve would bend down and you wouldn't be able to see any further, right? Now, the amount of distance that you should see at 1 foot height is 1.22 miles only. That's as far as you can see, according to the measurements that they made up of the Earth that aren't even real. Means they're lying about the radius of the Earth. They're lying about the circumference of the Earth. So what else are they lying about? Everything.
Did it ever appear to you that maybe at a certain point that we can't see something is because the Earth is round, and maybe we're just going around? Maybe
we can see too far. We can see as if the world wasn't that radius and that circumference. And that's impossible because then they're lying. That means they're lying about all the stuff that they told us how big the Earth is. So that means everything's a lie, and we've all been lied to, and we've all been suckered. And that means that you are basically you've been scammed, and I've been scammed too. But I've realized the scam now. Now I'm out of this. I'm not hoodwinked anymore. But you're still believing what they say, and you're saying, okay, I just believe everything that the government says because I just follow the government like a good little boy.
Trinity, are you suggesting that we should do a government uprising and just destroy the government so we can? Huh?
No, I didn't say that. I just said that people are lying to you, and it's good to know when people are lying to you. That's all. That's all I said.
If we're lying, why shouldn't we If they're lying, why shouldn't we do a government uprising and just take everybody, kill all the politicians and all the other stuff, stuff like that?
No, we don't do that. That's vicious. That's evil. That's psycho. We don't believe in that stuff. No one here believes in anything like that. And talking like that is going to get you banned on this chat. You're going to get chat if you talk like that. Don't even mention things like that because you're going to get banned here. So don't even try. If you carry on like that, talking like that, you're going to be in trouble. But we don't do anything like that around here. We're just saying that that's not true. It's not true. There's no globe. It's a flat Earth. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, I think for that little snippet right there, he's not going to be with us for very long.
Do that.
Nobody here is suggesting that except for him, but we're not going to have that on the live stream. So, bye, Cujo, and enjoy a 2-day break. Maybe control your tongue a little bit more.
That wasn't clever to say that, by the way. That was really dumb.
No, he's just.
I'm saying he shouldn't talk like that. Yeah, he shouldn't talk like that. That's dumb.
Yeah.
He was really out of line there to talk like that. Yeah, to even mention something like that is the worst thing you could do. Basically, he's basically doing the stupidest thing that he could have done by saying that. I mean, you can't really get stupider than that. And I mean, no one here stands for any form of violence at all. We're completely peaceful, loving, good, awesome people. Believe in love, infinite love, and that's what we stand for, infinite love. And any other rumors must be stamped out immediately. And you will be banned. by talking about anything else. Probably permaban next time. But don't do it. Be wise and don't do it. Yeah, I got to get used to it. Maybe I'm a bit tense, right? I'm going to calm down a bit. I don't do this that often, so I've got to get used to it. Pretty, not something I do that often. Talk on the.
Well, nobody really prefers to talk to people that are intellectually unreasonable and then hostile when they find themselves to be incorrect. But yeah, part of their goal is just to, make people emotional. They like to rage.
Yeah, I'm not used to talking on the VC much, so I got to get used to that.
Yeah, man. Jump on in. The water's fine.
There's always someone who knows more than me, so I normally like shut up and let them do the job because they like say it better than I do normally.
Hop in, man. The water's flat.
Yeah.
But I have persuaded people off the VC. I'm talking about like just in normal, just off the internet. I've persuaded people before. Even scientists, people who studied science, I persuaded them that, like, actually, well, they didn't actually want to talk anymore. They actually, they couldn't talk to me anymore because it was too much for them. That's a sign that you're total cogdus, you know. You don't know what to do. And when you don't want to talk to someone anymore, then you really got to be badly cogdus. I've got 3 people that have actually shut down on me before Flat Earth. But I've also persuaded 2 people like totally on the Flat Earth as well. It does help if people are a bit open-minded. It's a really good thing to be a little bit open-minded before you even investigate the Flat Earth. If your mind's closed before you even start with the Flat Earth, man, you're not going to get very far. So any other globers out there feel you know something about the globe that you can explain to us why the Earth is a globe? We'd love to hear.
No Hump Lake Earthers in here.
No globers around? Any concavers? Are you a concaver by any chance? Anybody? You believe in the concave Earth?
No spinny water ball Earthers.
Anyone believe that you come from a monkey here? Any monkey believers? Monkey cultists?
Anybody whose great 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 grandpa was an ape? We'd love to see that photo album, buddy. Let's see that family photo with the fucking ape in the background, the great great uncle ape.
Hilarious. It's funny. You gotta admit that's really funny. That's hilarious.
If you go far back enough in the family tree, we should start seeing photos of apes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm stealing that. That's good. I normally tell evolutionists, well, guess what? I just found the missing link. You must be the missing link. Also tell them, I don't believe there's such a thing as an evolutionist. I don't believe in evolutionists. There's no such thing.
It's just a bastardized version of the transformation you make yourself from a sperm into an embryo into an actual human. They just bastardized those stages of your life and called it evolution, where you start off actually looking like a tadpole when you're a sperm, and then you look like a frog with legs once you go beyond that step. And then they just bastardized that entire creation into evolution.
Because they want to make you think you're worthless. And if you think you're worthless, then it's easy to control you. It's easier to control someone who believes that they're worthless. If someone believes that they're actually loved by God, and that they're a child of God, and they're made by a loving, good God, and they have value, God finds value in them. It's very hard to go and do wars and kill people and do all kinds of stuff and be evil, do evil things, because suddenly everyone's got value that's far beyond gold or far beyond money, far beyond anything. That means every single person in this world has value. Incredible, incredible, incredible value. And that is the one thing that they fight, the value of human beings. That's the one thing that's what it's all about. Devaluation. But when you realize how precious you are, that you're more valuable than everything in this world. Every single thing, every single item, every single bit of money, that you are more valuable than that. When you realize your value, then you realize why the devil wants to steal that value as well. He's after that value. He wants to make you hate yourself and devalue yourself as well. It's all about worth. And you
denounce the creator and accept the devil as your father.
Yeah, because then you think, oh, because God, and then you get told by the devil that he tells you that God is bad and doesn't love you, and then you believe it because you get sucked into that lie as well. That's another lie that you get sucked into. That you think that God is against you, that he somehow hates you or something. That is the ultimate lie, that you condemn yourself and then you fight God and you think God is against you, that he's the enemy. That's the biggest delusion. But the biggest delusion is actually thinking God is your enemy. Loving God is your enemy. Meantime, he's a loving father, a good father, not a bad father that many people have had, bad fathers, distant fathers, fathers that are unloving, fathers that are abusive. But he's not any of those type of fathers, but he's a good father. Perfect father. The one you wish you had, that's who he is. And he's always been there for us. The ultimate lie is to think that you are worthless and just that you're not, that you're fatherless and worthless, that you're not loved.
Of course, then they could substitute God with the government. Then the government becomes the
Exactly.
God, highest form of authority.
Exactly. And they serve money and the devil. And then you become a slave of who they're serving, because so you fall under them because you just submit to their devil worship ways, you know. Exactly. But if you actually think for yourself, then you're not like a sucker. You don't just get scammed by these people. You actually come out of that delusion. And that's what it's about. Not being hoodwinked.
Yep, you substitute God for government.
Right. And you substitute it sometimes even for like a lesser form of religion, like a weird religion that kind of controls you, but it's not a loving father. It doesn't free you. I would call it like a fake religion, like a fake Christianity or a fake other religion, whatever religion it could be anyway.
Yeah.
But it's
Scientology. You got it.
It's like a fake version of Christianity, but there's lots of different types of those as well. There's many different variations of the false as well, like a false version. So not everything under the brand of Christian is real Christian. It's a lot of it is tainted by this weird cult, this death cult. It gets infiltrated into everything. So I'm not going against any churches, but I'm just saying a lot of churches preach stuff that's harmful sometimes. They don't know it, but they do. We're not against them. We're not fighting them. We're not fighting anybody, because this chat room is not about fighting people. This chat room is just waking up to realize, hey, what's going on? Like where I am and who I am and what's going on and what the shape of the earth is. Once you start seeing what the shape of the earth is, then you can realize, hey, maybe I've got to question some other things in my life as well, not just the shape of the earth. Maybe that's not the only thing that I've got to question. There's like so many proofs that the earth is flat. It's unbelievably documented. There's so, but it's like, it's weird how you speak to someone who just doesn't want to hear. They can hear those facts over and over. And they don't even hear what you're saying. It's like their minds are just shut off. It's like there's nothing that gets through them. I've noticed that about some people. It's weird. They simply can't hear anything. You can even reason with them, like really good reason. When a mind is shut off, it doesn't even register nothing. Zero. So do we have any inquiring minds here that actually want to know what's going on? Or they're just people that are brainwashed and just believe everything they're told? Intelligence is shown by someone who asks questions. You ask questions, or you're just one of those people that are just clones that just do whatever they're told and listen to everything that people say and believe everyone, trust anyone. Or you're actually intelligent. Intelligent people think for themselves and question things. Do you question things? Think for yourself, or do you just go along with everyone else because you're too scared and you're just a conformist and you just mold into society and just do what everyone else says you must do? What do you think?
Yeah, they were taught to be obedient their whole life growing up, and that's what they are, obedient.
You can be obedient in some things. I mean, there's definitely things you should obey. Like, I definitely believe people should pay the taxes and do whatever they need to do and just do the normal things in life. I believe in obeying those normal things. And, like, do good things for people and help people. And there's definitely a lot of things you should obey. But does that mean you have to believe everything that you're told? No. Obey certain things, but if something's going to harm you, no, question it.
Trinity, are you able to move a bit closer to your mic? Your voice sounds a bit distant and echoey, if you know what I mean.
My voice?
Yeah.
Okay. That better?
Yeah, you must be in an echo chamber.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, that's better. There you go. Thanks, Trinity.
Okay. So what's your favorite flat earth proof at the moment that you're enjoying the most talking about?
Oh, that planes don't land on moving runways.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. I love that one. That's one of my favorites. It's so funny when you imagine what would happen with an airplane landing on a moving runway. Not only that it's moving, but remember it's moving in all different directions because all airports aren't built east to west either. They build them at all different angles. So you'd have to build every airport at east to west on a globe. And your planes would all crash anyway. Even, you'd all die. Basically, if you ever flown in a plane, you're dead right now because you already crashed. You're blown up. So basically, you're actually a zombie if the globe was real.
Or how about Globers that claim gases go down because of gravity, but they still got their smoke detectors on their ceilings in their house, not on the floor?
That's a good one.
If they really believe what they say, then show us your smoke detectors just sitting in the corner of your rooms.
It's really good. Actually, in my job, that's what I work with, the movement of air. So, yep, that's very interesting. What you're saying is very true.
Yeah, you would think you would detect the smoke on the ground first, since gravity would be pulling it down.
Yeah, literally, they tell you not to put anything on the ground. They say don't put that near the ground. They say put it high up. Why would they do that?
Yeah, I guess the people manufacturing the smoke detectors must be flat earthers, huh?
They must be, because they always tell you don't put anything near the ground. Keep it off the ground. It must be high up in the room. Always.
Can you guys make chimp noises for me? Just start chimping. That'd be appropriate.
That's for the evolution monkeys, buddy.
No, you guys never evolved past it. You're still chimps. So make chimp noises. Go on. Go ahead.
Yeah,
is that the best thing you have to do? To just kind of come in and tell people that they're monkeys? That's what you got, huh?
And where's your smoke detector again?
That's what it got to feed the globe. Oh well, that's not much. Are you an evolutionist? Do you believe in evolution?
And where's your smoke detector there, monkey boy?
I believe that your mom's hot. That's what I believe.
Oh, he needs us to speak chimp because he's a fucking monkey. That's why. Sorry, hold on. Let's see if I can get this right. You understand, monkey boy?
That's what I think of you, bro.
Yeah, there you go. Talk that monkey.
You believe in evolution? So your religion is evolutionist. So you believe you come from a monkey. Okay.
He left. I muted him. He bounced.
Okay, poor guy.
We've got R in here. R, do you know the R value of the Earth? Is it R or is it Which one is it? Just checking.
I'm going to change my name to Z, like for sleep, waiting for someone to actually prove that the globe is real. I'm going to fall asleep.
Are you able to unmute? Okay.
What's up?
There we go. Hey, R.
So
prove to us that the Earth is a globe. Start with Earth curve measurements that we can verify.
isn't Earth like 3,900 or 4,000 miles in diameter?
That's incorrect.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
I'll give you a hint. That is the R value. Remember R value is 3959. You should know that, seeing as how,
I said 3,900 to 4,000. I don't know the exact number because I'm not used.
You said diameter, which is twice the radius, so you don't even know what you're talking about as far as geometry is concerned. You're not doing very well so far right now.
Well, I mean, I don't use Google or Chat GPT to debate, so I'm using my own words.
This is all off of my own mind. See, I researched. You haven't researched. You don't even know what an R value is. You don't know what diameter is.
Yeah, I also don't have a screen in front of my face. I'm on Discord on my phone.
Okay, so we're both on a level playing field. So tell me, how did they measure to get that R value R?
Like I said, I ain't got a screen in front of my face.
Okay, so you don't know any of this, but you think you live on a ball? What is it about the Earth that makes you think it's a ball, by the way?
Oh, I don't know. Probably all the history books. Basic, taught in school that it's round. Astronauts, the career that NASA has made.
You're not paying attention very well. I asked you, what is it about the Earth, not all the things that you were indoctrinated with. What is it about the Earth that makes you think it's a ball? Is it the fact that the water's flat or the horizon's flat?
I don't think it's flat at all.
Okay, so then water does not have a level surface.
If water had a level surface, there wouldn't be waves.
I'm talking about the overall description or measurement of the surface. Is there waves in the glass of water that you have on your table?
No, because it's on a flat surface.
Right, and that flat surface, is that on a flat ground?
Yeah, I'm on a house.
So where is this flat ground overall, the surface of the Earth, large areas? Where's that curving at, consistent with the R value, 3959 radius?
I live in the U.S. There's a thing called gravity. There's a thing called gravity.
Really? Can you show it to me?
Oh, never mind. doesn't pay to do it.
Okay, so there's a thing called gravity, but you've never seen it.
You can't argue. You can't debate against somebody that.
This is a projection.
You can't argue. I mean, you can't debate with someone that says, if I see it with my own two eyes, then I'll believe it, because there is no convincing them, so there is no point to debating them.
Right, so you've never seen the globe Earth with your own two eyes, and yet you believe it, right?
Yup, because I don't need to see something to believe it.
Right, so this is a religious system that you've adopted then. This is just blind faith.
How is it religious to believe a planet is spherical?
Because you don't have any evidence for it, and no one has measured curvature of the Earth. That's why it's a blind faith.
So my telescope I'm looking through is a lie? I'm not seeing a circular moon or a circular Mars through my telescope?
And we're talking about the Earth. Did you look through your telescope at the Earth to see if it was round?
No, because we have a thing called satellites that disproves that.
Oh, there's no satellites. That's another faith-based religious, tenet.
Oh, so it's against the chat rules for that guy to say y'all are talking about the government, but you're allowed to say that about satellites, that it's a lie.
Dude, you're not even making any coherent sense. What chat guy? What are you talking about?
Ban the other dude for trying to say y'all are...
He mentioned physical violence. That's why he got banned. So as long as you don't mention physical violence against people or particular groups, we're not going to have a problem here. But I can go ahead and say and declare that there are no satellites, and if you think that there are, you'd have to prove their existence.
So that big metal object I saw floating in the sky with antennas on it and blinking lights is a lie through my telescope.
Okay, so how far away was that particular satellite that you think you saw?
Above me? Because it only passes by.
I didn't ask you the orientation, I asked you for the distance.
I can't measure the distance because I have no way of going up there.
Well, someone should be able to publish that for you, right?
I don't have a physical way of going up there, so how would I know the distance?
Right, so how do you know that you were looking at a satellite then?
Because I've seen a factory where they build satellites, and I've seen one in person.
Great. How do you know it's not strapped to a balloon? Instead of falling around a ball Earth, it hasn't been measured.
There were no balloons connected to it.
Yeah, do you think they're going to have a balloon connected to it at the factory where you saw it? Where was this factory, by the way? What was this telecommunications? What was this for? What kind of data was this thing collecting? Or what was it transmitting? I'm curious.
I don't know, one of the factories in Texas where they build satellites. And I'm pretty sure the satellite that I saw through my telescope didn't have a balloon on top of it because I would have saw it.
Was this at night?
No, it was during the day, clear skies at like 3 in the afternoon.
So you saw a satellite at 3 in the afternoon with blinking lights on it in the sky. And you don't even know what the angular size would be since you don't know the distance. So you don't even know if you were looking at a satellite. You just saw something in the sky.
I was looking at it through a telescope.
Who cares?
Telescopes make things in the distance seem clearer.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is that there's going to be an angular size problem no matter what it is, especially at the distance, because certain things, especially under 0.02 degrees angular size, won't be resolved by any optic.
You're telling me that if I don't measure the size myself, then it has no point. Basically, no. You're asking me to do something that's impossible for me to do.
That's not what I said, but it would be helpful for you to have the data. That way you'd know what you were looking at. You could actually do the calculations and see if it is what you thought it was. The distance and the angular size at that distance based on the size, the actual size of the satellite in question. Other than that, you're just affirming the consequent. you see something in the sky and you assume it's a satellite.
Well, I mean, it looked exactly like what I saw in the factory because
Great.
I
Do you have
saw
any
it clear.
photos? It'd be helpful. Otherwise, this is just anecdotal and kind of hearsay. So, do you have any photos of what you saw through your telescope?
Why would I take a photo of it when I was going to the event to see it?
That's a good point. You want to go to an event and not take, documentation of something that's very interesting. I would agree. And then come tell people about it and I'm supposed to believe you? No. First of all, you'd need gravity to make this possible. Number two, you'd need the Earth to be a ball for the satellite to orbit around. You don't have either one of those things. So whatever you saw wasn't a satellite falling around a ball.
Really?
Yeah, really.
The way you're explaining it, you're trying to make it out as if I just looked through my telescope and saw something fuzzy, when that is not what I saw at all.
That's
I saw a
said.
very...
Don't try to put words in my mouth. Don't try to insinuate. I didn't say any of those things.
Well, you keep saying over and over again that what I saw maybe wasn't a satellite, which hints towards it might have been fuzzy through my eyes.
Nope, that's what you're insinuating. I'm just saying, how do you know what you were seeing?
How do I know what I was... What kind of question is that?
Yeah, you saw something in the sky. Apparently your telescope is so good. By the way, what is the model of the telescope? I'd like to look up the specifications on it.
Oh my gosh. Alright, to humor you, I'm gonna go to my attic and I'm gonna go tell you exactly what this model is, okay?
Right. We're going to look up the specs. We're going to check out what kind of angular resolution it can resolve.
So wait, he saw a satellite during the day with a telescope?
That's what he says.
Okay.
Of all the things that happened, that didn't happen the most.
Right.
Ah, yes. Because you can't see blinking lights during the day.
It's actually quite difficult, my friend.
Are you sure it wasn't a plane? I mean, to be fair, like seeing stuff in the sky during the day with a telescope, like especially a satellite, does sound pretty impossible, right? Even
yeah.
Sure, you were awake.
And blinking lights, maybe it was an aircraft.
What's up?
So what's the model number?
It's a Celestron Travel Scope 70.
Celestron
Has a 70 millimeter lens on it.
Yeah, that's far too small.
Good enough to see the moon and to see satellites,
the
and
moon
nothing
is
past
huge.
that.
Yeah, I can see the moon with my bare eye, dude. What the hell?
Talking about the surface of the moon, not the moon itself.
Yeah, I see it with my bare eyes. Yeah, I see that surface.
Craters and stuff. Being able to see the little craters.
Yeah, I see
and
those with
stuff
my
like that.
eyes. Yeah, I see that with my eyes.
Yeah, I see that with my
yeah.
40 millimeter telephoto lens.
Yeah, I like viewing satellites and planets and asteroids and stuff.
Bro, I got bad news for you. All those things that you think you're seeing, you ain't seeing.
Right.
There's no balls of gas in space or rocks in space. There's no space. No vacuum of outer space, no gravity. It's all bunk. It's all nonsense.
Right. So the people in other countries are lying.
Why would they? What would it matter? Everybody on Earth that believes this nonsense is believing a lie. How come you didn't ask people to verify all this stuff for you?
So the asteroid that blew up in Russia in 2013 and destroyed 5 miles to 10 miles worth of windows and all that, every single one of them people are lying. It didn't happen at all.
No, that's not what I said. I'm talking about the story behind what they are. A large, could have been a rock, could have been anything, but a rock from outer space, the vacuum of outer space? Nope, sorry. Total bunk.
Yeah, because seeing comets go through the atmosphere on fire, that's just one big lie.
Dude, comets aren't even on fire. You don't know your cosmology. You're so ignorant, it's not even funny. Those are supposed to be rocks and ice. Basically, yeah, right. You know what a comet is? It's supposed to be ice and rock breaking up as it travels through the solar system. It's not on fire. You don't even know your cosmology.
Well, if you were actually listening, I just said twice. I meant to say asteroid going into our atmosphere.
Yeah, that's a story. You don't have any evidence for it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. So you probably still believe in Santa Claus then, right?
You just can't debate with this type of person. I have to see it with my own 2 eyes to believe it.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Why don't you keep strawmanning me with that?
Because you're hinting towards it, but you won't actually come out and say it.
No, I'm not even hinting at it. I'm saying that these things are seen, but the story about them is unverified. In fact, most of it is impossible according to the laws of physics, but you wouldn't know that because you never asked anybody to prove to you the story they told you. It's like you believe in Santa Claus.
If you go based on facts, then how do you know laws of physics is real? Have you studied it yourself? Do you know for a fact
to get rid of the laws of physics? It's called experimentation. It's called deductive reason. It's called empiricism. Observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Okay, you show me an experiment with gravity as the independent variable.
You've done all of these experiments, and that has led you to believe them.
I will wait for you to provide for me an experiment with gravity as the independent variable.
So you believe all of these scientific studies you've read, even though you apparently go based on facts.
I'm waiting for the experiment.
It's already been proven.
Okay, give me the experiment with gravity as the independent variable.
I don't know. Probably because you're on the Earth right now and not being blown 100,000 miles across the world.
Why would I be blown across the world? That doesn't make any sense. Why would that happen?
Because the Earth is rotating and we are spinning.
Okay, what's the evidence for that? That's all the story again. What's the evidence for that?
Satellites.
Satellites are the evidence for the world spinning? I'm sorry, you're going to have to do better than that, because you don't have any evidence of satellites either.
Right. Because you're hinting towards I have to have personal evidence.
No, I didn't say I'll accept any kind of actual empirical evidence that you have. I don't even have, it doesn't have to be you. I want someone to have done this, but apparently nobody has, because if you knew about them, you'd tell me about them. So who did it?
So if I throw something in the air, it's not going to come back down to me? Because we don't have gravity?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because it's gravity.
Because things go down, you think that has to do with gravity? What about all the things that go up? What happens to gravity then?
That thing comes back down unless it's being propulsed.
Like the helium balloon, or the air, or the gas, right? All those things that go up?
They are lighter than air. It's going to go up.
Yeah, but you said everything went down. Gravity pulls everything down, and yet we have gas going up.
Everything that is heavier than air.
Oh, so now gravity only works on stuff that is heavy. Do you realize that gas even has, apparently, a mass to it?
Helium is going to go up. It weighs lighter than air. Its mass is lighter than air, so it is going to go straight up.
Oh, so this only has to do with density and relative weight or mass, not necessarily anything to do with gravity. Thank you for debunking gravity for us.
When did I debunk it?
Because you just told me that things that are less dense than the things that are around them go up. So there's no mechanism of gravity required.
So if I put helium in a balloon and put it in my house, it's just going to stay on the ceiling forever. It's never going to dissipate. It's always going to stay on the ceiling as long as I don't touch it.
Why does it come down?
Because it
eventually. Yeah, so the helium actually escapes from the balloon and eventually it deflates, and then it becomes too dense for the air around it and it goes downward. Right, so what you're describing to me is what we all observe, which is relative density, and that's why things go up and down, and that's what we observe. But we don't have any gravity in here anywhere.
If our atmosphere doesn't exist and gravity doesn't exist, why haven't we died from a solar flare yet or radiation?
That's a baseless claim. Friend, I don't need you to continue to repeat the fairy tales that you've been told. I just need you to verify any of the things that you're claiming.
I can't verify it myself. Scientists have done it.
Okay, who did it?
Scientists, NASA.
Are you appealing to people that you think have done something, but you're not sure if they actually have?
Basic common knowledge that we have gravity.
So the basic common knowledge is we have gravity. So gravity would be an independent variable in an experiment to determine whether or not it makes things go up or down. And yet you don't have any examples of that for me, and I've been looking for about 10 years, and I haven't found any. Nobody has. You want to know why? Because it doesn't exist. No one has performed this experiment. Gravity doesn't exist. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Oh my gosh, it's impossible right here, bro.
I know you're having a hard time. You don't have any evidence for the fairy tale that you believe. It's rough. I get it.
And you do? Because you've been to space, right? You've been to space and you've avoided getting the radiation.
Friend, I told you space is fake. It's just a fairy tale that you believe in.
How do you know it's fake? Have you been up there?
It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Do you know what that is?
And somebody wrote that law, and you believe it even though you haven't tested it yourself.
Do you know what the law is?
You're claiming me to have religious beliefs on what I've read, but you're saying believing your laws that somebody else has wrote.
Everybody experiences it. It's a description Even you. It's not. It's just a description of reality. This law that I'm talking about. It's not somebody wrote it down and then just declared it. No, it's what actually happens in reality. Do you understand the difference?
Right. Because it's
Okay.
something simple that you don't need science to prove.
No, there's no way to prove it scientifically. It's a law of nature. It happens always. I'll give you an example. The second law of thermodynamics, entropy, describes that high energy goes to low energy, high pressure goes to low pressure. Just like if you ever drink coffee, and then after a while, the coffee, when it's hot, eventually gets cold and equalizes with the ambient air temperature around it. That's entropy. That high energy, that heat, tries to equalize with the cooler air around it. Just like if you have a tire and you fill it up with gas, if you poke a hole in that tire, the high pressure will leak out, trying to equalize with the atmospheric pressure around it. That's called entropy. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Now, can you tell me why the high pressure gas isn't leaving the surface of Earth to equalize with the low pressure 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space around it? Can you tell me why that is?
I wouldn't know because I don't have my face on a screen all day reading stuff.
So what you've told me is that I don't know because I'm ignorant and I choose to be. I don't study things. I don't educate myself. I don't ask people to prove things when they tell me a story about the cosmos.
Why would I study something I have no control over?
Why would you study? What don't you have control over? Your own mind?
What do you mean?
You can't educate yourself? You can't actually think critically about things?
Why would I care about something I can't control over if it doesn't affect me in any type of way?
This is your entire belief system. You went to an event and looked through a telescope, apparently at a satellite. It sounds like you're kind of a space geek, but you don't even know how it works.
Yeah, because I like to view asteroids, not study the diameter and how hot it gets when it enters the atmosphere and all that stuff. I view it as a pleasure to look at.
So you like to see lights in the sky. Right, so you like to see lights in the sky. You realize those lights in the sky aren't rocks from the outer space vacuum colliding with the atmosphere of Earth. I just want to break it to you. That was a story you were told about those lights in the sky.
I'm also going to Greenland soon because I want to go see the polar lights. I want to go see the radiation in the atmosphere.
Yeah, who cares? So you understand that's still all part of a paradigm and a story that has not been verified to you. I mean, if you enjoy the lights, enjoy it all you want, but you may want to separate your enjoyment of the lights from the fairy tale.
Can you send me a study on flat Earth so I can read it?
What do you mean a study on flat Earth? You're on the Earth. Study it yourself.
Can you send me an article that talks about how the Earth is actually flat so I can study up on it?
Bro, you're on the Earth. You don't even need a study. It's measured to be flat by the people who make your maps, the people who navigate it, the people who build on it. Everybody measures the Earth to be flat.
So you're being a hypocrite. You're demanding I send you articles, but you're refusing to send me articles to prove the Earth is flat.
I can just write something on a piece of paper for you if that does it for you. But you can actually go out and measure the Earth yourself if you want to.
Right, but whenever I tell you to go measure space yourself, you tell me, no, that's not enough. You need to send me an actual article or something.
No, I didn't say that. In fact, you know what? If I could measure space, I'd be happy to do that. How would you suggest I do that? Reach an area that doesn't exist? An ever-expanding vacuum?
Use the years you spent studying Google articles and YouTube videos to get a degree and work for NASA. That way you can actually go up into space.
They don't send people with degrees to space because no one is actually going to space. You understand that, right? No one's going to space. anyone's been in space, the space that you believe in does not exist.
Well, I mean, I guess all them rocket ship launches that happened in Texas and Florida that I've seen, they were all just a lie, right?
Yeah, I've seen them too. Guess what? I didn't see any rockets go to space.
So where are the rockets now then?
Who knows? Who cares? They didn't go to space.
Well, you care enough to know they didn't go to space, so tell me, where did they transport it to if you saw it go back to Earth?
How am I supposed to know where the rocket landed when I'm standing in the Cape?
Because you're so entwined with knowing that it didn't for sure go to space, so wouldn't you want to know where it ended up if it didn't go to space?
Well, I saw it took a parabolic arc and went out of range. Okay, I don't know where it landed. It's the same thing everybody sees. They go out of range.
And why did the rocket start curving? Because it's trying to propulse itself up and gravity's trying to pull it back down, so it's making it go at an angle?
What gravity?
Well, I don't know. The fact that the rocket ship's trying to propulse itself against Earth's gravity and atmosphere?
What gravity?
Are you going to send me an article on Flat Earth? Because you're demanding articles from me.
I didn't ask for an article. I asked for scientific validation of the claims that you're making.
Okay, then. You send me scientific validation of the claims you're making for Flat Earth.
No, it's not a scientific endeavor. It's geometry. See, this is how I know you have no clue what you're talking about. You don't know the difference between science and mathematics.
Okay, then. Send me a mathematical article that shows the Earth is flat.
How about this? I'll post something in the side.
And it has to be an actual mathematical article with pictures of the Earth, not drawings.
A mathematical article? What the hell is that?
Like an actual study, not just some Google image that you got.
How about an entire celestial navigation manual? Is that good enough for you?
What does that have to do with the Earth being flat?
Well, because they measure the Earth flat to navigate the Earth. That's the only way that the navigation actually works.
It's going to be flat in the palm of your hand because you're looking at it on your phone.
Holy cow, dude. Holy cow. Does anybody else want to take this dude? Like, does anybody want to talk to this guy?
What do you think? What do you think? A map is going to show you? A map is going to show you direction?
I'm talking about. It's not a map I'm talking about. You're not even listening to me. It's an entire manual on celestial navigation.
And you just said that it shows the Earth as flat on the map in the manual. Of course, the map is going to be flat in the manual. It's
silly. They map the Earth flat, fella. So you're telling me they're not navigating the Earth as a sphere? Is that what you're telling me? Because that's what that they navigate the Earth as a.
You're not going to navigate the Earth as a sphere whenever you're writing it down on a piece of paper or something.
Dude, oh my gosh, you're not even grasping the concept at this point. Honestly, like. This is painful.
Like, what do
you think this is about pieces of paper?
What do you think whenever you go on Google? Whenever you go on Google and you go towards your local Planet Fitness, it's going to tell you, oh, you have to go 2 degrees up in order to get there.
Yeah, flat Earth.
You got to go 10 miles this way and 2 degrees angled up in order to get to your location.
Angled up? What the heck are you talking about?
Well, you said the map is flat.
No, they measure the Earth to be flat. They have to, because the elevation angles to the stars require it. Linear distances across the plane to get from one place to another, your latitude and longitude grid. In fact, why don't you just study that? There's a mathematical study for you. Go ahead and figure out how latitude and longitude is derived.
They have to measure the Earth as flat on a map because it is a map, not a picture of the Earth.
Not on a map. On the Earth.
Well, you keep saying map.
Yeah, I'm telling you that they map it that way, but I'm also telling you that they navigate it without the map using celestial navigation as flat.
So the Big Dipper is always in the exact same spot every single night? It's never...
Holy cow, no, nobody said that. No one said that. Why do you keep doing that, dude? Like, every time I say something, you decide to create some kind of straw man or something that you even think I'm insinuating, which is not even close to what I said.
Just they navigate
navigate through the space with some rats on the fucking machine, bro. What's going on? Why is there flies in space, bro? Oh my god, I'm flying through space.
If you're following the stars to get around the Earth,
I'm flying.
If the Earth was flat and you're following the stars to get around the Earth, then those stars would never move. Which means you're saying the Big Dipper would always be in the exact same spot.
Oh my gosh, like this is painful. Do you understand that there's something called a celestial almanac? It actually follows the path of the celestials as they move throughout the year and gives their GPs as they move throughout the year. That's what navigators use.
And why do they move? Because the Earth is rotating.
Okay, so can you show me the measurement of the Earth rotation then?
My guy, you're asking for something that's impossible. Just say you need to see it with your own two eyes to believe it, because that's exactly what you're insinuating.
Actually, you know what? That's right. Why doesn't everybody on Earth see the Earth moving? That's a great question.
You keep insinuating it, but you refuse to sit here and say it.
No, I'm saying it right now. Why is it that nobody experiences that?
I don't know. Probably because most people don't get science degrees and work for astronaut corporations like NASA.
What about the science degrees and the astronaut corporations? How come they don't see the Earth moving or can measure it?
Whenever they're inside the space station in our atmosphere, because
the space is fake. Remember, the space is fake. In fact, from this point forward, if you make a declaration about anything about your fairy tale, I'm going to require you to give me the empirical evidence of it first.
And you still haven't given me evidence that the Earth is flat. You just keep telling me.
Do you want the celestial navigation manual? Do you want the celestial navigation manual?
I don't want to know about stars. I want to know about Earth.
No,
I don't care about stars. I care about your claim that Earth is flat.
It's not about the stars. I'm talking about the Earth. They're navigating the Earth. So you just don't want to see the information. You want to keep your religious system, right?
No, anybody can look at a star and follow it on the Earth. I want to see proof that the Earth is flat, not that you have the knowledge to follow a star on a piece of land.
No, bro, it's the Earth that they're talking about. It's the Earth that they're measuring in those manuals. Do you want to see it or not? Or is it too upsetting for your fairy tale? Do you want to keep your religious system? Do you not want to see it?
You see, my guy, we're having a debate. You keep attacking me because you won't give me evidence, but you're demanding
it's not a debate. I'm offering to give you a manual, the thing that you asked for, and you don't want it.
You're right. It's not a debate because you're not giving me any evidence to prove your claim.
No, actually, you have yet to provide any evidence. I've asked you for several things. You've yet to give me anything, but I'm offering a celestial navigation manual. Pretty much the thing that you asked for.
I asked for proof that the Earth is flat, not a map of the stars.
Okay, no worries. Water is flat on its surface everywhere. 70% of the Earth's surface is supposedly water. So 70% of the Earth is a flat horizontal surface.
And that's a study made by scientists.
Yep.
Accredited scientists.
Yep, it's even in elementary school textbooks. No, why does anybody have to declare it? It's obvious. Do you think that it's true because somebody said so? Also, well, things are only true unless somebody that's in a science lab coat says it to you, right?
It says in those textbooks that because the water is flat, the earth is flat.
No, it doesn't say that. It's just the nature of water. It's obvious.
Hey, you're getting dog walks head. You sound stupid.
Oh, somebody else that's triggered. Who's our new triggered friend?
Like, I just want proof that
is that Booger Smoker?
You told me to go look at an elementary school textbook. Nowhere in that textbook does it say the earth is flat.
Does it have to?
So it's wrong for me to insinuate something, but you're insinuating that because water's flat, the earth must be flat.
No, you see, you're insinuating something that you actually can't even give me an example of, like curvature of the earth. I'm giving you flat water. You're giving me nothing.
I asked the guy in the chat multiple times to explain eclipses and why a boat shrinks from the bottom going up instead of shrinking altogether to a singular point. Still haven't got evidence of that.
Oh, okay. So what would that prove, by the way? Do you think that the horizon is Earth curve? You think the horizon is Earth curve?
If the Earth was flat, wouldn't a ship slowly shrink to a singular point, not shrink from the bottom going up?
No. Sometimes they do.
Right.
Sometimes there's no bottom obstruction. Sometimes there is.
Based on the example he sent me, if you look down a long corridor, it eventually goes to a singular point in your vision. So why doesn't a ship or a continent do the exact same thing?
I just told you. Sometimes they do.
But they don't.
Oh, okay. So you have this knowledge from
tugboats. I've worked offshore. A boat definitely does not go to a singular point.
Dude, do you think that you're the only person that's ever been to the ocean? We have multiple observations of sometimes the boat gets obstructed bottom up, sometimes it just disappears into the distance. The angular size is too small to resolve.
Right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Right.
Right.
Because
so you agree?
Because ships don't navigate based on the curvature of the ocean and the earth and stuff like that.
Hell no. They don't, unless you can show me that they do. I have evidence to the contrary. Remember that celestial navigation manual I want to send you that you don't want to look at?
You still haven't sent it to me. I never told you not to send it to me.
Do you want it? Okay, no problem.
If it has anything to do with stars, though, I'm not going to fucking read it because that doesn't prove Earth is flat. I'm going to skim through it and see if it says anything about stars, like the Big Dipper and Jupiter's.
So even though you don't even understand the concept, you now have given away your entire argument appealing to the heavens, anything in the sky having to do with the earth. So why don't you give me the globe earth curvature measurements in reality, since we're not going to use the stars anymore? Because I don't want to hear any more about stars. I don't care about the stars anymore.
But you keep trying to send me something that's about stars.
No, I don't send you that anymore. I'll just show you that we build on the earth as a level horizontal surface. But 70% of the earth's surface being water is flat and level. I'll give you all those things. All I need from you is earth curvature measurements that I can verify.
If the earth is flat, then why do tsunamis exist?
Holy cow. What the hell? What do you think a tsunami is? This is going to be great. What do you think a tsunami is?
It's earth curvature.
A tsunami is from the tectonic plates moving against each other, and it creates ripples in the water.
Yeah, so an earthquake. What does that have to do with flat earth?
Wait, tectonic plate? Plates?
And you know why those plates move against each other? Because they're curved and they're not flush together.
Wait, plates like
flat? Yeah, that's a story. I just need the curvature measurement of those curved plates now that you're talking about. So all I want from you from this point forward is measurements of curvature.
That's all you're saying is see it to believe it. That's all you're saying. That's all you keep repeating, but you refuse to say the word.
You're right. That's what I want. I want to see the Earth curved, and then I want it to be measured curved. I don't think that's actually too much to ask for. You're asking incredulity, like, oh, all you want to do is have evidence for the stupid crap. Oh, see,
if you're not, if you can't
know that he's unless he unmutes me.
Like, come on, bro. It's like a child.
How can you prove you have a brain if you've never seen it?
Somebody want to let him know that if he doesn't unmute me, he's going to get banned.
How can you prove that you have a brain if you've never seen your brain?
That's not Earth curvature, bro.
Brain's material. Everybody has a brain. Give me a break. My nervous system works. I have a nervous system.
How do you know you have a nervous system? Have you seen it? Is it tangible?
Oh my gosh, one of these sophists. All right.
You're saying brains don't exist? You're trolling.
That's crazy.
Wait, so what's the other guy's name?
R.
You gotta unmute the mods, bro. I just want to throw in, like, anytime you say if the Earth is flat, things would be different, that you're automatically off track, because flat earthers are the way they are because of the way the Earth is currently, not the way you say it should be. The Earth is as it is currently, right now. It's not going to change. That's why the flat earthers are that way, because of the way the Earth is right now. So when you say, well, if it was flat, things should be different, or it should be like this, or it would be like that, you're already way off when you do that. You're basically building a straw man, right, Swanger? Oh, you're just hot micing, bro. Swanger hot mic? Swanger hot mic. I think that's where Globers fail the most, is when they're like, if it was flat, blah, bitty, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you're not actually
it's like a contradiction. They'll say, if it's flat, and then show you something where it's not flat. Would that be if it's curved then? Not if it's flat. So it'd be like, if it's flat, then Taco Tuesday is Wednesday.
Right.
So then Taco Tuesday was on Tuesday, and like, see, it's a globe. Well, why not just stay from the beginning? If it's a globe, Taco Tuesday's on Tuesday. Why do you gotta go if it's flat and then show if globe instead? Like, stand up in all 10 toes. You'll be a man about what you're talking about. If it's a globe, then this. If it's flat, then this. I want to be like, they're kind of scared to make a stand because they've probably been slapped around the internet, like lots of different topics. They've been just like drugged through the mud. Like,
what are you talking about? You're the one that makes no claims.
Yeah, the Earth is observable.
You're very careful not to take a stand on anything, so you can try to hide behind the fact that you make no claims and have no model.
Hear this: the Earth.
It's easy to just be a skeptic.
You're not paying attention. Here's my claim: the Earth is observably flat and stationary. The Earth.
It's not a claim. Just because something is observable doesn't mean it's like anything at all.
The surface of the Earth. The surface is flat. The motion, I claim.
Okay, so you're exactly. So you're claiming that. Okay, so now that's your only claim that the Earth is stationary.
These guys don't do this. You tell me I don't do something, then as I'm demonstrating, you're wrong. You're wrong. Not only are you wrong, you haven't been paying attention at all to begin with. Your if is based on something that is already wrong. And even better,
no, you had to clarify.
You're not paying attention again. You're Twonger, listen. Then you said, look at you guys. You guys never make a claim. Then you go on to never make a claim. So now you've got two things here. Number one, you weren't listening, you weren't paying attention. Then you assigned an attribute to flat Earth, then did that yourself. internally, you are the flat earther you're looking for.
It's Booger Smoker you're talking to, by the way.
Oh, okay. My bad. I was tabbed out. Someone said Twonger earlier.
Yeah, no, you had to clarify your position. You said it's observably flat, and now you're changing it and you're saying it's flat. So, okay, that's your only claim, that the Earth is stationary and flat, right?
No, it's observably stationary and flat. It's measurably stationary and flat. It's practically used as stationary and flat. And there's more. There's more after that. That's just the baseline. That just
you can't say something is practically used as something when you just claim that every other field of research and science that exists that takes into account Earth's curve, you just claim it's fake.
Do that.
Which is like, that's so silly to just be like, it is this because anything you bring to me that says otherwise, I'm just going to declare it's fake.
It doesn't do that. You're bull scathing now. Then also,
no, that's literally what you guys do to the whole entire field of like going rocket science and space and everything like that. Yeah, rocket you just claim it doesn't exist.
Yeah, rocket science uses the Earth as flat and stationary also.
Okay,
in terms of the rocket,
gotcha.
The rocket
you claim things, but
the rocket, like a satellite, from a satellite's point of view, the Earth is both flat and stationary. From the if you look from the ISS, the Earth is stationary. You're moving. You would have to say from the ISS point of view, that's rocket science, that you're not moving, the Earth is. You already fucked up. Practical demonstration from the ISS itself. You are moving. The Earth is stationary and flat. And I can also dive into the globe model and be like, hey, what does a globe claim? Like a giant leap forward for all humanity. That astronauts are the cream of the crop. They've got things baked into their model that you can demonstrate are false and then ask why. Why is it like this? Why did it happen that way?
I already said earlier, you can't debate against somebody who has to see something to believe it, because the only evidence they could show is what they can see. Therefore, anything that's not out of what they can see, they define as uncredible, even though millions of people support it.
That's not what's happening. And also, if we were to present to you that there's a container, the Earth must be contained, I guarantee you're going to want to see it. Every single time we bring up, hey, Earth is contained, there's a container, like, yeah, but where is it? I want to see it.
I mean, that's just being consistent, because you guys ask for empirical evidence constantly, and then here you are using secondary, trying to prove, like using gas containment laws as proof of something you have no evidence of. It's just like secondary. You guys constantly ask for direct evidence, but then you can't provide any direct evidence for your claims. It's just like this double standard that gets enforced in here.
Wait, friend, the direct evidence is the actual gas pressure. What's the problem with that?
Yeah, that is the direct
evidence. That's secondary, and you guys demand primary direct measurements for any claims of Earth curvature. You claim and you require that from us. You say that's necessary for any of our claims. We ask for it from you, and you guys are like, why do we need direct evidence? It's retarded how it only goes one way.
Let me just respond to this.
Gas pressure is primary.
Let me respond to this. It's no different, dude. If like, you probably don't know what an antecedent relationship is. So if I already know that you have
Quit with the meta, buddy, and don't presume what I know.
It's not meta, Booger. It's not meta. I know you have parents. Like, based off of your existence, I know you have parents. Right? So you're like, but where's the direct evidence of my mom? It's like, I don't need direct evidence necessarily. You are the evidence. The fact that you're here means you have a mom, you have a dad, period. So it's like, yeah, but I need to know exactly the details of my mom and dad. You don't. Because you're here. Do you understand the difference? You understand what I'm saying?
No, that's actually just you having a low burden of proof and requiring low evidence for that one example. Just like you have the most.
No, Booger. Respond to what I'm saying, though, dude. Is it okay that I can say that I know you have parents based off of your existence? Is that fair or not fair?
No, that's just you being presumptuous. course.
Wait a minute.
So let me ask you a question. No, because you keep talking and yapping over and over. I'm going to respond to what you have to say. So just be quiet for a moment and I'll respond. The point of the matter is that like right now you can take biological material and you can clone it. You can do all sorts of things.
Nah, bro. We're not presuming anything. Are you a clone? Come on, dude. This is how Glovers always argue. This is flat earthers can't be right syndrome to a max. Yeah, but I could be a clone. You guys are clowns.
But the only explanations you've given, the only explanation you keep giving to him is stuff that has to do with not flat Earth.
No, dude. It's an antecedent relationship. How about this, R? We'll put the spotlight on you. Can you accept...
What does parents have to do with a flat Earth?
Hold on. Can you accept that I know for a fact you have parents based off of your existence? You're here right now. So is that fair enough for me to say that I know for a fact?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with why the Earth is flat.
Great. Well, why? Because your existence relies on their existence, correct? I don't necessarily need like your mom's name or your dad's name or their job titles or what they look like or anything like that. I know for a fact that they exist because you exist. That is an example of an antecedent relationship. So this is the same relationship when it comes to the gas pressure in the container. It's not a presumption. It's not an inference. It's not anything like that. We know for a fact that there's a container, just like your parents, because of the existence of gas pressure, like your existence. It's no different.
Is this container connected to the Earth, or is it just floating around the Earth then?
Again, these extra details, like, is your mom in Florida or is she floating around in the streets? Like, it doesn't matter what your mom's doing. We know for a fact that there's a container because of the
I just asked if this container was connected to the Earth or floating around.
Now you want to know details about the container, which is like as irrelevant as knowing details about your mom. It's end of story. The existence of gas pressure means the existence of a container. The existence of you means the existence of your parents. Period. I don't need to know any details. Is your mom floating in the streets or is she like at home?
Right.
Doesn't matter.
So I need details that it's round. But whenever it comes to you giving details that it's flat, oh, you don't need that at all.
It's not the same. We just taught you what an antecedent relationship is. So anytime someone's like, "Yeah, but like, tell me more things about the container," we don't have to.
If the Earth is flat and I walk to the edge of it, am I just walking into an infinity void and just going right back to where I started?
I don't know how you walk on water, but that was.
If I travel across the Earth on boat, plane, or whatever, I'm just going to go through
live in GTA.
I'm just going to go through an infinite void and just be right back where I started.
This idea that you can freely roam the Earth like that anyway, that's GTA. That's not reality.
Right.
If I just freely roam around,
if I take an airplane,
travel infinitely. I mean, do you have infinite?
If I take an airplane from the U.S., to China, go in that straight line, end up in China, take another plane from China to the U.S. and head the opposite direction and not back the way I came.
This isn't GTA, bro. How many times do I have to tell you? You don't just get to travel the way you want to.
You keep going away from it. You're not answering it.
What you want to do is take hypotheticals and then cash it in as reality. That's like me writing a check for $1 gajillion.
Because you have to believe it to see it, and you have to do it to believe it.
No, I've never said that. I'm just saying, like, you're using hypotheticals, bro. If I just travel however I want, then I'll prove things. No, dude. That's not how it works in reality.
You're still not explaining what would happen if I go completely around in a circle.
Yeah, you go in a circle.
Because the Earth is round, not flat, right?
No, wait a minute. You can, if you're in a room, right? You can circle around your room, dude. Like,
if I walk all the way past China, I'm not going to end back up in the U.S.
Oh, bro. Again, you're not Superman or like the Flash, or you can walk.
You see what I mean? You're avoiding it. You're bringing up topics that have nothing to do with it.
Your hypothetical. If I can walk around the entirety of the Earth, then
You're bringing up stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with it, and you're refusing to answer it because you don't want to answer it.
Why are you not listening? What is he not answering that you think he's not answering?
I just said, if I fly past China, am I going to end up back where I was? And if so, I want to know exactly how. being
You
that
can
it's
go in a
flat.
circle around something flat. Period. We already said this. You can.
So I'm gonna go underneath the Earth. That's what you're saying?
No.
Oh my gosh, dude, you're too dumb for this conversation. I promise.
no,
You're way too
no,
stupid.
no. I'm saying, right, if you would quit talking over me and just let me explain it.
You're not explaining anything. You're low IQ.
All right, well, I'm just...
Yeah, peace out. You can go in a circle around something flat. Simple as that. You're going in one direction, east or west. No one's going north or south, by the way. You're going east or west in a circle around a globe, if that's the case. On a flat Earth, you're also going in a circle. So, like, you're not really saying anything, bro. It's no different than I go out my front door, I go around the back, and around to the front, back to the front door. You just went in a big circle. If you have your room, for example, if you could imagine that your room is the entirety of reality, this is everything, just your room and nothing else. In the middle, you have like a northern point that could be your North Pole. If you just go in a circle around the pole, you're going east or west around that pole, and you've gone from your starting point right back to where you started, going in one direction. It's not a straight line. You got to erase that from your memory. Even if the Earth is a globe, you're not going in a straight line. You're going in a circle. Go ahead and respond. These hypotheticals, like, well, if I walk around the whole Earth, then I'll prove it's a globe. You ain't walking around the whole Earth and you ain't proving it's a globe, bro. Well, if I just get in a plane and travel like GTA and just go wherever I want, however I want. Like, no, it doesn't work like that.
Just be able, if anything you got from this conversation, be able to say if the Earth is a globe, and then come up with something that you would expect to see if it's a globe.
Also, you have to reject gravity in order to believe any of the shit you guys found.
Dude, you just can't even contain yourself. If the Earth is not a flat, that doesn't get you to okay. The Earth is not X, Y, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all of it. Okay, it's none of these things. You have not gotten one step closer to what it is. That's the main key here. You think you know what it is, but you refuse to say so. You'll only say what it's not. And this is showcasing that you've got some problems. Number one, you're scared.
What are you talking about? You're literally projecting. You guys literally have no model. You have no idea what the Earth is, what its limits are. You have no idea how it moves through the cosmos. You have no idea about the firmament or containment. You have no idea about any of this stuff. Why there's tides, why there's seasons, why any of the stars move. You have no conception of any of that shit. And you want to sit here and say we don't have answers for anything. You're insane. You're retarded.
All those answers.
Okay, so then what is the firmament made of, and where is it?
Copernicus said it's made of glass. Okay, I would say I don't know what it's made of. But
so exactly, you don't know. That's what I'm saying. You have no answers for any of this shit.
I just told you. I know it's there. I know it's made of glass. You accept it was made of glass by Copernicus. You accept.
When did I say I accept the firmament? You're insane.
Okay,
I've never said that.
Oh,
Who invented the heliocentric model for you then? If it wasn't Copernicus.
What? I don't know who invented the first person to come up with the concept. It's not about don't know. There is no firmament. It doesn't exist. It's your little fantasy.
That's not firmament is in the globe worldview. That's nothing to do with flat Earth.
There is no firmament. There is no container with which the Earth is contained. There is nothing like that.
Your container would be gravity, the force of gravity pulling things.
Gravity is not a container, buddy.
That's how you would
crazy. Gravity is not a container. You're insane.
Facts. Yeah, facts.
You don't understand what any of this shit is.
So
gravity is not a container.
Yeah, what contains the air on the Earth?
What contains it? It's not. It's not being contained like like being put inside of a box or inside of a fucking Ziploc bag. Right? It's not. Here. There is you could call it a force, or you could call it a perturbation of space-time that acts upon matter that causes matter to behave in a certain type of way. That has nothing to do with being inside of something. Huh?
So the air is here, right?
Where's here? What are you talking about?
If I like go into outer space, I'm not able to breathe, right? Because the air is here on the Earth, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so what is like what's keeping the air here and
Gravity.
not there? You said gravity's not the container, so what's containing the
Okay,
air?
so let me ask you a question. How do you define a container? How do you define a container? Because obviously, if you're just
hold on. So one more time, the air is here, and what's keeping the air here?
Gravity.
Guys,
Why is
somebody
that
clip
funny?
that.
Okay, let me hear what you let me hold on. I'm talking to that guy. Crip, before you say anything. I'll respond to you in a second. I need to ask him some follow-up questions. How do you define a container? Is a container any force? So like for example, if you're in a room and there's a guard at the room and you go to step out of the room and the guard pushes you, he puts a force on you and he keeps you in that room, would you say, hey, this person is inside of a container? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. There's a difference between something being contained and something being within a container. And you want to play these weird little word semantics games and not define your terms. Fine. If you say for you personally, being in a container is just force acting on something to keep it within a certain bounds, then that's fine. But the way I define a container is there needs to be an actual physical boundary, a physical material boundary that is containing the thing. Like, for example, let me ask you a question. Can you make a vacuum without there being a container?
No, you need a container for that too, by the way.
Exactly, but you don't. But your definition of
All right, so we definitely agree that there needs to be a physical barrier. Earlier he said gravity is not containing the gas, then he said gravity is containing the gas. Now he agrees that containers are a physical barrier. We're all on the same page, Booger Smoker. Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to containers.
Facts. But
you guys are playing semantics, called semantical games.
Words and their meanings. The meanings of words is very important. I agree.
Yeah, and you change the meaning of words to fit whatever you're trying to say at the moment. That's what playing semantics.
We're using your definition, a physical barrier to contain the gas. That's your definition, unless you don't want that one now. Is that not the one that you want?
A physical container around the Earth. It's gravity, which would be something similar to
Great. Okay, so a physical container. Now he says gravity is physical. I want a sample of the gravity. And if you don't have a sample of it, you're going to stay on mute and we'll keep talking to R.
Physical, show me a sample of it, stupid. You are a retard.
So there we go. The physical container that's gravity. I want a sample of the gravity because apparently the gravity is everywhere. So it's not hard to get. Is the gravity not everywhere? Is it in the room with you right now?
Let me get a sample of the firmament, and I'll bring you a sample of gravity. How about that?
That is what you're talking about. That is the gravity. You in a heliocentric model, they call gravity the firmament.
What? Nobody calls it the firmament, buddy. You're insane. There is no physical container or something like that. Like, well, I don't know what fantasy world you live in. There is no where around the Earth.
Dude, you're spiraling. You saying that is like saying you don't have parents. We've already covered this. We know for a fact there's a container, just like we know for a fact you have parents. It's over.
That's the stupidest fucking argument. It has nothing to do with this. Then you should be able to show me.
No, we don't have to show you anything about your mom, though.
How does your antecedent... Hold on.
No, we already covered this. We don't need any extra details. We know for a fact you have a mom. We know for a fact you have a dad. I don't need to know their names, their hair color, what they look like, anything. We know for a fact they exist.
That's a logical fallacy.
It's not. It's called an antecedent relationship. Can you argue that? I mean, can you argue that You don't have parents? R? And then
I
you
think
can't
it was,
just say logical fallacy as well. Like you've got to actually detail what the fallacy is.
it was a squat. I think I was looking.
R, are you there, buddy? Am I cutting out?
No, I hear you. Maybe I did earlier. I think that guy who just squawked logical fallacy, that was just a squawk. It was just making a word noise.
Nice.
Yeah, so like Booger, you've got multiple problems here because you're not understanding your own model to say that it is being contained. One of the things that like heliocentric will say is that the moon itself acts as a container. Gravity acts as a container. The amount of gas that escapes through the container of gravity is then caught by the moon and deflected back to the Earth. See, you don't know this shit, and there's no way for you to prove it. If like I just told you that, you'd be like, "Oh, that can't be right." Just Google it. This well of gravity that has trapped all the gas inside the bending and warping of space and time. Then some of it bounces out and gets stuck in the well of the moon. Then when it bounces out, it goes back toward the Earth. It's like playing ping pong. And even then, some of it does escape, but it's producing more gas and that's escaping. They used to tell you that back in the days of yore, like days of dinosaurs, the atmosphere was thicker. That's why things were so big. They got these weird explanations that don't match reality. They don't match. They're like, huh. Well, how much thicker was the atmosphere back then? Because we got like supposedly chickens and that Komodo dragons. It's like that much decreased in its thickness that you'd have like 4-story dinosaurs, and now the atmosphere is so thin that now they're like chickens instead, or they're like Komodo dragon sized. The little lizards, like a sheep. These little tiny lizards running around. They used to be dinosaurs, but they grow bigger if there's more gas in the contained. See, your story's a hot mess, and that explains why you'll never make a claim to it. You won't say if globe, then this. It's always a not that. Not flat, therefore globe. For some reason, you'll never explain or take questions on. It's like playing that game 20 questions, where instead of trying to figure out what it is, you try to figure out what it's not. And someone says, okay, hey, go ahead. It's an ostrich. No, you win. See, your worldview is based on weaponizing your own ignorance. You want to play dumb, and you've played dumb for so long, you have no clue how to do anything other than act like a complete ass clown.
Booger left. But R, are you still here, bud?
Oh yeah, I'm most certainly still here.
Wait, so, dude, just want to cover this whole, like, what you're saying we're dodging your question, bro. Not dodging your question. You're asking about what if I go in a straight line? I'm arguing that, first of all, you can't go in a straight line. Via what method of travel do you think you can go straight?
Just, bruh.
Oh, you're dodging.
If a plane has to turn, it has to lean.
Well,
like I told you multiple.
From what I've learned, that flying in planes, they fly in corridors similar to roads, where like if you get in a car, you can't just drive straight because you have to follow the path that's been laid out for you. So That's why I keep saying it's not like GTA, because in Grand Theft Auto you can just fly wherever you want. There's no like rules or anything like that. You just roam wherever. But in reality, there's like flight control towers where they're guiding you. There's like certain altitude you need to fly at. You can't just get in a plane of your own and then just go wherever. Guys, sorry guys, I need to clear the ways, part the seas. I'm Moses. I'm gonna fly. I gotta do something very important. So I'm gonna fly straight. All you guys need to watch the fuck out. It doesn't
Here's a
work that way.
better example. Here's a better example. If I fly from Florida to China,
Bro,
I get off,
dude.
I enjoy my trip, then I fly from China to California. Are you telling me I'm not allowed to cross the ocean between
No
China and
one's
the
saying
United
that. No
States?
one's saying that. But your idea that like, well, I'm going straight, therefore it can't be flat or something like this. You're not actually going in a straight line. And then in your second example, you're just going from point A to point B, from point B to point C. I don't see how that is like debunking any idea of a
Because the
flat earth.
plane does not lean. If you're going in a circle, it would be leaning.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And then you're bringing in stupid comparisons like Grand Theft Auto and Superman to try to justify it.
Hold on. 1 second, 1 second. If you're saying it's going in a circle, it must be leaning. Cool. If you're on a globe and you're going around the globe in a circle, is it leaning?
Really, because you could travel from New York to the United
Hold
Kingdom
on.
and
One more
it's a
time.
straight line. It
No, no,
doesn't
no, no, no,
lean
no,
the
no,
whole
no.
way there.
One more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. If you're on a globe and you're going around the globe, back to where you started, you went in a circle.
If I start from where I'm at right now and I go completely around the globe,
Back to where you
back to
started.
where I am, with
You
no
went in a circle.
restrictions to airspace, I could just fly over everything
That's-
with no restrictions.
Yeah, that's a circle.
I will not lean at all.
That's
It will be a straight line.
Wait, that's not. Oh my God, this guy's retarded. Chad, he's so dumb. Do I have to draw it for you? Like, let me draw it for you. Can you not understand that if you're
What are
on
you
a
thinking
globe?
of Earth as? A flat circle? Is that what you're thinking of it as?
No, dude. I'm gonna draw it for you. You're so retarded, you can't understand this. You have a ball, and you're in a plane, and you're going around the ball, back to where you started. You went in a fucking circle. How many times do we have to say this before it clicks? I'll post it in the chat. Here, take a look.
Yeah, if you view it from outer space, you're going in a circle around the globe.
Yeah, no shit.
But you're
not
being
going
pushed
in a
down
straight
by
line.
gravity, so it's going to feel like you're going in a straight line.
No, you're not going in a straight line, period.
So I could physically feel myself leaning downward as I'm going around the Earth.
You just said you're not
That's
leaning.
what you're saying.
You said in reality you wouldn't be leaning.
You just said I would be going in a circle around the Earth. So technically I would be going under the Earth. So you're telling me I'm going to feel myself
What are you talking
physically
about, bro?
leaning.
He's retarded, bro.
Wow.
No.
Yeah, the same kind of restrictions you told him, because he's talking about a flat Earth, right? But you said you'd be going around in a circle, and that means the plane would be banking one way or the other. Well, if that was true, if you use the same idea but only think about the Earth being a sphere, then that means the plane would have to be dipping down in order to compensate for the curvature. If what you're saying is true. Yeah, if what you're saying is true, if what you're saying is true about the plane banking right or left, it being on a flat plane, and you're saying no, it's on a sphere, well then that means the plane would have to be compensating for that curvature, according to you.
Yep. And I just asked him.
Is it doing that?
I just asked him if you would even let me answer, because
no, I'm asking, is the plane doing that, dude? Obviously
makes you right.
Yeah, no, obviously you have this idea that the plane would be doing something by necessity.
All right,
so is it doing that?
Again.
Is it doing that thing?
If you're going around the sphere, and if you're going around the sphere, you're going to be going under the sphere because you're going around it. And the reason it feels like you're going in a straight line is because of gravity. Because if there was no gravity, once you go around the sphere, you would basically fall out of your seat once you're at the
So
bottom
you're
of the
talking
sphere.
about but you're talking about you don't feel
But
the
he just
plane
wants to
going.
keep
Yeah,
talking
you're
over
just
people
making an
because
argument
talking
for
over
our
people
dude.
makes
You're
you
just making an
right,
argument for our
apparently.
case. You're just making an argument for us. You're saying you don't feel that curve
No,
when you're on a
so
plane. Well, no, duh, because you're on a horizontal plane. You're flying over a horizontal plane, so you don't feel it because it's not there. That's why.
I mean, he already proved me right. He said if you fly in a straight line earlier, you would just go in outer space.
But you kept saying it is a straight line, but you're not actually going in a straight line.
Yeah, you're going in a circle.
Dumbass.
Really? Because
Yeah, that's what he said.
I don't feel.
Yeah, think
I don't
about it,
feel.
man.
I don't.
Look, if you do this,
I
man,
guess I'm
draw
gonna
a
have to do
ball,
it again
draw a
so I can
ball on a
talk.
piece of paper. Draw a ball
Really?
on a
Because
piece of
if I'm
paper.
going in a straight line, if I'm not going in a straight line, wouldn't I feel myself moving? If I'm not going in a straight
Well,
line,
this is
wouldn't
the
I feel
problem that the globe
myself
has,
leaning?
dude. Why are you making it sound like it's a problem for us? It's a problem for you.
No, I wouldn't because of gravity.
Well, then, because you don't feel the curve of the Earth, that means
Okay,
that how
I
can
don't
you tell
use
it
them.
exists? So your plane example doesn't work for the idea that the Earth is a globe because you can't tell if it's a globe on a plane. You just finished saying, I can't tell. It feels like I'm going in a straight line. Well, yeah, no duh. So you can't tell that you're on a
I'm
plane
just now
going
hearing.
around a
I'm
globe.
just now hearing what you're saying because I had to mute you so I can answer his question because that's all you like to do is talk over people.
Hey, R, I want you to know this from this point forward. If you mute somebody, I will ban your ass because that's the second time. Just so you know.
Why? Creation asked me a question.
It's audio chaos in here when people mute the mods or anybody else, and we're not going to have that. That's the rule. You don't kick rocks.
Yeah, okay,
So if somebody-
R, listen.
You see what I mean, bro? I'm sitting here trying to answer you, and he's talking
You've got
over
to be
me.
quiet when there's a break of the rules. You can
You
turn
see,
people
bro?
down. You can turn people down. You can't mute them. If you
Like you
create
just
audio,
asked-
if you create
you just
audio
asked me a
chaos,
question.
you will be shown the door. Do you realize this? Yes
Says
or no?
who just asked me. He just made a statement towards me, and I can't even respond to him because you just want to talk over me.
No, I'm letting you
That's
know
why
that you will not be allowed in here if you're going to create audio chaos.
How is it audio chaos? Because creation asked me a question, and I'm sitting here trying to answer it, and that's all
No, you're not.
AB's doing is nonstop rambling
It's
over
the
me.
same question. He's repeated the same question about 3 times, and I'm doing it the 4th.
And he can't hear me answer because that's all you do is talk over me when I'm trying to answer him.
You've been responding to him. It's just you're not understanding the thing that we're saying. I told you, draw a circle on a piece of paper, and then you could see that when you make a ball on a piece of paper, it's a 2D circle. That's all I was going to tell you. So you can't say that a plane that's going over the Earth that's a globe is not going over a curve. It's not a straight line. It's a curved line.
Yeah, and if you're going around a curved line, you're going to be feeling yourself moving if there is no gravity. But you don't feel yourself moving because there is gravity.
Dude, that doesn't make any sense. Does not make any sense.
So you're telling me if you're going 2,000 miles per hour in the air like an airplane does, if you're going at a down slope at that speed, you're not going to feel like you're being pushed against
Yeah, hold on.
your seat.
Wait. Where are you getting your facts? Where are you getting your facts? Is a plane going 2,000 miles per hour?
Oh my gosh, bro.
Yeah, let's get some facts straight, dude. Like, what plane's going that fast?
GTA,
Hello?
bro. He's in GTA.
Dude, what facts are you, like, where are you coming from, dude? Like, do you know reality? Like, planes don't fly that fast?
Yeah, because jets don't exist now.
Okay, so what are you just pointing to one that flies 2,000 miles per hour?
Commercial airliners don't go over 1,000 miles per hour. They're the slowest ways of transportation in the world.
Okay, so are you speaking of a specific example like a jet?
Oh.
You didn't get your facts straight, bro. Like, I mean, if you're going to drop facts, drop facts. Don't just
That's why I
misrepresent
said
what people
earlier,
do in reality,
you
man.
you can't debate with somebody that only believes what is in their mind.
Okay, dude, we're not talking about debate. We're talking about how you're getting your facts put across to us. Are they facts? What plane is flying 2,000 miles per hour, bro?
There's no way for me to give you my facts because there's no way for me to personally prove those facts.
Okay, so you can't prove a plane that flies at 2,000 miles per hour.
I was trying to continue explaining, but you constantly want to keep talking over me.
I hate
and then
when
you
people.
bitch and
You
complain whenever
Globers
you
always
get
do this
muted.
shit, dude. You Globers always do this shit. I was trying to explain.
You
Bro, you ain't.
constantly bitch
Dude,
and
you're not talking
complain
about
that
facts. You're not
like,
talking about facts.
You
You
say
said a
you're gonna
plane flies
fucking ban me
2,000
if I
miles per
mute
hour.
you, but I can't get a fucking word in without
Yeah,
muting
go
you.
try to mute me, dude. See what happens.
That's my
You
problem.
fucking quickly.
You sit there and badger on a fucking question, but you refuse to let the person answer the question.
Because
Then
you
sit
need
there
to
and
get the
bitch at them
facts
for not
straight.
answering the question.
Get the facts straight,
when you
dude.
won't let them get a word in.
Look at this bullshit.
Because as soon
Get your
as they
fucking
start
facts
answering the
straight,
question,
dude.
you decide to talk even more.
Yeah, so tell me about a plane that flies
Because you
2,000
don't
miles
want
per hour.
them to be right. You just want to hear
What
yourself
fucking
talk.
plane
You want
flies
to hear
2,000
yourself
miles per hour,
be
dude?
right.
What plane
or
flies
whatever
that
it
fast?
is you think you are in your head.
All right, you're just. I'm gonna keep asking you till you tell me what fucking plane flies 2,000 miles per hour. You're gonna answer the goddamn question. Well, what plane flies at 2,000 miles per hour? Are you searching that shit up right now? Because you just fucking put your foot in your mouth?
No, I don't use Google Chrome. I'm gonna wait for the next person to ask me a
Fucking
question.
guys are stupid, dude. You say ridiculous shit, and then I'm just trying to speak. I'm just, well, goddamn it, speak truth then. What fucking plane flies 2,000 miles per hour?
A transformer. Was it Starscream?
Golly, dude. This is the type of shit you guys do. I was trying to speak. You didn't let me speak. Well, fucking say some fucking facts. Some shit that's real, dude.
Yeah, it's like, and then you stop talking.
The SR-70 Blackbird flies over 2,000 miles.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what you're
Yeah.
using for globe?
Yeah. Are you using that as an example? You're using the Blackbird?
I mean, well, it is a stealth fighter.
Is it still in service? Is that
Fucking
Blackbird?
hell.
Yes, we are.
All right. So the plane's flying at 2,000 miles per hour, and it does not have to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. Is that correct?
Yes.
McFly.
No, you're wrong. It was this. Yeah, the Blackbird was retired in 1990.
You know, Art, you know what's really funny about this?
Yo, how can you be this far? Like, you're 25 years.
Art.
You're 25 years behind the current globe space lore.
You know what's really funny about this sometimes?
Dude, you just said the SR-71 was still in service today, the Blackbird.
Is that even though we live in the time of information and stuff, people still believe the Earth is flat for some reason?
You think the SR-71 is still in service today?
I was told not to mute nobody, so I'm not muting nobody. I'm just ignoring.
Yeah, if you want to talk 1v1, if you want to talk,
I already answered for this.
If you want to talk 1v1, just say so.
Weirdo.
Yeah, you call him a weirdo. Yeah, you guys get your facts wrong, dude. Like, at least come with something correct and then use that as an example. And then you can put forth a claim. Say, okay, this SR-71, it flies at 2,000 miles per hour. Okay, let's use that. But get your shit straight. Like, we're not just going to take a mere hypothetical.
Yeah, so 2,000 miles an hour, we'll go with that. How much curvature or how much will the plane have to dip down to compensate for the curvature to maintain altitude? I mean, that's kind of a misnomer or a misspeak, but I'll deal with your paradigm.
I don't know because I'm not a rocket scientist.
Fucking hell.
Well, good news. This is not rocket science. This is just aircraft. You know, no rockets involved.
Isn't this what they brought forth? Look, guys, are you going to bring globe evidence? Or are you saying, well, I don't know about that, but, you know, whatever that was, who knows what that was? Well, then, okay, are you going to bring something that shows that the Earth is a globe at any point? Or are you just throwing shit out? Well, a banana's yellow, and it's been, you know, genetically modified. Like, who cares, dude? What does it tell us that the Earth is a globe?
Why should he have to bring in evidence? Y'all are using hypotheticals.
It was your point, dude. It was your point, not his.
You see what I mean? You ask a question, you refuse to let somebody give an answer. Yeah.
No, that's not true. The question is about your point. Okay, so you brought a claim. The person who brings the claim has the burden of proof, and so far you've provided none. For all the claims that you've made, we've heard nothing. We've seen nothing in the side chat. It's bullshit, dude. Because you're making claims and you need to make some kind of attempt to prove the claim that you're making.
It's almost like you have. It's like you almost have a problem with people doing to you exactly what you're doing to them.
Oh, bullshit, dude.
Y'all are bringing hypotheticals like Superman and Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, that's great. No worries.
So he's saying he's just breaking mere hypotheticals that have no coherence to reality. Is that what he's saying right now?
So y'all could bring in hypotheticals like Superman and Grand Theft Auto, but I have to give literal evidence.
Dude. Fucking hell, dude. Yeah, CB, he's going back to when you refer to GTA. He thinks you're saying it, dude.
You can travel like GTA. The only reason I'm bringing up.
No, I'm just saying. I'm answering.
Travel like that.
I am going to answer your questions the exact same way you're answering mine, by giving no evidence and just making comparisons that have nothing to do with.
So you're admitting that there is no evidence for the globe, then? Which you're admitting right now.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm going to start answering.
That's just what you said right now.
If you would actually
don't listen to them. They're trying to gaslight you.
If you would actually listen instead of talking over me,
dude? I did listen to your dumb ass. You said I'm doing to you what you did to me. I'm giving you no evidence.
You're not even letting me explain it. You're just talking over me.
Explain what? Shut your dumb ass up, dude. You know what? Make a claim and then provide the evidence for once. Stop fucking filibustering. Just do it.
What I said was, y'all are answering the questions without evidence, so that's what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start answering.
Which question? Which question? Which question?
Oh, about how a plane can't fly in a straight line because it's not GTA. So if you're going to provide example,
that's not a question. What is the question? There should be a question mark at the end of your question. It should start with how or why. So give us the question. Give us the question.
Exactly what I mean.
Wait, can I respond?
Yeah, so you don't have a question then.
So if somebody mutes somebody,
you're really
they get
low,
banned. So you're just supposed to let people talk over you.
Bro,
what's the question?
Okay, if your question is malformed, okay, if your question is broken, it's better off interrupting you instead of going down some cringe meth-filled symposium about why your question's wrong. Just stop.
Bitches about not wanting vocal chaos, but it's all right for you to talk over people.
No, it's different. It's different because this is not the concept that we're talking about. We're not talking about audio chaos where people are talking over each other. You're being told to stop because your question's malformed rather than continuing down this really broken line of thinking. It says, hey, listen, that is a logical fallacy. Your question is X, Y, and Z. You're given direct feedback. It's not just to interrupt you because we don't want to hear what you're saying. It's to interrupt you so that you can fix your shit and present something testable, repeatable, or observable, rather than just a random freak out because you don't know what words mean.
All right, is it my turn? Or are you going to start talking when I start talking?
Can you fucking present your claim, dude?
You just said that y'all are interrupting me to get me to stay on track.
God damn it, dude. I hate these fucking Glovers, dude.
You see what I mean? Exactly that right there.
Dude, shut up already, dude. If you're not going to do shit or get off the pot.
But if I mute him, I'm going to get bitched at, right?
Take a fucking knee for like 2 minutes. Collect your thoughts and come with a claim. God damn, dude. That guy is fucking...
He's cooked. Welcome, Zetsui.
Yeah, boy.
This guy, you know what Bev is doing right now? I don't know if you guys want to hear this crossover drama, but he's claiming I've taken pictures outside of his house and posted them online. Yeah,
Dude, there's not even any time of day where that it would be remotely even conceivable in your world. Like, is he delusional? Like, does he think like the whole world's like revolves around? He's just making drama up, dude. He must be that bored, I guess.
Yeah, he's trying to get me banned from this server because I've cyberbullied and harassed him, that I've taken pictures of his house, and I'm like, so now the admin's asking him to present proof of that I did this. So we'll see how this goes.
Well, Miggy, talk to Zetsui. Is this your first time here, buddy?
No.
Zetsui.
So you've been here before?
In the server, yes. In the channel, a couple of times. I mostly just like to listen while I work.
Have you talked to flat earthers before?
A couple of times.
Okay, what they say?
Like I can't. Like it'd be better when I regurgitate their statements, but
what? What did they say?
That they believe the Earth is flat. I mean, I don't. What do you mean? You mean like?
I mean, that's kind of a given, but like, what specifically? Do you remember anything? Anything stand out?
Specifically topics, the Antarctic Treaty. That one pops out in my head.
Okay. Anything else?
The seeing things over water for long distances away.
Okay.
That's about it. That comes to mind.
You think the Earth is a globe for sure?
I believe it is, yes.
All right. What are some reasons what make you think it's a globe?
Because my default position is like, so absent reasons to think the opposite, there's a lot of things I basically I don't know. I don't know that Ohio exists because I've never been there, but without reason to believe that there's a reason why it doesn't exist, it's kind of like I assume it is, basically, absent a reason to not do so, especially when there's no cost to it.
I'm from Ohio, so it definitely exists. But so you're saying that it's a globe because you haven't checked? Or what are you saying exactly?
Well, I'm saying, so based on the information we have currently, so I think the easiest one I can think of is just time zones, that I have no idea that, or even seasons, the fact that everything seems to be able to explain with one answer of the Earth as a globe, and then I'd have to come up with new, like if you want to make it flat, it'd have to come up with a new answer for each individual thing.
No, it's not. It's the same answer, dude. Like if you think about it, the sun's proximity to your geographic location is what's causing that. So if the sun's closer, it's hot. Yeah. So
that's not a temperature thing. The thing is that there's no reason.
Yeah, but it's hotter right when it's closer to you. So when it moves away from you in the wintertime, then you can see that the seasonal change is due to the fact that the sun's moving away from you. So seasons happen because of the sun's proximity to your geographic location. It's the same answer as it would be if the Earth was a globe. Same thing.
Well, the seasons be caused by it's like the focusing of it. So direct sunlight would give you same energy, smaller surface area, or then it's hotter.
Yeah, but
energy,
like
larger surface area, cooler. Like a magnifying
you understand,
glass
like
the same way.
Yeah, I don't know where do you live in the world? You live somewhere in the north or the south?
North.
All right, so I mean, you think about it, right? The sun in the north during the summertime, it's closer to your geographic location. The shadow lengths are, they're a bit closer to 90. So what you're saying though is the sun, as it moves across the sky, is going to cast these shadows, and then as it goes into wintertime, the shadow lengths are going to be a lot longer. Well, that means that the sun's farther away because its proximity to your geographic locations. It's like the same answer, man. You're trying to make it sound like there must be some mysterious way Flat Earth has to explain to you how seasons work. It's just the sun moving across the sky, and it's moving farther away from you, like as it moves across the sky during the wintertime. There's no magic. It's just the sun. That's all. In relation to where you're at.
Saying that the season was saying that each one of those things can be explained. Why do I want to answer this? Like, so the time zone one is the simplest one of simply saying, why is there like 24-hour sun in this, like things like in Antarctica? Why does the sun like go the duration of the, like, because you can use like a map of like when the sun, when like the sun rises and falls. And if the Earth is flat, I don't actually see any rational reason why it would why the time zones would be created.
Well, the time zones are a manifestation of trade and commerce. So people have to do business with people like in China from the U.S., so you'd have to know at what time people are awake there. So that's why time zones were invented. So time zones are not time zones. Yeah, I know. but it's a malformed question. You want to know about the day and night cycle, not about time zones. Time zones are just like a construct that people made so they can do business with other places. That's what time zones are for. You know that, right? Hello? You can look it up, dude. Like, do whatever you want.
I'm aware of what you're saying. I'm just saying I don't think it's as relevant. So
it's relevant because it's the question's malformed. You're asking about day and night cycles, not about time zones. You want to know why it's day and time in China and nighttime in the U.S. That's what you're asking, not time zones. Whoever told you that gave you a malformed question. Yeah? Ask them about time zones. They can't answer that. That's what you're asking, right? Why is it daytime in China and nighttime in the US? Hello?
Yeah.
Isn't that what you're asking?
No.
You want to know why people do business with each other during the daytime and some at night. Like, what is that? You want to know about trade and commerce? Is that what your big question is?
Oh.
That's what time zones are for.
Maybe the better question would be, what in the world does time zones have to do with whether or not the Earth is curving?
Yeah, he's like, well, how would time zones work on a flat Earth? Well, dude, it's the fact that the Earth is planar and the sun's over one location and not in another, and the sun's light doesn't propagate over the entire flat Earth, and that's probably another misconception that you might have had, that the sun's light would have to propagate over the entire Earth because of it being huge and bright, and it would have to dominate over the whole entire flat Earth. So that doesn't work. Yeah, well, what kind of flat Earth do you have in mind? I mean, maybe that's a misconception too. You have a misconception of what you think flat Earth is. Maybe you think it's a disk in space. Well, you think, well, flat earthers are saying it's a disk in space. Is that what you think we're saying? They could be riddled with a whole bunch of misconceptions, dude. I don't know. You need to say something.
Like?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's what you want me to say, the word yes? There you go.
I want you to have a response like a person would if they're trying to figure out what flat Earth is. Do you think it's a frisbee in space?
Depends on the person you're talking to. I can't define that for someone else.
I'm talking to you, sir.
You're asking me for your position, though.
Do you think it's a flat Earth, a frisbee in space? When you picture flat Earth, well, that doesn't work. Tell me how time zones work. Are you thinking of it like a frisbee in space? I don't know what you... Okay, so
unless if you want to argue it as one, you can, but I'm not assuming it for you.
When I say flat Earth, what do you have in mind?
People who believe the Earth is flat. The actual specifics of it may vary.
Dude, why would you ask how time zones work then if you didn't have something in mind?
Why would I need to have something in mind specifically for you, like the person I'm talking to?
He's running away now.
Yeah, he is.
He's running away.
If he made the claim about time zones, he's trying to figure out in his head, okay, well, I picture flat Earth in my head. Time zones would not work in my head because of the flat Earth I'm thinking about. He doesn't want to tell you now. He's like, well, why do I have to say what flat Earth is? Well, because you're asking the question, well, how do you guys have time zones? Well, the only reason why you would ask that is because you have a certain model of flat Earth in your brain, and you're thinking that doesn't work. That's the only reason why you would say that.
Okay.
And what kind of flat Earth do you have in mind, bro?
You already answered that question for me. Why don't you do that one as well? I mean,
dude,
you're doing the responses for me, apparently.
You know what?
I don't agree with what you've said so far, so...
Okay, so then what kind of flat Earth do you have in mind?
No, I didn't agree with the prior statement. We're saying that you must have that position. I go, if you're saying I must have that position, I'm okay with that, but I don't agree.
Well, what is wrong with Glovers today, dude? Like, why can't you...
I don't know.
It's so simple, bro. You could just easily tell me, this is the type of flat Earth I'm thinking of, and then you give me what it looks like in your mind. And then we can address why you think time zones don't work on that. Yeah, we could easily do that. Why are you being so, like, you just don't want to say? We'd be over and done this a long time ago. It's like you're contemplating what to say because you don't want to say the wrong thing. God forbid. Crickets, bro. I mean, you guys need to grow a backbone. Something. You need to quit being gutless, dude. Like, just tell me what you think. We'll talk about it. Fuck's sake, dude.
Yeah, otherwise there's no point in saying things like, oh, well, there's a 24-hour sun here and there, and there's time zones and blah, 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 and that only works on a ball. And actually, nobody has really told us why that's the case. They just say that, and they don't ever make a correlation to what it has to do with curvature.
Guess we'll never know.
I guess we won't.
The filibustering is real today, man. I don't know what the hell's gotten into these Glovers. Well, I was trying to say something. If you want to let me say it, the thing that I was trying to say was the thing I was trying to say, but I couldn't say the thing that I was like, fucking hell.
Yeah, it's outrageous.
Isn't it? You think they try so hard to avoid saying the wrong thing? I mean, if it was true, what's going on, man?
How you doing, man? What we talking about?
Flat Earth.
Yeah, flat Earth.
Flat Earth, bro. What if we like flat ass, though? What are we saying about that?
That's for Agora. You want to take it to the different channel. They talk about, dating and preferences and whatnot.
But do you think since the flat Earth that's making girls flatter, though?
No, that's the wrong channel. If you want to talk about body types,
that's related to the flat Earth. No. I'm asking you if the flat Earth is making them that way.
You must think you're really cool amongst your friends, don't you? They probably think you're the coolest. Acting like that.
Wait, are you saying that I'm among us right now? What are you trying to say?
You're just really... You're the coolest, man. I'm pretty sure everybody's like, dude, act like that. That sounds awesome, bro.
Yeah, why are you so racist against the Fentonese race, bro? You don't have to do this. I'm like, really?
Yeah, you don't have to scrape the bottom of the barrel of intelligence, bro. You can do better than that.
Why would you scrape the Fenty race, dude? What do you have wrong?
You can do better than what you're doing.
What is the problem with the Fenty race, sir?
You can do better than this, man.
Oh, really? So you're saying that my race is just inferior? Oh, wow. We should all go die, right? You're going to genocide the Fentonese race? Wow. Oh, what are you trying to say right here, sir?
That you are right now acting like
Zoom the cameras in. Wait, low intelligence?
Those were the last words that you need to remember when you leave here. Do better, man. We got Gadget in here. What's up, Gadget? Who's Trisnot? Have you talked to Trisnot? Tries not if you're there. Welcome to the room. Welcome to the room, Mighty. We haven't had people recently come through here and freak out about you, Crit. You must have been going easy on these guys. Usually we have one like almost every week come in here. Where's Crit? Where's he at?
I put my headset down for a second. Did someone just?
Yeah, no, I'm saying we haven't had people freak out about you that come in here.
This morning, a couple of people did, but I guess we weren't live. I was gonna go back and listen to it.
Oh, they were calling you specifically?
Yeah, I guess right now Bev is doing it. Like, holy fuck!
Is he still doing it? Like, what is his beat, dude? Like, what?
He stopped saying me, and now it's just saying they. They've taken pictures of his house.
What's going on with that guy? He's just trying to. He don't know what else to do, right? He's like, well, they go to their think tank and like, what can we do, guys? Let's come up with a good plan.
Yeah, he said that I'm bigoted, racist towards him because I put I said Bevite. When I said I posted for dictionary.com, the suffix ite has multiple uses. This is a direct screenshot. Indicate a follower, inhabitant, or mineral. It can also be used for chemical names, particular, So here, there's the followers and affiliations. ITE can donate a follower or adherent to a person, doctrine, or movement, such as Jacobite or Luddite. It can also indicate a habitant of a native to a place, a Brooklynite or Manhattanite. And I'm like, how are you I just told you what I mean. Somebody who's from the Bevel server, part of the inner circle of Bev, a Bevite. That's racist. Really,
makes perfect sense. You could even tell them, dude, it's logical, right? If people come in here and they like what you say and they repeat what you say, are they not following what you say? Wouldn't that not make them a Bevite? I think it would. I think it would. Actually, what you're doing is identifying them. Yeah?
Yeah, you're saying like, hey, that person, when they come in and they're using all the same talking points and someone's confused, like, hey, why are you saying that a pancake isn't flat? Oh, he's a Bevite. Oh, I understand now.
Yeah.
It adds context to the conversation that's cleared up very easy by saying this person is a follower of Bevel.
I don't see what the beef is there, man. Maybe he's just trying to. They don't, dude. I think they've you're their public enemy number one, I guess. I mean, I don't know. And it's probably partly due to the fact that every time Elder Bear comes in here, we don't let him sit here for long until we start like stepping on his toes, and he's like, he don't like it, and then he winds up saying something ridiculous, and he's shown the door. Well, then why did they do that to you? Like, I mean, obviously, they would have been gracious, be like, okay, well, let's let him hang out here. He actually waits for his opportunity to say something. He sits in here and he just like, lurks and waits to say something. They're probably talking mad stuff about you over there. what gets me is I'm wondering if he gets any super chats for his like whatever he does. The Bevite movement. You know, it's been a while since we're able to sink our teeth into an argument. You know, these guys are just, I don't know what's the word I can use for this. It's just not enough, man. Just whatever they're providing. Like the last character that CB was talking to, I don't know. Just didn't get the concept. Couldn't realize that he's talking about a circle, you know, going around the earth as a sphere would be going in a circle. And then advocating for that, you wouldn't even feel it. You'd be going like as you would on a straight line. I'm like, well, isn't that what you're advocating for our position, basically. You're saying that it feels like a flat earth. That's what you're saying. Going around in a circle. So that circle only exists in your mind, your imagination, but it feels like a flat earth. Yeah, bring your German friend in here, Gadget. We'd love to talk to him. Actually, I think the reason why he even named himself Bev was because I think his wife is named Bev. So his whole shtick was, I think the way it started was try thinking, Bev, was kind of like a funny way for him to actually talk about like how he's getting his wife to think about questions like that he was. So it's like, you know, when you're telling your wife, try thinking, you know, for once. And it's kind of like one of those, like, you're trying to get back at saying something snappy at your wife, and that's one thing you say, try thinking. So that's where it came from. He made his name Try Thinking Bev. I don't know if you guys needed to know that history or not, but it's a funny, origin story of that. Oddly enough, man, he used to be a part of the 24/7 group a while back. Yeah, he went on a show with the Booger Eater, Fight the Flat Earth, and I guess the Booger Eater wanted to be specifically like one-on-one with Bev. So we did that. We organized that, and nobody else could interrupt because otherwise he would leave. You know, he was a little princess. He wanted us to cater to him, but it just turns out that it was just nothing but Fight the Flat Earth, like putting Bev down about eating gum underneath a desk or some shit. It was stupid. Basically, Fight the Flat Earth, you know, he's a fast talker. So he used his fast talking to kind of like run circles around Bev, you know, not letting him argue any points, and it was really ridiculous. And so yeah, Bev was kind of like shellacked by this shyster because he was like, because basically the terms that was set before, nobody agreed to debate Fight the Flat Earth, but he was starving for content. So when he was first starting out, he wanted like to, get one of us to like debate him and kind of put on a show, so to speak. But nobody was interested in that shit. So Bev was like, I don't give a shit. I'll do it. So it just turned out that it was a shit show. So yeah, it was whatever. It wasn't anything like everybody's like, oh, they're gonna debate. No, it was just content that Fight the Flat Earth wanted to. I think it was weird because after his like one of Fight the Flat Earth's like live streams, he actually was found that he was picking his freaking nose and then eating his booger. Like that was, I don't know, that put it over the edge for a lot of people, but that just solidified him as the booger eater because he did it on camera. Like everybody saw it, dude. Pretty disgusting, yeah, I know, but I mean, guess he was even hashtagging his like self in on X, Twitter. I've seen it. He was hashtagging himself afterwards. Hashtag booger eater or something. Like he was owning that stuff. It's quite disgusting. But him and the rest of the people like him, Dave Farina and McToon, like we've dealt with those guys a long time ago. They never really had an argument. Now they're just doing reification fallacies and begging the question, affirming the consequent fallacies, building their arguments all based on those things, And then they got a group of followers because the rest of the global nuts, they're cultists, so they want to find somebody who's their champion, so they find those guys and get behind them. But they're only delaying the inevitable, which is having a meeting or encounter with us and then finding out that their fantasy is really just that, not real. So it's a fantasy. And I don't know if he still gets super chats, but I think, yeah, that should have backed a lot of his followers away from him. There have been some physicists and, PhDs that come through here, but they never seem to amount to have any like good arguments that we can debate them on. I mean, none that I know of. They all start with the presuppositions that the Earth is a globe already, and working their way with the, with the systems of navigation. So they'll use those systems of navigation and utilize them as if the Earth is a globe, and say, well, we got celestial navigation. We were able to get from point A to point B, so that means the Earth's a globe. And like, dude, you haven't provided how the system itself is verifying that the Earth is an actual globe. They can't do that. They just go within the system and say because they have the system, the Earth is a globe. It's backwards. You got to prove that the Earth is an actual globe and then create the system for it. You can create a system that uses the sky as as its curve because that's how we see. We see everything in perspective. So that's why that system exists. Yeah, why don't you use your mic, dude? Maybe perhaps somebody in here will speak with you.
Come on in the chat.
He doesn't mic up.
Mic it up. Anything crazy happened today? Any deranged Glovers?
Yeah, one just a while ago.
Damn, I missed it.
The clown car will be around here shortly. It drops off a couple of clowns every now and again. Making a circle around the block right now.
look like it's sinking down like into the road. I'll put a couple of examples in the side chat. So once we get like a steep gradient, we start encountering miraging effects, whether it be an inferior mirage or a superior mirage, right, or a Fata Morgana. It's only when we have like that slight difference in the refractive index where it's like a little bit warmer and then it gets a little bit cooler, right? That's when you'll have like less extreme versions of the superior mirage and the inferior mirage, right? So like that would be, for the inferior mirage, it would be called sinking, where an object in the distance will like look like it's lower than what it normally would be, or where it's actually at. And then if you have the opposite of sinking, right, which would be the less extreme version of a superior mirage, it'll look like something's a little bit higher than what it should. And that's, and other than that, there's only towering and stooping. So that's all of the mirages, right? You've got the Fata Morgana, you've got the superior, the inferior mirage, and then you've got the, which are the opposite of each other, right? The inferior and superior are opposite of each other. And then you've got sinking and looming, which is just less extreme versions of superior and inferior mirage. And then you've just got the towering and stooping, where it looks like something's stretched out or squished. Now, when you have those harsh refractive index changes, you have either an inferior or superior mirage, right? And once again, like the Fata Morgana is like super noticeable, and that's actually a form of like an extreme form of superior mirage, and super noticeable. So when we have that harsh difference in temperature gradient, right, that's when we see the very, very obvious miraging effects take place. It's only when you have that very gradual gradient where you see a little bit of like looming or sinking. And that's essentially what atmospheric refraction is, right? It's just when you have a difference in the refractive index through a single medium, like air in this case. So, I mean, it's very difficult to pinpoint, right? Because if you're doing a 20-mile observation, it's most likely not going to be very uniform with the temperature all the way from point A to point B. You might have an inverted temperature gradient at 4 miles, right? And then the complete opposite, right? It might invert again when it's at 8 miles. And then you could have a pocket, right? Pockets of air and things like that. So that's why quite often you get like a soup of these miraging effects where you'll get a whole bunch of them all thrown in together. And it makes it very, very difficult to gauge exactly what's going on. But what we know is that, you know what I mean? Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree. But
yeah. So
you're very hard pressed to like actually like take all the measurements you need across 20 miles to be able to predict what type of miraging effects to expect on any given moment.
Exactly, and that's essentially like refraction. What they're talking about is the atmospheric refraction. So when the globe side's making these observations that are hyper-specific, where they're like, okay, I'm looking at something 2 miles away and it's 2 inches lower than what it should be, so therefore it matches up with the curvature of the Earth, right? And they haven't taken all of these specific refractive index differences into consideration over that distance. So they're just cherry picking a particular point, a particular part of the observation they've done, basically. Like they haven't confirmed that it's actually Earth curvature that's causing that object to be 2 inches lower. So it's not a very good argument, in my opinion, whereas we're not really making those hyper-specific claims when we're showing these observations. Like, when we're showing the observations, what we know is that there's not a crazy refractive index gradient because we don't have those inferior mirage effects. We don't have the Fata Morgana or the superior mirage happening, right? That's what happens when you have, like, the harsh differences in temperature that are going to cause like crazy effects. Now, like, what the globe side can't do is show like a small scale demonstration of what they're claiming in many of these observations, where it's like the 8-foot oil rig observation at all?
8 foot? No, I'm not familiar with an 8-foot one.
Have a look. This is a good example of just what I'm talking about, right? So this would be awesome if the Globeside could set up a small-scale demonstration to show that this what they're claiming could actually happen in reality, because we can replicate all of those known miraging effects on a smaller scale, and then we can take time-lapse photography of looking out over water, and we can see as the temperatures and stuff change during the day, we see all of this stooping and looming and sinking and all these different miraging effects take place, right? Just like this soup of atmospheric refraction. But what we never see is what the globe earthers are claiming happens when we take these long distance observations, right? Which is the geometric horizon. Right, so here's the example I was talking about. Okay, so the geometric horizon has to be at 3.46 miles away from this 8-foot observation height. Now, if we were to do a hypothetical right now and say, okay, if we were to remove all of the atmosphere, right, the globe earther would have to agree that the horizon line is at exactly 3.46 miles away, right? Anything that goes beyond that goes behind the horizon, depending on the height of it as it moves away, right? But that's where the actual horizon line would appear. 3.46 miles, it has to be there. So just adding the atmosphere back in, right, they're claiming that somehow the horizon line has popped up behind the oil platforms, right? And it's completely undetectable where it actually is. So everything is just perfectly flattening itself out, right, uniformly over the entire surface of the water. Right, over like however many miles this is out, right? More than 10, because the second oil platform's 10, right? So everything's just perfectly like flattening itself out everywhere, as if it's like this perfect uniform refractive index that's somehow flattening it out. Now, what the Globeside can't do is show like a small scale demonstration of this happening, where you set up this scenario, right? You get like a curved surface and you put like a mock-up object beyond the horizon. Okay, so that second oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon. The bottom 30 foot of it should be obstructed. Now, set up a little curved surface, put a mock-up oil platform in the distance, and then they do whatever you want, right? Start adding in different temperatures, humidity, whatever you want to do, and then have this effect happen where everything flattens out, right? The geometric horizon that you've created completely disappears and then pops up behind the oil, like behind the object, right? Or the oil, the mock-up oil platform. I say that's completely impossible. And I just don't think that that's a good argument from the Globeside to say that that's possible for that to happen. But yeah, I'm definitely open to being proven wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, you remind me of a video I've seen actually, but it may not satisfy you though, because instead of using, it's kind of small scale like what you're saying, it does pop something up over like a horizon. But
yeah,
it does.
That's all right. I got it here. Is this the one? Is this the one you're talking about?
No. Actually,
okay. I'd like to see the one you're talking about, right? So yeah, with this one, they got like a pipe and they pour some kind of like super dense gas or something like that over the top of the pipe, and then there's like a little red thing that's obscured behind the pipe, and it kind of pops up for a second, kind of looms up for a second, but
okay, that's that. I can't explain that one, to be honest, but okay, that's quite interesting.
It is interesting, but it's kind of matches like what would happen with like looming.
Right, but like, how is it? Because there's a red thing behind.
Yeah.
But how is the green thing not obstructing our view of it? The light must
look, there's a full video of it somewhere, but I don't know. I need to find the full video where they show the setup, because I don't know what the green thing is.
Let's see if I can find.
Red ring around the green thing. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I think I may have seen it on TikTok.
But what this isn't doing, what this observation isn't doing, the horizon distance isn't changing, right? That's the whole claim here. Like this black swan observation above it, right? It's a horizon test. So it's not a looming test, right? I don't think people shouldn't be denying that looming can happen. Right? It's like looming up for a second.
Yeah.
But it's not like making the horizon pop up behind the object, right? And then flattening out everything.
Right. I see.
You know what I mean?
Hey DJ, you used to live in a humid environment, right? Like the Gold Coast or something?
Yeah, super humid.
Yeah. I used to live in Hawaii when I was a kid. I remember
same
once
thing.
looking out past Pearl Harbor, and I remember seeing this white ship, and it looked like it was floating up in space. And it was some crazy super loom. I did like a double or triple take. I'm like, that looks like a spaceship. But no, it's like a big battleship, or they don't have those anymore, but a massive naval vessel way out there. And it was weird, like almost looking up and seeing it.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's almost like when they see those cities in the sky or something like that.
Yeah, that can't happen on a globe.
Yeah, I don't feel like it could.
Yeah, you're going to need a containment for all that air pressure. I didn't mean to butt in. I was enjoying the conversation. Felt like interjecting.
No, you're right.
Optical effects are so complicated that nobody really fully understands them. There does not exist like a single atmospheric refraction model that anybody can actually work with. There is like 5 that I've come across in my readings. They don't all jive with each other. And, when people go out and do tests, they end up having to create their own model, many cases, to explain their observations. And when they do it, they'll pick a little bit of this. They'll take a little bit of turbulence. They'll sprinkle a little bit of conventional refraction in there to account for the curvature of the Earth. And then they'll play with the numbers until they get something backfitted just right, and they'll claim victory. They'll call it a brand new refraction model. This is important to do for communications, particularly like a microwave that is affected almost like light is in the air. Bends and bounces and pings around all over the place, scatters. But also for like if you could imagine military applications for infrared heat seeking and laser designated targeting and all kinds of fancy stuff like that. They need a reliable way to model the air so that they can do pinpointed communications. And it's somewhat elusive. It's one of the reasons I think we don't have laser guns.
Yeah, that's interesting. Sporadic, have you seen this Globy McGlobeface refraction video? I'm just sort of.
Oh gosh, no, I've talked to him a couple times actually. I know who he is.
Well, he's using the Chicago skyline as the example. It's completely different to the black swan observation that we're talking about, right? Because we have the it's a horizon test, right? This is more of like a looming type situation when it comes to like the Chicago skyline rebuttal.
Boy, that's what I don't get. I don't get it. Like it doesn't make sense when you really unpack it. You and I have talked about this before, DJ, and so have others too. I've heard Indio say the same thing. If you're staring at what appears to be a flat and stable Earth, such as the Chicago skyline, and you're assuming it's a mirage, you're assuming it's refracted up or whatever, you're looking over tens of square miles, potentially hundreds of square miles of curving terrain, if you think you're on a globe, and all the light that is reflecting off of that curving surface to reach your eye. because that's how you see, right? You're seeing reflected light unless you're looking at the sun or the source. All that reflected light is hitting your eye if you want to consider it like ray paths with the ray model, trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of rays across that entire distance, hundreds of square miles, are curving at different rates of curvature over a curving surface and flattening them out, conspiring together to produce this amazing field of view that is completely flat. There has to be a physical mechanism involved in the medium that's doing this. There has to be some reason for that light to alter its path in such a way, and for all trillions and trillions of rays to alter their path in a very specific way to produce a very flat and stable image that gives you the appearance of a flat Earth that doesn't appear to be miraged over hundreds of miles, tens and tens and tens of miles squared. That is a very big claim to make. That is an extraordinary claim, and I need extraordinary evidence that that's occurring.
Yeah. So, no, I completely agree. So I mean, it's this example with the.
You know what else it means, DJ? If you move backwards from your position, you won't hit it just right to see it that way. Because then the light will continue to curve down and it will be refracted upwards even more. In other words, if you were to then like spin 180 degrees and look in the opposite direction, as those rays of light continue on their paths, the Earth should look super curved.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good point.
Right?
Hey, do we know why the second YouTube bot is on server mute?
Not a clue.
That's Helios one?
Interesting.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Just Ross? What we were just talking about.
Oh yeah, the way you described it as like the light conspiring to look flat. I do agree. Yeah, it would appear, because I think under like our like a simplified model of how like the refractive index works, like you would expect that if there was enough of a gradient, like if there was enough change in the refractive index, like there should be a point where it could even like I think there's a number you can calculate, like if it's this much exactly, then it will look flat. If it's greater than that, it'll look concave, and if it's less than that, or it'll look convex, or maybe I got it flipped the other way around. But
no, it's true, and it would have to be at a certain distance, right? Because at what point does it stop lifting up the horizon in the distance and goes back to normal curvature again, right? So you should even see that. You should see like a cliff potentially. And all of this is going to be extremely dependent on your unique position, your point on the surface, a specific time and specific meteorological conditions that are doing this. And what's amazing is it's not a simple curve. It's actually a complex curve that the light is going to have to take in order to straighten out the curve into your field of view. It's not going to take just one curve to do it. It's going to require multiple curves. It's going to recurve.
Are you guys talking about distance to horizon observations?
Yeah, long distance observations and the impossibility of terrestrial refraction accounting for flat Earth. Just on a statistical basis.
Shouldn't that be calculable? Because I'm just listening to you guys. I'm thinking, hang on, that should be calculable. Okay, so you've got an amount of dip, right? That would be the geometric horizon, right? All right. You work out where that would be in the field of view, right? Angularly, right? So because that's got to be there, like at whatever distance, maybe a little bit displaced, but not much, right? So work out where that's going to be, right, in your field of view in relation to eye level, right? And then see where the actual horizon you're seeing, the visual horizon is, right, where you're seeing its angular thing, right? So the globers should be able to work out how much refraction is going to lift your apparent horizon up angularly, like and where it will appear in relation to eye level, right?
Yeah, you can back it in with any math you want. It's whether or not the meteorological conditions exist to do it. As I was explaining earlier, it's not a simple curve that'll do it. The reason being, if it was a simple curve, just an arc of bending, it means you're going to be seeing more of the tops of distant objects. In other words, it's going to supposedly tilt the angle of view. It's going to take the horizon, which from your perspective is going to be plane parallel to your optical axis. And it's going to tilt it if it's a simple curve. Thereby, you would be seeing more of the tops of objects. Mathematically, this would be the same as if refraction were taking you in your position where you're standing still and lifting you up 30, 40, 50, 60 feet into the air. And that's not what's being presented in claims of refracted images that present flat Earth from curvature. What's being presented is still an edge on perpendicular to normal surfaces over a flat distance. This means that you're not dealing with a simple curve claim, you're dealing with a complex curve claim. The curve is going to have to recurve on itself at least one extra time. 2 extra times, I think, actually. Right? You're thinking like linear algebra.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, it's like in order to the further out you'd want to see on a globe Earth, the number of times you'd have to bend the light would have to increase.
Right, in order to see things straight on. Otherwise, with one curve, you're going to produce a model that allows you to see the roof of a distant object that's taller than you.
Well, yeah, that would require the most extreme.
Well, but that's what's being claimed with 7/6R, terrestrial refraction. It's that ridiculous. Yeah. People don't think about the mathematical, the geometric consequences. I love geometry because it's more than just, funny shapes and curves and stuff. It's actually a system of logic that's embedded within it.
This is
go ahead.
Well, this observation, right? This is a good example of 21 miles, no horizon, 5-foot observer height. Geometric horizon distance 2.73 miles. I want to see someone set this up on a small scale where you can, set up the same kind of thing, right? Like the shoreline on the other side of the lake would have to be hidden behind 221 feet of Earth curvature, behind the 2.7 mile horizon. I would challenge anyone to set up a small scale 2.7 mile equivalent horizon, 225 feet or whatever, 221 feet shoreline on the other side, right, of the body of water, right, below the horizon. I want to see someone be able to completely just do whatever they want with the conditions, with the temperature and the humidity and whatnot, right, and just completely have the horizon just be completely hidden and the entire surface just flattened out. And there'd be zero obstruction whatsoever and zero miraging, like zero noticeable miraging effects whatsoever. Like, I think that is beyond impossible and such a ridiculous claim to even think that would be possible to do.
Wherever the tangent to the curve is supposed to be in this image, wherever that's supposed to be, you're still looking plane parallel to your optical axis across it. Again, for there to be a refraction claim of some kind, some optical distortion claim, you're going to have to introduce complex curvature, not simple curvature, to account for it. And all those trillions of light rays must be conspiring together to produce a coherent stable and flat plane. That is just astounding. What are the
And,
chances?
And it's not just during this observation, right? They stay there and they do the observation again, right, at nighttime. And it looks exactly the same.
And I bet if they were to do it in infrared, it would look the same with more clarity.
Exactly. Yep.
I've never seen a Glober present infrared observations of the curvature, not even once. But I've got tons of examples of the opposite.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, they don't look significantly different. I mean, like, it doesn't really look like anything's really being displaced that significantly, right?
Man, one of my favorite infrared proofs was conducted by NATO under a contract with the Naval Research Laboratory of the United States. Man, I don't have my documents available, but you can look this up. It was called the Sapphire Trials. SAPPHIRE, Sapphire Trials. They had two teams, one from the Netherlands and one from Germany, as NATO partners come to the United States. They went to the Chesapeake Bay, just outside of Baltimore, Maryland. That's really close to the nation's capital, by the way. And on the opposite side of the Chesapeake Bay, they had a tower, and they erected a series of lights from low to high. And they made sure that the lowest light was behind the curvature of the Earth. They presented all the calculations in their papers. I confirmed their calculations using Earth curvature calculators that all made sense. And this was done in 2008 before flat Earth was even a thing. The reason why they positioned a light that was really low to the ground behind the curvature of the Earth is they wanted to use this as a control. What they were doing is they were studying what's called the marine layer and the refractive indexes of the atmosphere throughout the day and night, over a body of water, over a distance of, gosh, I don't know, several miles. And they set up an infrared television camera on the opposite end. I mean, really high definition. It's actually really cool. They captured video and they ran this thing for days. So what happened is in the infrared camera, they could actually see the lowest light, which as a control, they had purposefully positioned underneath the curvature horizon of Earth. Throughout the day and night, they could see the lights all shift up and shift down as you would expect, as the warm and cold layers of air exchange with each other. But they could see all the lights, including the one behind the curvature of the Earth, all the time. Why was that? In fact, they finagled with it and they were getting pissed off and they called the situation cursed. They said, this is a cursed situation in their final report that they furnished to the Naval Research Laboratory. They said, we specifically tried to identify the geometric curvature horizon of Earth with this setup, and we couldn't do it. These are surveyors in the military. They're not your civil engineers out there spending nice days in the sun surveying land to build a bridge or an airport runway. These are surveyors who are used to getting shot at while they're trying to survey a battlefield. You know what I mean? They have high-tech equipment. They have the best education, the best field training and practice that money can buy.
And higher standards.
Higher standards, you bet. And they couldn't measure the curvature of the Earth in infrared when they tried.
Yep, all of that's in the side chat there as well. All the link to the PDF and some citations out of it.
I've got a couple of minutes. I'm going to grab some screenshots and post them. Okay, here's from a document. Here's the setup of the towers as viewed from the infrared camera on the other side of the bay. All right, I'm going to switch over from push to talk to voice chat. Hold on. Okay, there we go. So that's from the report showing the dimensions and also the length, 16.2 kilometers across the Chesapeake Bay where they were at that location. Let me grab the other stuff here. Okay, here's some of the equipment they used. Let me get to the good stuff.
Is this all from the PDF?
Yeah, there are 2 PDFs. I'll post them now.
Okay, awesome.
There you go. There are the 2 PDFs. All right, let's continue. All right, here is one image. See how this configuration matches the schematic? There's a little light just above the surface of the water on the left side. See that? That was their control. Right here. They could not only see the light that was supposed to be behind the curvature of the Earth, but they could see a space between the light and the surface because it was mounted on a tripod. And that blackness is the water in infrared. Check that out.
Okay.
Let me continue.
Although I'm not sure why the infrared is important here.
Infrared mitigates refraction claims. Light does not refract much at all in infrared. It's barely there.
I suppose it just depends on what particular frequency of infrared.
That's true. Is the longer you go, the less it is. But it's a good way to mitigate all these claims that there's all this atmospheric distortion all over the place. I mean, granted, there was some here. There's always going to be a little bit, but under extreme conditions. And they purposefully engineered extreme conditions, right? They're viewing just above the marine layer of a bay in one of the most humid, swampy areas of the United States outside of Louisiana. So keep that in mind. All right, let me continue grabbing some stuff here. Let's see. From one of the reports, the position of the tripod light was chosen to be behind the geometrical horizon, i.e., it is not observable during subrefraction, but only during superrefraction conditions. In other words, we shouldn't see this unless the light is being lifted up. All right. So you can see in the image directly above that I grabbed from the Earth curvature calculator, I plugged in the target distance and the eye heights. And I have the target hidden height.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that tripod 5 meters off the ground? Hell no. It was at the water surface on a tiny tripod.
That tripod shows, 5.8 meters here on the diagram, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the target hidden height.
Right.
We compared the curse. I said that they called it cursed. We compared the curse of the apparent elevation of the tripod light with with what was measured at different locations, so on and so forth. You know what they ended up having to do? They created their own refraction model. They were taking temperature readings of the water and of the air at different locations all across wherever they could during the entire study. You know what they did? They fudged the margin of error by 2 orders of magnitude. They opened up their allowable tolerance for error by 2 decimal places of temperature in order to fit the observation into a globe model.
This is what happens when academics go out and do what the flat earthers have been doing. Not because the flat earthers have been doing. Their intention was something completely different, motivated by their own, investigation or whatever they would. What were they exactly trying to do?
They were studying the infrared optics and specific wavelengths, and how much image distortion is apparent due to super and sub refraction. Right? I really hate that term. We all do. And even the people that use it, like those NATO guys, hated saying refraction because they're smart enough to know that this isn't the law of refraction. But this is just what's in common parlance.
But was the ultimate goal to improve military standards, military equipment, better targeting systems?
Absolutely.
Sort of
Suppose you need pinpoint precision of pencil beam radio waves, masers. You're going to want to have a good model that can account for the different conditions. So, that's my guess. They often won't tell you the ultimate goal of what they're doing because they themselves might not be known due to compartmentalization. Regardless, these are the results. They explained in their documents how they had to move the error tolerances over 2 orders of magnitude to accommodate the globe.
What year was this conducted?
Where?
What year was it?
2008, 2009, over the Chesapeake Bay.
Shit. Wow.
Yeah, before all the flat Earth stuff. Right. Dude, yeah, this is one of my favorite flat Earth proofs because it shows the frustration. And listen, what these academics do with backfitting models and stuff, they had no idea someday that some flat earthers with, an academic background would come in and evaluate their work. And now they're fucked. Yeah, how about that?
Couple of cool examples of, infrared versus no infrared.
Yeah, and from what I understand, so that they were measuring the deviation between the different wavelengths, right? Is that what they were doing, Spread?
No, they weren't measuring different wavelengths. They were trying to measure the degree to which visible light from these emitters on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay were being displaced under specific marine conditions just over the surface of the water. They set up the lowest light on the bottom left. If you scroll up, you might have missed this part. I did this whole lead into it. They had a tower with lights going up, and then they had a tripod with a light at the shoreline. And they purposefully set this up to be behind the geometric horizon of the Earth. I posted the screen capture from one of the documents where they described what they were doing. They said, we position this lowest light to be behind the curvature of the Earth, which should only be apparent during conditions in which super refraction, in other words, looming, is going on. And it was apparent without that condition present. And they called it cursed. I plugged in their distances and heights into the Earth curvature calculator, and it completely checked out. Their math was spot on. You could see the light, and you could see a space below the light where it's mounted on the tripod, and you could see the water below it at the shoreline.
I see that. Yeah, I see the snapshot.
Freaking bad it was for them.
And over what distance is this?
16.2 kilometers.
Okay. Nice.
The heights also given. I forgot what it was. This is now a few years old. I need to bone up on this because I think I need to talk about it more because it's freaking awesome. There are 2 reports that were furnished by 2 different teams. They both had the same problem. There was a Dutch team and a German team, NATO partners, that the U.S. Naval Research Lab had come over. And these are, like I said, military surveyors, battlefield surveyors. They're having to twist dials and turn theodolites by millirads on a battlefield while being shot at and blown up, and their friends, getting turned into paste and putty. They're having to keep cool under pressure and do all of this, right? These are the kind of people we're dealing with. They aren't the civil engineers.
Because I thought you were referring to that the 150 kilometer one or whatever it was. Was it 150 kilometers or 150 meters?
Yeah. Oh, that's another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it seems in all of these observations, right, that I've ever seen, and I've seen so many, we never see anything close to what we would expect to see if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, it's funny. We have some globers that come in here who follow us around like lost fanboys. And they'll go buy theodolites off of eBay, and they'll go do these observations, and they'll come at us with spreadsheets and pictures they've taken and say, see, Earth's a globe. And we're like, yo, dude, sit down. Not only do we have professional surveyors on our team who think you're all are clowns, but we can refer to the US freaking military who are trying to find geometric curvature with infrared theodolites, and they can't fucking do it. So you idiots with your Fisher-Price secondhand theodolites that you got from a kid's toy store is not going to measure up to the kind of professionalism and the rigor that we've got from not only our staff, but the U.S. freaking military. Anyway, I got to mow the lawn. I'm going to be listening.
All right, man. No worries. Maybe Jesse Piles of Lies needs to get one of these infrared theodolites.
Yeah. So from the report, I see that the temperature was lowered from the 0 to a -1 for it to fit into that kind of a thing, right? So
they had a 0.01 or something margin of error, and they expanded it to 1 or something. Yep, you're seeing the part that I found earlier.
Yeah, I see where it says temperature, right? So it's like instead of 0 degrees Celsius, it's -1. They modified it. Measured at NDB by -1 degree Celsius.
Yeah.
So
Right, they didn't measure that temperature. They didn't measure it. They said that's what it should be.
Yes, exactly. They're just
That's called data fitting. That is called data fitting.
Yes.
In academia, you would not get your doctoral thesis approved.
That's a lie. That's just a lie. That's like saying I assume that it will happen without proving it.
It's also isn't it like Texas sharpshooter?
Yes, it's well said, T-Dub. That is exactly what it is. Texas sharpshooter. For those that don't know, this is when you take a blind man, give him a gun, and he shoots a bunch of bullets on a wall, and then he walks up to the wall and circles a bunch of bullets and says, "There, I meant to shoot those, and I got 100% of them inside the circle."
Right, without counting how many you actually fired. So the accuracy is not in question. It's just the target.
It's an ad hoc fallacy in the most general sense.
Okay. Yeah, Texas sharpshooter, yeah. It was something similar they did with the water crystals of, what's his name? The Japanese guy? Dr.
I don't know.
Mahama something. His name sounds like one of the cities somewhere. I think it's in Peru. Basically, he says that the water, if you speak to it, or like the energy that's around the water, affects the crystals or the molecules of the water. And then he produced photos showing the crystals.
Oh, he cherry-picked them.
Exactly. So this is what people are saying. Like out of 100, he just chose maybe 2. And they're like all these beautiful crystals, and he ignored the rest. So there was that kind of a thing. Yeah, he was cherry picking them. He basically sells water. He's got a website now, like Holy Water and like Good Water and stuff like that. Sells it in bottles in Japan for like $20 or something a bottle.
Sounds like a charlatan.
Yep. He got his degree from online from University of somewhere in Tamil Nadu.
University of Togo in Benin in Africa.
It was actually in India, but like it was busted for like selling their degrees and stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, listen, man, we've got so many examples like the one I presented to you, where it just boggles the mind. How is it that professionals can be in this field and not wonder what the nature of Earth is after they go through all of this?
So basically, they don't want to tire their mind. And I'm thinking, for example, if certain people were to apply where they actually needed these kind of calculations, right? And they were like, this is what the report was meant to be, like from this study. They are going to be taught that there's a different formula that you're going to use, and it stays within them. So it's more like you're saying, and you're not really saying that it's a secret for you, just for your field. So if you're like a sniper and you're supposed to shoot over water to like a certain distance, maybe 1 or 2 kilometers or more, to an island, let's say a certain spot, he would be taught differently that there is, like in reality, he would be taught like there is no curvature. And they would not apply these kind of studies to say, oh, there was a refraction and stuff like that. But
Lord
he
of
would
the
need to
Rings,
put a
I
two
haven't
and two
met you
together.
before, but I like you, my brother. I love how you have the technical mind to be able to dig into the same documents that I did, and you immediately saw what I saw. Where have you been our entire lives, and why aren't you a gold status or moderator status on 24/7 Flat Earth?
I can't be here so much, but I'm really loving it because like the info that is coming in, I'm good at connecting it. I'm genetically a big picture guy. So I need to get the small pictures from people and I know how to connect them. So
Well done,
microscopically,
Touche.
I need people to do the studies because I'm not good at chemistry or the mathematics and everything. But generally, like when I get the concept, I know where it connects.
It sounds like you're a physicist.
I actually loved physics in school. I get surprised when people say physics is hard because for me it was just formulas and application. And I was like, okay, I'm not buying everything they say, but like, okay, I'm going to look into it. That kind of a thing. So what I understood was there's always a constant. This is what I know in physics. Like there's a constant. So if we've got a constant of like temperature, there's going to be other two things maybe that are changing. They're relative to each other. So you always need something to compare to, a constant.
Yep. You need to understand constants and rate of change. All right. I need to be off right now, and I'm going to listen only. Finally, I need to mow the lawn. Yep. I'll talk to you guys later.
Right. Yo, T-Dub, what have you been missed in the morning? My morning.
Yeah, hi, how's it going, man?
Going good. I fell asleep and then got up and you weren't here. I came back. It was a bit more fun. And then I figured you're probably out during your day. Isn't it like awfully early over there?
Yeah, it's 6:30 a.m.
Oh, so you got up already or you didn't sleep?
I had an early night, so yeah, I got up fairly early, yeah.
Nice. Still heading into the night over here. And you know the other dude, the one who's put the map in the DP? Video. English. On mobile.
I'm sorry, I'm not not on the watching the chat at the moment. What is it? Sorry.
I was just asking if you know the other guy who's put a map on the DP. The pink one. It says Daz 68. You know the dude?
Oh right, yeah. Yep, Daz is cool. Yep.
Yeah, I haven't heard him speak yet. There's a lot of unfamiliar people in. Yeah. I'm gonna go on passive mode as well until something. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, did you must have scrolled up a fair way in the chat, did you? Looking for what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was up there where there's a report. I think you were here when, the PDF and everything. I see those lights and there's no refraction. Oh yeah, when he comes back, I would like to know about the meniscus.
Meniscus?
I think somebody was... Yeah, the meniscus of the water. Like when you put it in a glass, it sort of, at the edges, sort of goes upwards a little bit. So the curvature is actually downwards, not upwards.
Right. You can get downwards. You can get concave meniscus happening.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, you can get convex meniscus happening, I think.
Yeah, totally. That's the difference between adhesion and cohesion. So if the container loves to bond with hydrogen molecules in the water, then you're going to have a concave surface.
Yes.
Because the bonding will creep up the sides of the container, and the opposite produces a convex surface. Yep.
Yeah, it's just a natural property that water has, or even liquid in general. This is why certain creatures, like certain spiders, are able to float on water. It almost is like it looks like they're hovering right above it.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely. Yeah. They do hover, actually. I call them... there's a kind of...
They're not using
buoyancy. It looks like a mosquito. Yeah, it looks like... I used to call them hover mosquitoes or something. They just look like they hover on the land on the water.
Yeah, they're using surface tension with the water. They're manipulating that property that the water has, that property that it has to sit on top of the surface of the water. And they can actually like scoot around on top of the water like
Absolutely.
that too.
Yeah, they just float around in it,
Yeah. Amazing.
I think we're just too heavy to do that, but with the help of like other materials, and then you like put your limbs out in a certain maybe position and wear certain things, you could possibly like mimic it to some extent.
You know what's interesting about water viscosity?
Yeah.
Something interesting about water viscosity is like if you get a spray bottle and you mist your plants, right? Some people say it's good to spray your plant leaves with water or, like something like that, like a light fertilizer mix. And it makes like little droplets on the leaves of the plant. Like little spheres of water basically. But they say that if you do that outdoors to plants in the sun, they can act like little magnifying glasses with the sun and actually hurt the plants and burn the leaves, right? Due to like the magnifying glass type effect. So what people do is, if you just put like one drop of like organic dish soap into the water bottle, it completely changes. Yeah, it changes the viscosity of the water, and then it just evenly spreads out over the entire leaf, and it doesn't form that meniscus anymore.
Yeah, especially like citrus leaves and stuff. They're really smooth and oily, so it would form a drop.
Yeah,
it would probably even slide off. So I use the dish soap for like other stuff, like when it comes to the dishwasher stuff. is for aphids and that kind of like infection. So it kind of like just creates that film over the leaf and even over the insects. I think they can't breathe or something because they breathe through their pora. I think is what they're called. They've got these holes in the body. That's what the insects breathe through. So basically, like if you just soap them up, they and then you just spread ashes, like when it's wet, to like discourage the others from coming. It's alkaline and has its other effects, keeping the insects away. What do you think about instead of putting the soap, because I think soap might create a film and reduce their absorption.
Oh, I think they just use like literally like one drop of organic, an organic soap, just to mist. I think it has little effect because it's just such a small amount. It's crazy that just adding one drop completely just
can change all that. Yeah.
Can change all that. Yeah. There's probably something.
I'm thinking of doing that. I want to spray that fertilizer on my plants and everything, and I've got like orange trees and stuff like that. So I was thinking maybe if that's the case, I could do it in the evening when there's no sunlight, and by morning it's gonna, get absorbed and dry off. But the drops literally fall off because they're oily. So it would make more sense to have it sticky, like with soap or something. Yeah.
I'm not sure. But yeah, look, I've just started an event, so there's probably a bunch of people are probably going to start joining. And the event's name is Long Distance Observations Disprove the Globe Earth. So just FYI, event has been started. So yeah, if you see people start rolling in.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting, DJ. Maybe you've noticed this too, but women and folks from the Indian subcontinent culture tend to be more open to what we have to say. No, maybe there's some inherent, something inherent to both groups, right?
Yes, I think so too. I think men are more aggressive, so outside we think it makes a difference to us. Maybe the way we think and stuff. Could be.
And as far as India goes,
it's cultural.
Culturally, don't you guys have like so many cultures and religions and backgrounds intermixed in your cities on a day-to-day basis? So you have to like practice tolerance and understanding.
I'm thinking in other ways, like linguistically speaking, for example. So growing up, for example, when I think of my balls, I don't think of them as eggs. They're more like round. And it's a sensitive area, right? So I'm very like careful about it and conscious about it, like as you grow, because you get your nuts like hurt or something, hurts for a long time. But in Indian languages, they're called eggs. And that does not relate to a spherical earth at all. In like, it's not thought of as a ball. It's thought of more as an egg. So then they think of it differently. They relate to spheres in a different way.
I mean, in the West, we have the concept of the cosmic egg, which is probably borrowed from the East. And back then, people didn't conceive of the cosmic egg as a surface on which men walked, but rather it was the container of the universe that men and their world was embedded inside.
Yeah. Yeah, it encompasses basically with a yolk or something.
Yeah, in the egg idea, the egg is not outside of the egg. The egg will be the container of whatever makes the egg, the inside of it.
Oh, it's Gemsy. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's up? Well, the clouds, birds that are flying, because a lot of birds are on either on the ground or on the trees. Not all of them are flying. Some airplanes are flying.
Are they happy?
The sun is up right now. The moon, I don't see it.
You want to blow these normies' minds apart today, Gemsy? We should talk about the sporadic meteor complex.
Oh no.
Oh no. That's almost as good as gas pressure needs a container.
Yeah, the sporadic meteor is a very interesting phenomena that happens almost like the timely manner of all the movement of the luminaries. It's like a time-based phenomena, and it's kind of specific that happens just like clockwork. Well, I will describe it as.
Yep, it's symmetric. It's beautiful, and it happens every night.
Hey, you know what? I just noticed I started the event in this room, right? But then I'm like, hey, it's not highlighted. And then I've noticed I've started an event in like the Muslim, like some hardcore Muslim room. It says long distance observations disprove the globe, so they probably got people rocking in there. All right, I'll fix that up now. Yeah, I only just noticed that now.
That's Moroccan. Moroccans are going to get bombarded.
Yeah.
Allah did not create a globe, guys.
I actually went to ask a Muslim and asked them about it, and they were not interested and they felt sensitive about the topic, but they just said that the consensus of most of the people of the ulama, of the scholars, is that it is round, it is spherical. And I asked for the reference and the evidence as to why, and in conclusion, it was more just to fit the narrative, nothing more than that. It was just.
But hey, this is what I pointed out to them. Even if the Quran or the Bible either said that Earth was spherical shaped, that does not mean necessarily that we live on the exterior of it, right?
Right. It can mean that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it could be the cosmic egg. Yeah, it could be the cosmic egg thingy. Well, inside it. Actually, well, I'm still investigating the matter, but usually Earth is referred to as singular, although there is 7 Earths or layers of Earth, and there's 7 skies as well. Seven layers.
Do you say 7 skies as of layers? This is one sky. You pass the other one. There's another sky. That's interesting.
Yeah,
because eggs have layers too.
Absolutely, definitely layers.
But to give it a shape like an egg, the difficult part is that we lack the perspective from the outside, and to say, look, it looks like an egg. It's like you have God's eye view.
Yeah, because from the inside, our vision is limited, so we're just gonna see a certain part of it. It's big, right? So we can't see everything, even though we're inside, but we cannot see everything. We've got obstruction.
Yep.
When I try to look as far as possible, apart from mountains and maybe trees or whatever, I just cannot see so far, and usually it's due to pollution. So when I'm out where it's less polluted in the deserts and other places, it's much more clearer. And yeah, the vision is different as well. There's less distortion, and I would say it's more clear. So it's just the clarity that's less when there's pollution and stuff. It's smog.
Lord of the Rims, how long have you contemplated flat Earth? Just curious about your background and what brought you here.
Oh, I just saw the channel. I used to be here for other whatever, so I just popped in recently to check what's going on. But as a kid, basically, I had read it somewhere, when I was quite young. I don't remember how young, but this was during the days when in school they were teaching us that this Galileo stuff and the planets and the spherical Earth and stuff like that. So I remember even asking the teachers this kind of stuff, and they were like, "Oh, you prove it by the curvature and the mast of the ship disappearing." And I remember even drawing these things in the exams and everything. Oh, how do you prove it? And I had to draw that the ship is moving away from the harbor, and then it's disappearing. So the ship disappears first, and then the mast is still seen, and then the mast disappears. So this would be, I don't remember which class it was. It should have been middle school, basically. Yeah, early teenage, I guess, when I was getting into asking this stuff. But it's never really settled with me. Buying the whole thing of rotating around the sun and the revolutions and everything is just something that I still question. I'm just not okay with it. So I've just basically grown with it.
Does it feel that like it doesn't make sense that that's the case? That the Earth is spinning across the sun. Does that make any sense to you?
I try to understand it, and I try to understand, like when I study the moon, right? The moon phases, basically. That has been like my interest for the past maybe 2 years rather. The phases and the crescent and the birth of the moon, because it's important. We have these differences when Muslims were arguing about the date. And
real quick about that, if you've been studying the crescents of the how do you say the phases of the moon, have you noticed that Venus has similar phases and it's kind of like almost?
Well, I don't have a telescope, but
you don't
when
have
I
a
listen
telescope.
to I don't have a telescope yet. Like
That's pretty amazing.
I can use the
It's almost
binoculars,
like
maybe.
it is a moon.
Yeah, exactly. So, oh, you mean when you say it has phases? Do you mean like it has a waning phase and a waxing phase kind of thing?
All of it, like the crescent when it goes from thinner.
I just didn't pay
to a
much
circle.
attention, but I could look into it. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were
Anyways,
saying you studied it, and if you studied the phases of the moon, you might have noticed that Venus similar phases to it's a very similar cycle, the Venus phases and the lunar phases. But yeah, go ahead with your story.
Yeah, anyway, the important point here is that the theory is that the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon. And this is why we do not see the dark part of it. Not the back of it, but the part that is non-visible, or the dark one, and then there's the luminescent one. So the illuminated part is supposedly reflecting the sun's rays back to Earth. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm still not okay with, because I understand when it's a crescent, it's kind of curved, quite all right. But when it's half moon, which is 6 days, basically, it's straight. It's not curved. It's literally just straight. And they say that it's due to distortion, that it's curved, but we don't see it because it's distorting. But why is the rest of the moon not distorting? We don't see the edges distorting. It's still clearly round. It's only distorting selectively, so to say. So I don't know. I mean, the whole revolution around the sun and all that is, I don't buy it completely yet. I'm not that convinced. I don't know. I'm open to just more something that explains it better.
What are you looking for to be explained?
Well, it's a journey.
No, I mean I just joined. I just joined and heard you said that you're looking for a better explanation. If I may, what are you looking to have explained?
Yeah,
what's a current explanation, and what do you want to see better?
He's been very awesome. He's like gold status already on our home server.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Yep. So yeah, continue.
Yeah, it's basically just that. I mean, I don't have that. I just look into it whenever I can. I try to listen to what other people have to say, the experts about it, and they explain it that it's this and that and that. I sometimes agree with certain percentages of what they're saying. Other stuff is okay, I'm gonna pause on that one until further information either supports it or rejects it or explains it better, kind of thing. So it's just always been a part of me, I've just felt that the Earth is flat rather than it's round or a sphere or something.
A point that kind of connects what Sporadic was talking about, the sporadic meteor phenomena and the moon phases. There is an activity of the sporadic meteor phenomena that happens with the moon cycles, and it goes from high activity to low activity depending on the moon cycle. I mean, the crescent or the new moon, the phases, yeah. So the sporadic meteor phenomena, there's some type of activity that changes with up and down in the activity with the cycles of the moon as well. So that's a phenomenon is interesting as
So
well.
this activity, is it like on Earth? Like, do we get to see it? Is it visible?
Yeah, you know when you look out and you see what we call shooting stars, or
Yes.
people call them sporadic
Okay,
meteors.
Yes, I've noticed that one. Yeah.
So that
Sometimes I'm talking
phenomena,
to people and it's higher. Like every 5 minutes.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just noticed like sometimes it's more during the night. Like I'm talking to somebody, let's say over 1 hour, and every 5 or 10 minutes there's at least one. And sometimes it's less. Like, so do you know when it's like due to the moon phase, or is it like a timed thing, like at a certain time?
There is a paper about the moon phase, and it speaks about the high activity and low activity depending on the moon phase. But they cannot talk about it. Okay, so we observe the phenomena that is happening, and this is happening at specific points in the sky, specific areas. They call them radiants, and within these radiants are huge sections of the sky. So you're gonna see this phenomena sourcing from these specific areas of the sky. The sporadic meteor doesn't come. They don't source from all points in the sky. It's certain areas of the sky.
Yeah,
And,
I think I did actually notice that part, because certain places I lived in the Middle East and it was just like crazy. You could see them a lot every few. Even like locally when I travel maybe to other places in certain villages and stuff, like there is more of it.
Yeah.
And in certain places it's like way less. Yeah.
And you gotta remember the sky is moving, so one night you're gonna see it from one position, and another night you're gonna see it from another position, because the sky is actually moving, and the radiant sources are actually moving with the sky as well. Just like the sun, the moon, they move, and this happens with cycles, like hands of the clock. The sun, the moon, the wandering stars, the sporadic meteors are also moving like other gears of the clock.
So do you think there's like a map for it or something? Have they tried to like
a map
chart, or like a table, a chart for it, maybe where to observe it from, that kind of a thing?
There are some scans, and they put it together like a projection, and it looks like a sphere, and they call it the celestial sphere. But that they kind of are bending it into a sphere, because they're from the ground perspective, the observer, many of them, not all of them, are thinking we are standing on a sphere. So if I'm in this position and I see this phenomena, I'm in one side of the sphere, and then I move to the other position and I'm on the other side of the sphere. So when they project the sky doing this phenomena and the points where it sources from, they project it as a whole like a sphere.
Yes.
But it's not a sphere, it's just like a projection of a sphere.
Yeah, if you flatten it, actually, when you flatten it out, it's a gigantic cross. Not even joking.
It's a cross, yeah. It looks more like a cross in the sky, yeah.
It would have to be, because it cannot be a rectangle, so you have to separate stretch the corners.
Great observation, Sporadic, that you actually describe it as a cross, because I mentally think about it as a cross, but couldn't like say it that it looks like one. Yeah, good one.
Yeah, like petals stretching out, like that map. What do they call that map? The one that has, it looks like petals, like it's a cut map. There's that one in geography they use, like they say it's the actual representation when you cut up the sphere and then like you stretch it out. This is the way it's supposed to be.
Here's another thing. If you were to take the cross and project it back out into 3D space, it would look like a pyramid. And it has the same dimensions as the Egyptian pyramids.
Yeah.
Right. Wow.
It's trippy, dude. Like, this thing is one of the most mind-blowing things
they got a sphere and it became a cross. Wow. It became a cross and then became a pyramid. Right?
Real quick, go ahead, sir. No, go ahead, sir. He says something. Go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, so
I was asking if the sphere, the projection is a sphere initially, which became a cross, and then the cross becomes a pyramid when you like put it into 3D without losing any dimensions.
Yep, that's right. If you flatten it, it's a cross. If you extrapolate it, it's a pyramid.
Right. And its blown form, it's a sphere.
It's almost like the dimension of the sphere at the center are being, in a way, projected into the phenomena that we observe from the ground. Because whatever the mechanisms of the heavens above are, we don't have all the variables to determine exactly what it is. But we do observe the phenomena that happens in the mediums between heaven and earth. Or because we are standing on the ground, we're looking across this medium, looking to whatever we're looking up there, whatever medium that is, and then mechanisms behind that kind of show certain, like a silhouette that we describe it as a pyramid. It looks like a pyramid. It gives the dimensions of the pyramids in the ground. But then there is more beyond that. You see kind of like it's some type of projection that is projecting from that point, from the pyramid center.
Yeah, and crystals have the same geometry as a sporadic meteor complex.
For sporadic, the other point that I was gonna say is that these on the pyramid on the ground, the Egyptian pyramid and other pyramids, they talk about the missing capstone of the pyramids. That is missing the capstone.
Yes, it was made of gold. That's why they stole it.
But yeah, that's the theory, right? That they stole it. But when you look, when you think about it, the pyramids are aligned to the luminaries, and at the center of rotation of the luminaries, it's like a pyramid of light. So I think the pyramids are aligned to the pyramid in the sky, and that's the capstone, if you think about it.
In the sky, yeah.
Yeah, the capstone of the pyramid is up in the sky.
Yep. Makes total sense.
And it's described in the $1 bill. You see the pyramid on the ground, and then the pyramid in the sky.
Yeah, the top one.
It's depicted right there.
A tiny one. Yes, I remember that tiny one. The one that's floating with the...
Well, it's not that it's tiny. It's just that it's up in the sky. And it's at the center of rotation of the luminary.
Okay. Yeah, it's small. I used to think it's just tiny, so it's the cap.
This would be the actual Benven stone.
Because, in my opinion, and I'm going to go from scripture perspective, that it speaks about God's dwelling, the heavenly city of God up in heaven that is as wide and long as it is high. And that's the descriptions of a pyramid. That's, what we know, and it's described in scripture, and that's just based on that. And with the observation... Go ahead.
The Mayan pyramids are shorter, like halfway. They have a bigger cap. The ones in America.
Yeah, they're not as good. So like what sporadic meteors leave behind is iron ore. That's what is also claimed to be. Like at the point of interception of the electrical discharge in the sky, when you trace it to the ground, people tend to find iron ore.
Yeah.
Right.
Whether or not that came from the sky is another matter altogether. But it's interesting that iron is associated with this.
I guess he won't be.
Yeah, I remember a friend telling me that.
Because metals are
Someone
crystal.
stop miking.
This whole.
Yeah, there's
Metals are
chapter in the
crystallic
Quran
structures.
that's
Anyway,
called
continue.
Surah Al-Hadid. So basically, it means the chapter of iron. And a friend, I didn't go into details with it, but a friend of mine told me that iron, according to like some book he was reading, is not even from this planet, and it comes. That's what he explained. Basically, it comes through the meteors and stuff like that. But I think that it's from our Earth, but some reaction or whatever happens that just sort of purifies it or brings it out, or it's like a magnet, so it just sort of it's found there.
So imagine when you're welding with plasma, these flames that you weld in metals or whatever, there's some type of reaction up there in the heavens above that is...
Hello, how are you, friends? How are you?
We're doing okay. How about yourself? Welcome.
I am okay. And you?
I said we're doing all right. What brings you by?
Okay.
You sound faint. Can you like adjust your mic or something?
Yeah,
Maybe
get closer to your mic.
Don't scream, please. But did you just leave? Okay.
Maybe he just wanted to ask how you guys doing, and that's it. If you have any more questions, you can direct them to the panel.
I think
his first question was answered, so that's good.
Yeah, maybe it's the
So
time.
the iron ore, that's very one of the most magnetic materials, isn't it? Iron oxide.
Absolutely. I think it's iron itself, not the rust, not the oxide,
or something like that. And it also
there's two
takes kind of like the shape. If you look at when it's found on the ground and the iron, it kind of takes the pyramid shape actually. It's called magnetite. Magnetite, iron dioxide, iron oxide, magnetite. Yeah, just look it up, magnetite, and look at it. And also, it is mostly iron oxide. I think it is. Let me check again.
Maybe iron 1 oxide, because rust is iron 3 oxide, I think.
Possibly, I might be mistaken about the second, but it's iron something, and it's magnetite.
There's a lot of iron compounds.
And it takes the shape of like a pyramid shape as well.
Pyramid shape. Oh yeah, this one. I think. Yeah. Magnetite is a mineral, right? So this is the chemical formula: ferrous 2 plus ferrous 3 plus. Damn, I can't even read this. It just says 204. I don't know what 204 is. Maybe it's an O, which is oxygen. So I don't know why there's a 2 before that, but 2 oxygens and 4. So maybe 8 oxygens. Yeah, I think you're right. There's some kind of an oxygen molecule.
Yes.
Involved. Magnetite. This one does look like it's from outer space. Like it has that weird
from outer space
kind of look. It looks like it's not.
Well, if you say, let's say the medium above is out of this space, it's another space out there. I mean, yes, out of this space that you and I are in, out of this medium is another medium up there.
Yeah, like the sky or whatever, outside our atmosphere.
It wouldn't be an atmosphere because air doesn't have a shape.
Yeah, I prefer to say atmo layer, but sounds really weird. So
air. That's what we got. The atmos,
yeah,
the air.
It's just the air, atmosphere.
Yeah, the atmos. But then we give it sphere. We're saying the air has a shape, a sphere, but it doesn't.
Yeah, itself it doesn't. Yeah, I guess it's the globers.
Remember that term is made because of the globe that they have to have the air around the sphere.
The strato layers are called stratosphere and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the pyramid shape magnetite looks like it's kind of like being either I don't know affected, or there's an introduction of that
why do they call it magnetite? It is attracted to a magnet and can be magnetized. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, it's one of the oxides.
Since you were interested in this stuff, I must send you some information about the sporadic meteor research and the observations. They look at the sky with like a whole spectrum of optical equipment. Some of it they call it electro-optical, other is thermal, infrared, radio surveys. So within all of the spectrum of optical observation, you can actually, within all of the spectrum, you can actually see this kind of like shape in the sky.
Wow.
You know, it's interesting, guys. Atman in Sanskrit means soul.
Soul.
Like air or breath. Yeah. Not prana. Very similar. And in German, which borrowed a lot from Gothic, which has loan words from Sanskrit. Atman is breath or air, like the exhalation.
Yeah, they noticed this kind of a rhythm in the observatory in Japan, the deep one, where there's like water at a certain depth. It's not supposed to be disturbed by like regular Earth, like energies or waves and stuff. And then they observe cosmic like events and stuff. So it has some kind of a rhythm, like it breathes in and out, sort of. Like there's inhale and exhale, sort of like observed.
Hey, Lord of Rims. I was trying to DM you, but you're not accepting DMs at the moment. I'm gonna
I don't
send
know
you a
why,
firm.
because I never closed it ever. I don't see anything that came through. Oh, now it came. So it was just a delay, basically. So does it say that I don't accept the DMs directly?
It's saying your message could not be delivered. This is usually because you don't share a server, which we do share servers.
Yeah, I noticed that when I tried to do that with other people as well. So maybe my settings have, I don't know.
Something in your settings is you're not accepting that DMs unless you guys are friends or something. But now I can DM you, so thanks.
Yeah, because you added. Let me just fix that so that it can come directly. App settings, chat, probably, yeah. So
Just looking at Lord of Rims, you might look at the sporadic meteor phenomena and you might like it because Lord of Rims, and you look at the sky and it kind of there might be some relation to your profile picture to the phenomena of the whole of the sky when it's depicted as such.
Yeah, Jemsy, do you have that GIF showing the at least 4 radiant points that are sharing energy with each other over the course of a year? It was taken by Seymour, the Canadian Meteorological Organization.
I do have the one that shows all 6 of them.
Yeah, there's that GIF.
I mean, I have a bunch of them.
There's that GIF that shows the energy exchange between radiant points. It's trippy as all get out.
does it have anything to do with the obelisks?
It kind of looks like one in the sky, just saying, like from underneath.
Yeah, but the ones on Earth are supposedly transmitting some kind of energy as well.
Let's see if I can find it.
So where do I open my DMs from? I can't find the setting. Advanced, maybe? Nope. Else, contents, social. Direct messages, filter from non-friends, do not filter. Okay, found it.
I found it. There you go.
I managed to open up my DM.
All right, at 13 minutes past the hour, what you're watching is an electro-optical infrared camera that is aimed at the sporadic meteor complex over the course of a year. The days of the year are ticking on the bottom corner, I think to the left. And this is showing the in light that's not visible to humans, but is visible in the radio spectrum and in very, very low infrared spectrum. This is over your head every night.
So
And this
to scan
complex
this, you
occupies
have
the
to place
entire
upward?
field of view in the sky from horizon to horizon. This is overhead.
Right. Okay, so it's spread out.
Yep, when the sun goes away, this starts to come up. When the sun rises in the east, this is starting to illuminate, or sun sets in the west, this is rising and this is illuminating the sky. So as the sun sets, this has come up and increases in intensity over the course of the night and then fades away as the sun comes up the next morning.
Yeah, makes sense. I think it's like the I don't remember what they call it, but there's like that part which has a lot of stars maybe or something, and even like cosmic clouds or something.
Sporadic, I wanna fix something for you because that one has certain labels. Like someone is taking credit for that, but he just put the images together and then staple his name on it.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, fuck. I mean, this comes from an actual study from the Canadian Meteorological Observatory.
Yeah, he says so, that the Seymour is the source, but the animation is from him.
The animation, he grabbed the images from paper and he put them in a time lapse.
Okay. Yeah.
So the one that I posted last, it shows the time lapse. And when you see those numbers, it's 5 days. 5 days. It's 365 days. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So 5 days. Okay.
What's also interesting is if you're into ham radio, you can listen to this stuff. It sounds like chirps and static. And it's in the VHF range. It's around like 120 to 130 megahertz.
Okay. 120 to 130. All of them, yeah?
Yep.
Sporadic, I just want to know why there's a theta symbol in the middle of it.
Yeah, want to see more? Hold on. This is going to blow your mind, dude, because they've done studies from the southern latitudes, and it's symmetrical.
Nice.
What was your question, T-Dub? What was the question? Or what was it? Mathematics. Yeah,
We all sound the same, but anyways.
What did you ask?
When you have a look at the one that you posted up, Gemsy, there's a theta symbol in the middle of it.
When you say the symbol,
okay, see where the black area is flashing around it.
Yeah.
The clear area, it leaves a theta symbol.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, you know what that is? That's the celestial equator.
Oh yeah, that is what we call the celestial equator. And when you see the, let me post the other ones. My bad.
Yep. So that
Go
dividing line, it's really weird, right? How the dividing line between the two triangles on the top and the bottom, that clear separation is the celestial equator, which is where the sun goes during the equinox on the equator. Isn't that freaking weird?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it like cuts it neatly in half.
Yeah, but there's a certain
these images are taken over the course of a year.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah.
But you know that this whole observation is not just done from one point. This is put together from Tierra del Fuego in Argentina. Then there is the CMOR from Canada, and there is another one in Texas, and another one in Peru, and another one in Ascension Island in the Atlantic Ocean. So a lot of the imagery is kind of like put together because it's
the observation.
It's not observable for one position, I don't think. From what I comprehend, what do you think, Sporadic? Is that what am I interpreting correctly? Because I think when you look at all the observatories, they give you a similar image, but they put imagery together from all of the positions.
Yeah, they produce separate images and together composite images. I've got similar findings from like Russian bases in northern Antarctica. So
because this thing is like the whole of the sky from different positions. This is not just one position on the ground. It's a bunch of positions on the ground.
Yeah, what they've done, like in some of the first posts we've shared, which is from the Canadian Meteorological Research Organization. They took an array, several electro-optical infrared cameras, meteor cameras, and they posted them out, and they spread them out, and they pointed them at the sky, and they put them on timers to rotate over the course of a year. And they just started snapping pictures, man, and they produced the GIF that you see. It's interesting because the most intense, what you're seeing basically, like with the colors, the hyperspectral colors, the most intense colors is the highest energy level. And what this is really revealing is that meteors are energy, like lightning, you know?
Right. Yeah, that does make sense.
You can hear it when you tune a ham radio, and if you were to take a directional antenna, like a log periodic or Yagi antenna, and point it at the direction it's coming from, you're going to hear this stuff. And you can actually bounce signals off of it, which is freaking weird.
This is why animals can hear it before us. Like they usually know
It might be. It is absolutely electrical, 100%. Animals pick this stuff up. And this happens every night. Like a big 6 points of radiant light that is just outside your visual perception rise in the east and set in the west in this configuration. It is symmetrical. This has been known about since about the 1950s and 60s, and they first started taking images of it in the 1970s. And only recently, since 2008, have produced high resolution images of this. And this is not really talked about. This is cutting edge. If you read some of the forums, some of the posts that astronomers have back and forth, they're puzzled by the symmetry and the beauty. And they're like, what the hell?
Anti-Helian. Wow. So it's the exact opposite of it. It's a mirror image.
You know, another coincidence that I find pretty peculiar is that the sun, when you observe the sun dogs and you see this phenomena, let me post something about the sun. It looks like a projection of this whole thing. So, you know, the phenomena of the sun and the moon both do the same thing.
Yeah, listen, the sun dogs are on the opposite ends of the sporadic meteor complex. So all the nodes you see from the sundog image, that is a mirror image reflection of what you see with the sporadic meteor complex. Isn't that freaking weird, guys? Like you've seen sundogs, people taking pictures of them in like icy conditions where you have like the sun setting and you see like micro suns above and to the left and to the right, and all these halos and these arcs of light connecting the nodes. That specific geometric configuration is what is produced at nighttime in a mirror image reflection with the sporadic meteor complex.
Okay, that's
okay. So it's the same thing, but
Isn't that weird?
Don't see the sun. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I mean, there's always been the question: where does the sun go when it sets?
The sun.
You're not going to find mainstream astronomers talking about this. Most of them probably don't even know this exists.
Yeah, because it doesn't match with saying that the sun doesn't go anywhere.
The sundog was a big talking point that Lemonbird used to bring up, and a lot of the globalists on GEMS straight denied it, that it's not a thing, no one's ever recorded it, there's no pictures of it, there's no evidence of it.
Yeah, right. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Oh, yeah. And they would get infighting amongst themselves about like what a sundog is and what's creating it and whatnot.
So remember, the sporadic mirror complex is a whole compilation of kind of like a projection of all of the sky from all positions, and the sun is one section of it. So when you're looking at the sundogs and this sun phenomena that shows, it's kind of showing a projection of the whole of the sky, the way it looks in the electro-optical spectrum onto that
day
position.
and night, right? So it's both day and night.
And the moon does that as well. The moon shows these characteristics as well. I'm gonna find it.
Because it's part of it, yeah. It's part of the celestial system. What does this image show? The one with the haze and some kind of an angle.
What do they say? Do what you love, and you'll never work a day in your life. Well, I love this. Not so much.
I got videos about the sun stuff, so that takes out of the question people questioning it if it's real or not. There's a lot of footage about it. If you look, you can find it.
I think the big issue was for the globalists that they weren't able to find like a Wikipedia page or like a Google search had like different definitions. No one was telling them exactly what was the correct paradigm that they should say about it.
Oh, real quick to Lord of Wheels, the question that you asked about that, that's basically when people are with your camera over your eyes, you can time lapse, kind of like people say, the rotation of the sky, and you see these two rotations, one on one point, then you see the celestial equator of the middle, and then you see the other rotation of the other side. And that image that you're asking about is basically showing that
So
that's the ground that you're standing on, the horizontal frame of reference, and then you're looking at this phenomena up in the sky that is happening in a time lapse.
Over a year, right?
No, that's a time lapse that you can allegedly you can observe during the night cycle, because I don't think you can see it during the day. It's during the night.
Obviously. Yeah, the observation has to be at night.
I have an image of what this might look like from the equator, looking towards the east at sunset. So hang on a second, I'm going to go find it.
It looked like sunset to me, so that's what I wanted to clarify. So that would be the western sky. And so there's a circle of like rotations on the left of it, which is kind of independent, like a sphere. And then there is like these from the right that are going into where the sun sets.
Not like a sphere, like a circle of rotation.
Oh, so the same ones are just going around. Okay.
Because when you look at the Nord celestial as a center and you do a time lapse, it looks like the stars around that area do a circle around that celestial north or Polaris, right? The center star.
Oh,
and then next to that, you see the celestial equator, and then after that, allegedly there's another circular rotation, which is labeled as the celestial south or south toroidal.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey guys, here it is, 28 minutes past the hour. So this is half of it. This is one half of it. At sunset, this is what you would see with electro-optical infrared. You would see a point towards the north celestial pole, a point towards the south celestial pole, and 2 points that are equidistant from each other from the celestial poles along the horizon. You see that?
The horizon is this vertical, sorry, the horizontal line, the red one?
Yep, and as the sun has set, this is about, consider this like 9 o'clock at night on the equator. The first point, the anthelion point of the sporadic meteor complex, will be elevated in front of you, maybe about 30 to 50 degrees.
Okay, in the east.
So that's what you would see. Huh? Yeah, in the east. Yeah.
Okay.
So this whole thing, as it would lift up, those 4 points you see on the horizon would eventually be overhead. And yep.
So it rises in like 2 hours.
They would be in a straight line connecting the north to the south celestial poles.
So listen real quick, Lord, in your question, this is what, sun or sporadic? So the sun will be the circle that we call the sun, and around the sun there is the helion, which is one of the radiant sources. So on the imagery that we showed you, the helion is not the sun. The sun is the circle of the sun, and then the helion will be the one of the radiant sources that is this section of the sky where the sporadic meteors come from all of that section of the sky. You know that you get that, right? Sporadic helion. So the helion source is not the sun. The sun is the circle of the sun, right? What we call the
Helion is
sun.
off. Yeah, the helion source is a little bit off center from the sun. It's a little freaking. Is it east of the sun? A little west of the sun, I think. It's a little west of the sun, just a smidge.
Kind of like around it or next to it or something.
Yeah, the helion source is just due west of the sun. Now, the north toroidal and south toroidal points are very close to the north and south celestial poles, but they're not quite there.
Do these points move amongst themselves, or are they always equidistant?
All these radiant points are equidistant. They maintain themselves in a constellation, kind of like Orion or Cassiopeia or any of the constellations in the sky. They remain fixed relative to each other.
Yeah, to each other, but not to other stuff. The other stuff, well, it moves.
Imagine gears of a clock. You know how the clock has gears, but they have other gears within those gears, and there's gears behind, gears above, gears below. So there's gears within gears.
Yeah, there has
Something
to be
like that.
movement. Like the whole stuff is always moving. Yeah.
I don't know if this gears is a correct term, but I'm just saying that as a mechanism, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, the concept. Yeah, because like if one moves, the other one moves either with it or opposite it in some way, but there's like a movement involved.
No,
That one that I tagged you with?
yet, dude. Nobody's talked about the fact that this thing is zapping Earth with electricity.
With way more than that. There's like sound coming from it, electricity.
Yeah, it's energy.
I don't know, frequencies. You can do all type of readings from it.
So get this: there's what appears to be a pyramidal structure that flies above Earth at nighttime and zaps Earth with electricity. And it's associated with iron and magnetism. It's like we woke up in an alternate dimension, right? I mean, this is happening. This has been going on since the beginning of time, as far as we're concerned.
It's been there. Yeah, it's literally just been there.
You can also think about it as a prism. You know, when we present the prism, that light goes through, and then you see kind of like a prism. I mean, the pyramid is always used like a prism of light, and we actually somehow within the layers are getting that phenomena as well. We get in the light. We have the pyramid at the center, and then we get the sun and whatever, and we get all the colors in the medium. I don't know. There's something there. I don't know how to put it together, but there is something there. Oh, so I wanted to post something about the sun.
So how do we align this from here? Like when we observe, is the north toroidal our north as well?
Yeah, that's near the North Pole in the sky.
Okay, so basically the plow, right? Like in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, yep, exactly. Yep, that's close to the center point of rotation. And the southern toroidal is near the south celestial pole, near the southern point of rotation. And then the helion point is due west of the sun, so you can see it just as the sun sets.
Yeah.
A few
On the
hours
horizon,
later.
basically.
Yep. And the anthelion is not exactly opposite of the sun, but also a bit west of the sun.
Right, somewhere
So-
close.
Yeah. So what happens at some point in the night sky, you can see all 6 points of light. You can see 4 points of light connecting the north to the southern points in the sky, and you can see 2 that are close to where the sun sets and opposite of where the sun rises.
At the same time.
At the same time, yep. It's a gigantic cross in 2 dimensions.
Oh, okay. I need to actually look at it to like confirm. But there's something in Arabic called Al Fajr Al Awwal. This means the first Fajr, and the prayer is on the second one. It's called fake dawn, basically, in the Arab culture.
Wow.
There's like the sky becomes bright and it looks like it's dawn. So in Islamic law, when we're studying the prayers, it said that the prayer is due on the second dawn. And then they had to address the issue to say there's a first dawn that happens in the sky and then it disappears. It gets bright and then it goes away. And then there's the second one that comes. That's the actual one when the sun is about to rise. That's the one where when the prayer is due.
That kind of reminds me. That kind of reminds me of this Spanish guy. I gotta look again. I think he's from Spain or one of the Spanish countries, and he went to the Russian. He was taken to the Russian settlement in Antarctica. So he went over there and stayed over there, I think, for weeks or months, something like that. And they recorded something that they call the intrasun, that is happening during the nighttime. And it's not the moon, it's not the sun, but it kind of like gives you like 3 hours of light, and it looks like almost like a sun, but it's not during the intrasun.
I heard of that. Yeah. I heard of that a very long time ago, even as a kid. They were like, there's some kind of a weird, it's not the sun, but then there's something that comes up at the poles.
Well, it's a glow. It's a glow in the sky. They call that the nighttime air glow. Yeah. So the U.S. Army discovered this in the 1940s or 50s. They also used infrared technology and studied the night sky. There's something, I don't have the report, but some flat earthers out there might know what I'm talking about. It's called Nighttime Air Glow of the Firmament by the U.S. Army.
The one that they showed from the Russian recording, it came up like in the sky in the camera frame, and then it disappeared at the center like 3 hours. It lasted like 3 hours, and it was moving almost like the moon is moving, and it was a light in the sky, super bright, almost like the moon. And you see it's nighttime. You can see it's nighttime, but this thing is like illuminating the floor and everything. And then it just disappears in the middle. It just goes away.
Yeah, it disappears. Yeah, it's probably the.
And they called it the intrasun, intrasol.
Intrasol. Wow. Yeah, I missed this alignment of the planets. During the planetary parade last month. I just saw, I think, 1 or 2 of them. We had unclear skies, so it was a difficult time to observe. Very cloudy.
I gotta find the papers of all of this research and for you, Rims. I'm gonna send you the paper so you can probably look through that stuff. Because there's a lot of ideas from whoever is doing the research and their perspective. Some of them might be thinking they're standing on a spinning globe, and their conclusions might be
Different, yes.
different. But then the phenomena is there. The observable phenomena is there. But then your presuppositions might change the conclusion.
Yeah, makes sense. So this image of what I'm seeing, is it the actual sun like setting, or it's the one that's like infra?
I didn't post the infra. I didn't post the intra one. No, I have to look up that stuff again. That was a video that I watched from some guy, Spanish guy that went to the Antarctica with the Russians.
You're not going to get this information from globe earthers, folks. If you want more of this, tune into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh, so that the sun, when it looks like that you see the sun dogs, and I think that I've seen that happen in the morning. I also seen it happening in the afternoon. So I don't know. It's so in some areas you're gonna see more defined. In other areas, it looks like you can see the circle. So many times you're gonna see a little bit of it, and other times you're gonna see like the whole expression of it.
Right.
So I think it's based on the angle of the sun and your position on the ground. You because there's positions on the ground that you're gonna be looking at the sun, and you don't see this like a window. It looks almost like a window. You're looking through layers, and you see kind of like certain layers or whatever. But if you're in a different position, you're gonna be looking at the sun, but you don't see this phenomena. So it depends on the angle that you're looking at the
makes
sun.
sense. I mean, like in my zone, it would be interesting to see what else is there, or maybe what's missing.
When I say calling, the one can think of that, but take a little bit hard to do it, but it appears to say, at some point,
Almost 20 years ago, Gemsy, I worked with a man who was a geologist, and he was pretty old in age. He's probably not alive anymore. He had done 2 tours at Vostok Base in Antarctica with the Russians during the Cold War as a guest transfer scientist from the United States.
That was during the Soviet Union?
Yeah, this was during the 80s and late 70s and early 80s. You know, this is before I was like into flat Earth. I mean, this is a long time ago. One of the things he said is that somehow electromagnetic propagation of light and radio and everything else, even magnetism, behaves differently down there.
It would make sense because the magnetic north during that time was
The other thing he
actually
said
over
is
there.
he said that the ionosphere, he's not sure whether or not it rotates with the Earth or it just breathes in place. You know, in some ways, I think he was trying to say that he was questioning the globe cosmology. In fact, in many ways.
Yeah.
And one of the interesting things about Vostok Base, the Russian base in Antarctica, is that's actually closer where magnetic poles lines terminate. The Russians have that piece of land.
Yeah, because it's interesting, so they would have some kind of an upper hand to have that.
Yeah, for all kinds of things. Communications, weapons, you name it.
Yeah, everything. I mean, once you learn how to like harness something from there, you've got control, and in a way that other people do not even understand.
Yep, they can occupy the southern magnetic pole and control the weather. That's what I think.
It's possible.
And geologic processes and other things. Yep.
Once it's a pole, yeah, it's going to have the contra or the antipole, the other pole.
And allegedly, it's the high ground. So if you militarily talking, if you hold in the high ground.
Oh, guys, I just remembered. I'm looking for a map for the direction of the rivers in the world, like in which direction they flow.
Well, that's a good question, and I think if you're gonna take the context of rivers and you're not gonna be biased about river being the ones that come, okay. I think if you're gonna take the whole of picture of rivers, there are 4 rivers coming from the center location, and they go across the oceans. There's water flowing from the bottom of the oceans outside to the ocean. So there's waters coming from the bottom, and when you look at I think it's called the faults or whatever. There's like cracks or these deep. Those are rivers that are very, very deep down.
Yeah, I know that. But generally, like even on land, the rivers, like how do they flow? Because for the Nile, I know it starts in Ethiopia, it goes to the Mediterranean Sea. And ours here in my zone starts from somewhere around here, but it meanders a lot. And then it eventually goes east into the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, those are definitely rivers that we can go across the land. But I think there's another layer of rivers, and those are under the oceans.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, we could compare both, but generally, I want to do a like zoomed out kind of look to see if there's the pattern in the way the rivers flow.
I sent you like 5 papers. Let me see again. 4 papers of
I
1,
got those
2, 3,
PDFs.
4.
Yeah.
Let me post them in the text as well, so people, if they want to look at them, in this text. That's interesting. Oh, download file. I don't know if that's the correct one. Let me go back.
So Samer has like 3 points from which they observe, or like 3 stations. Samer North.
The observatories?
It seems, yeah, there's like 3. There's Cabo Domingo and the central one that just says Samer, and then there's La Toma.
There's many observatories. These phenomena can be observed all across the land. But the ones that I remember is the Canadian CMOR. They have they posted from different positions. They put different cameras at different spots. Like I think it was like 10 kilometers from each other. So that's one, the Canadian. Then I remember there's another one in the Atlantic Ocean called Ascension Island, also doing these observations. Then there's another one in Peru. Forgot the name of that one. There's another one in Texas. And then the other one that I remember is Tierra del Fuego in Argentina. So, but I'm certain, like Sporadic was saying, there's the Russians, and I'm pretty certain there's way more than that.
Absolutely. I mean, it would be good to know that there are different points in the Pacific, in India, in Africa, at the equator, down below the equator, and north of the equator, to see if there's like different results. Do you know if they do such stuff from like mountain peaks and stuff, like high altitude places like the Himalayas and stuff? Just to see if there's a difference.
Yeah, they have in mountain peaks. Ascension Island is an island in the Atlantic, so that's probably not as high as the Himalayas, but I'm certain they have observatories up in very high places.
Yeah, it's easier to observe from there because it's peaceful, it's less polluted, and you get just better clarity usually. The guests are awfully quiet. Yo, Haile, what's up? It's an Ethiopian dude.
Is by any chance, if there's any new people, if you got any questions, you can address them to the panel. You're welcome to open your mic. and ask about the topic. New people, go ahead if you got any questions. You're welcome to open your mic. Whoever joined. I don't know if sporadic still here. Anybody listening about the topic we spoke before? This topic, even though the Globers use it as evidence of the globe, actually it debunks the globe. Just letting you know. I know a lot of people say, don't talk about the sky, but based on the ground positions, the cycles of the sky, and everything you can put together from that phenomena, it doesn't work on a globe. So whenever the Globers bring out the luminaries or the sky, that's not, unless they're talking about the cartoon fantasy globe idea. Go ahead, Zoro. Zoro, welcome. You can go ahead and ask your question. Zoro, Earth to Zoro. Anyways, yeah, the sky debunks the globe when you actually observe it and put all the pieces together. It doesn't work on the globe plane. Matador, Matador. Welcome back, Matador. See, people have been joining. You're welcome to mic and ask questions. Go right ahead.
Don't be shy. Open up your mic. Say hi. Oh, I got beats happening. I didn't even realize. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it.
You're a poet?
Yeah, I am actually.
Okay, give us a sample. Prove it.
We have achieved amazing dreams, but does it justify the means when other life struggles to carry on? We've learnt to cope and overcome, but that's just not enough for some, and they won't stop until they have all and all have none.
Confirm, you are a poet. That's evidence right there. Any Globy believers have any poets about the Globy? Any poems about the Globy? We go Hailey, Closer, Stacky, Zoro, Sigum, or Sig, Sigmoid. Why don't you guys open your mics and direct your questions to T-Dub? Hey, welcome back, Siren. You got it. Hey.
No, you're not. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, I should be able to see everything the same sky as in the northern hemisphere.
You're not proving
In the
why. You're
southern
just saying that. I keep
Because
asking
it's a
you
flat
why.
surface. It's a flat surface.
You're
It's a
saying you
flat
should be
surface.
able
I should
to
be
see
able. So there's
everything
nothing
because it's a
obstructing my
flat
vision.
surface.
There's nothing
So what?
obstructing my vision. The Southern Cross.
Other
There's
than the
nothing.
angle, do you know that there's a minimum angle that you can see things?
The minimum angle.
Mhm.
The Southern Cross.
Well, you can't see. Well, as you move away from the north, the star does appear to be lower to the ground, doesn't it?
What? As I move
The
further.
further from the North Star you move, the closer to the ground it appears to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, it goes behind the curve.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if it appears to move towards the ground or appear to get closer to the ground.
Yeah, it appears to go closer to the ground.
Okay, well, That's what happens when you get further away from two objects. The space between them closes. That's with all objects. So how do you know, except for that fact, or besides that fact, that it's because the Earth is a globe?
Because I can just pull up a telescope and it'll still be the same, still look the same. But
Even
if you
with
if you grab like
telescopes also have. Oh my God! Telescopes also have a minimal angle.
Yes, but it's not the same thing as, like, for example, like, when you have like two long bridges, and like the bridges like appear to get closer to each other.
Yeah, it's exactly like that because the ground is an object. The ground is listen. The ground is an object, and the celestial body is an object, I suppose. The further away that you move from it, it appears to get lower. Appears. Like everything else. Including with telescopes. With distance, you're still going to have an angle to resolve and a minimum, but you can no longer resolve the space between two things.
Yeah, but I can still, in the case of two bridges, I can still pull up a telescope, and I can see, and I can still, like, the gap would get bigger because of my field of vision is getting small, is like more zoomed in. So that
It's a way smaller scale.
The optical effect is not the same as.
It's a way smaller scale than literally the limits of your vision and the telescope's vision.
Yeah,
or
but
magnification, I should say.
No, there should be the smallest. There should still be the smallest amount of difference.
Well, why should there be?
Because there is with the bridge. So, like,
But
would
there
make no
isn't with
sense.
celestial objects. There are differences.
Yeah, but as I get further from the bridge, like, there should still be the same thing.
Well, I mean, the same thing happens with. I don't know about the North Star because you can't actually see stars below 15 degrees because the air gets in the way. So you can't pull out a telescope and look through the air. So that's why mariners don't use stars below 15 degrees. However, you can take out a telescope, not a telescope, but like, some kind of with a matter of fact, with some sort of protection for, what do you call those? Whatever protection you can look at the sun at with optical devices, whatever that's called. You can see the sun appear to set and then zoom in, and then you can see the space between the sun and the ground again. So what you're saying should be possible is possible with the sun, at least.
All right, so if I pull up a telescope right now, and I zoom into a star below 15 degrees, does that make the Earth a globe?
I just told you visually it's not possible.
So if it was possible, does that make it a globe?
What do you mean if it was possible? It's not possible. Who cares about if it were? Why do you have to go to if it, listen, why do you have to go to if it were, if in reality that's not possible? Are we playing imaginary games, or are we talking about what we can prove with reality?
If I use any telescope you want, and I prove that I can see stars below a 15 degrees angle, will you admit the Earth is a globe?
No, because it would necessitate it being a globe still.
What's the point of your claim?
Because the bottom line is your premise was that there would be no space if you use a telescope, and I just told you with the sun there is. You think the sun is 93 million miles away, so as far as you're concerned, it's far enough. So I already answered. I already responded. I already responded to your point.
You're jumping to a different point. You made the claim that I cannot.
It's not a different point. Do you believe the sun is a star or not?
Okay, fine. I don't believe it.
Is it 93 million miles away in your belief or not? Yes or no? These are simple yes or no questions. Let's not be obnoxious. Yes?
Yes to what?
Let's not be obnoxious. These are yes or no questions. You believe the sun is a star, yes?
Yes.
You believe it's 93 million miles away, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe that the apparent height of it is due to the curvature of the Earth, right? So far that you can't really. Okay, so except for the fact you can pull out a telescope or a camera, and zoom in, and see the separation, like you just said with the bridge. So, what's your response to that point that you made?
Let's go back to your claim that I. Okay,
So we're not gonna. So when you say go back, it sounds like you're not going to acknowledge
I'll acknowledge it
that,
after you acknowledge your first claim.
which was what?
I
Because I
can't see.
didn't have a claim. I asked you.
No, you.
Matter of
you
fact,
claim.
you tell me. Because remember, your claim is that this is proof that the Earth is a globe. Because I was asking you how. So what claim do you claim that I made?
You claim that I could not see stars other than the sun below a 15 degrees angle.
Okay.
Do you agree?
Mostly because I told you because of the air and the practicality, they just can't use it for navigation.
So if I pull up a telescope and find stars below 15 degrees, does that prove that
Are you going to be able to? Are you going to be able to see them without the telescope?
No, but with a telescope, so why does that matter? I can still see them.
The point is not seeing them with the telescope. You said that there should be like a change in angle, like with the bridge. In order for there to be a change, you would need to be changing between your magnification. So, how would you be doing that?
I'm just pulling up a telescope at a 15 degrees angle, and I'm putting the camera through it. And
But the argument wasn't against me saying that you can't see a star. Like your argument never was. Your argument never was. It's a globe if you can see a star below 15 degrees. Because I would have said, well, that's because I would have said that's not. It's not proof of anything. I just said you can't see it. So you're saying, so if we do see it, does that mean it's a globe? No. But anyway, your point was that how come, like with a bridge, when you pull out a telescope, you can see more space between them, right? That was your point, right?
Yeah.
But with a star, you can't. So how would you be doing that with a star?
Look.
You can't.
So look, what you said, how it went at the beginning is you said I can't see the North Star the further I go from it, because you can't see stars below a 15 degrees angle. Correct?
No, that's not what I said.
What was your reason to why I can't see the North Star?
Well, you are beyond the minimal angle that you can see it. I didn't say that was 15 degrees.
Beyond the minimal angle. What does that mean?
It's like, if anyone can help me out, 0.02 degrees or something like that.
What is that?
It's the minimum angle that you can resolve something. Just look up diffraction limit.
Look at what?
Hold on. I'll pull something up for you. Alright. How do I share this? I'll just screenshot it. Fuck it. And then you can Google it. You see the chat? That's what it has to do with it.
Right, so that doesn't tell me why can't I see Polaris the further I go from the north.
Because you have an angular resolution limit between the ground and the other viewing option.
I'm gonna need to look into angular resolution because I have no idea what that is.
And you're reading it right there, you know exactly what it is. It's like when you're looking at the crosswalk and the space between the lines on the ground gets smaller the further you are away from it. That's one form of it on a 2D scale. You've seen it with headlights. Faraway cars appear to have one headlight because you can't discern between the two headlights. Am I coming in clear, chat?
Yeah, super clear.
Cool.
Yeah, but that's just for like two close things blurring into like one, like right now, like two like lights blurring into one.
No, it's not just two close things. No, it's not.
What? God. No, it is. It doesn't make sense.
I just gave you real world examples. How could real world examples not make sense? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but that's so close. Though those two bridges are
No,
so.
it's not. There's nothing about close. It is about how far you are away from the object and its apparent size.
It's close in like relation to my field of view. Yes.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything? Does it mean that faraway objects aren't subject to angular resolution limits? What do you mean?
No, I'm saying angular resolution can't like hide a star.
What we're talking about not being able to resolve. Star is nothing but a pinpoint of light. You can't resolve lights on the other side of a faraway bridge if you don't have good enough optics and if you're not high enough.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter how high you are on like be on top of like the Burj Khalifa and like you'd still you still can you'll still never be like no matter how high you go you'll still never be able to see Polaris.
No, it doesn't matter how high you go though, because the height doesn't matter. The distance matters. You don't know the heights of the stars. Nobody does. And the reason that I'm saying that is because the higher you go, no matter where you are on the earth, it's not going to change the elevation angle of a star like, say, a plane would if you're on a mountain versus on the floor. The stars don't work that way.
What?
So the point is, it's gone once you're far away, too far to see it. You can't get up higher to see a star because the height, no matter how high you go, it doesn't change your angle to the stars. Once it's beyond the resolution, you can't change your height to increase your angle of view to a star.
So can't I just zoom in?
Zoom into what? If you can't see it with a telescope, you can't see it.
But if I can see it with a telescope, and then I go.
I just asked you how you would do that, though. You never gave me an answer. I asked you that 10 minutes ago.
What? Bro, I mean, I can just.
No, 10 minutes ago, I asked you how you would do that. You didn't even get to that. I said, well, just like the bridge, you'd need to see the difference between non-magnified versus magnified. So how would you be doing that with the star?
So wherever like the line is where Polaris disappears, I would go like a bit in front of that, and I would like zoom into Polaris.
What do you mean zoom into Polaris?
Like I'd use a telescope to like look at Polaris.
Okay.
I don't think I'd even need. And then I'd go on like a 1 minute drive, and I'll just like disappear.
Yeah, well, that would be you getting further away or closer.
But I can't zoom into it, even though it's just such a short drive. Like it'll never be. No matter how.
It depends. Either it won't be there, or you've driven far enough that you can or can't see it. One of the two. But it'll still be because of the angular resolution limit.
What?
You keep saying what? It's very simple stuff.
It makes okay. That makes okay. So like the
Like you're still not proving how any of this conversation, like how any of this proves the Earth is a globe, though. That was the whole point.
Okay, bro. So like the furthest you can see Polaris is on the equator at an angle.
Okay.
No, like like the size of it doesn't change. The same size.
Yeah, stars' sizes don't change. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Okay. So if I go,
we're not talking about the size. We're talking about the angular distance between the star and the ground.
Okay, but if I go, like
that's what's unresolvable at some point. You keep talking about going to listen. The bottom line is, regardless of where you go, where you're at, if you can't see it, it's because you can't resolve it. So you say you pull out a telescope and you see it. Okay. So.
And then I go in like a 30 seconds.
So that what that does is put you in the same example I gave you about the sun, which goes against your point. You said that the angle wouldn't change. So if you're presenting me not seeing it because of the minimal angle that you couldn't see it from, and now you do see it, well, because it's at an angle you can now see because of the magnification, that proves my point.
What?
Word. Word.
Bro, literally, it doesn't matter. Like the angular resolution doesn't matter. Like it doesn't stop you from
angular
seeing
resolution limit does matter between two objects. Yes, it does.
But it doesn't stop you from seeing two things as separate.
Yes, it does. It literally does.
No, it doesn't.
It literally does. You didn't read what I posted?
Yeah, but it doesn't make a single.
So you said it doesn't make two. We're talking about two things: the ground and something in the sky. That's two things, isn't it?
But
yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Two things. It's two things, not one, right?
Fine,
yes or no? Ground.
I can see that point. I can see.
Okay, so the two things have a distance. So the two things have an angular distance between them, right?
Can I rephrase my claim?
Well, we're gonna have to continue down this path at least, so that you're not obnoxious, so that the crowd at least understands what just happened.
No, because I think you
Are you?
misunderstood
Are
what
you?
I
Are
meant.
you? I'm not. Well, you're the one speaking. I didn't misunderstand anything.
Fine, I guess I
You're
misspoke.
asking me why can't you see the star from a place that you can't see it? I'm telling you because you can't resolve it. You're too far away. What do you mean?
What I
You
mean is,
didn't understand that, and I pulled up angular resolution limit. You still don't understand. You said, "Well, that isn't going to affect the distance between two objects." So, angular resolution limit, also known as diffraction limit, is the smallest angle between two objects that an optical instrument, like a telescope or the human eye, can distinguish as separate. Which means, beyond that point, you couldn't distinguish between two objects, like I've been saying. You said, well, can you pull out a telescope like with the bridge and do that? I said, well, you can do that with the sun. You said, well, what about with the star? Well, if you can't see it and then you pull out a telescope and you can see it, that's just like the same thing with the sun and with the bridge. So here we are again. What did I misunderstand?
bro, think about it this way: like you can see, like even if you can't see the car, like in like a long road.
I'm not asking me a question. Oh, how are you going to prove the
I'm
Earth
not
is a
asking you.
globe?
I'm giving you an example.
Is this example going to prove that the Earth is a globe? Because that was what you were supposed to be getting.
I'm proving that angular resolution does not make stars disappear.
Not disappear. You can't see it because you're
appear
too
to
far
disappear.
away. You're too far away. What do you mean?
I'm saying angular resolution.
Anything that you're far away from. So you go away from the North Star. It decreases in its angular distance to the ground. You go away from a lighthouse on the water, on the sea. The distance between the top of the lighthouse and the ground, at least apparently, gets smaller. Everything does the same thing. It appears to get smaller with distance. And what appears to get smaller with distance? The distance between two objects, apparently. That happens always, all the time. I really don't understand what your argument is.
My argument is that resolution limits don't stop you from seeing. They stop you from seeing detail, but they don't stop you from seeing light.
Well, that's only if you're looking at one object. We're not talking about the star getting so far away it disappears into the sky. Like if you get far enough from a plane in high altitude, it will disappear. That's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about it getting closer and closer to the ground until you can't resolve the difference between what was in the sky and what was on the ground. All you see is horizon.
But I should still be like, if it's completely dark outside, I should still be able to see the light.
No, you're not understanding. I can't help you, bro. The Earth is measured flat. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not straw manning. You don't have a point. You don't have proof. You're explaining what your observations don't make sense. If the Earth were flat, you don't have any evidence for why that is. You're talking about the distance to the star and how if you go far enough away, you can't see it. Why is that? That's not evidence of the Earth being a globe. You don't have anything to say. I already know that the Earth is measured flat. That's not a straw man because I'm not responding to any argument that you're making because you haven't made one.
Yeah, right. I think
I'm just bowing out of the conversation because I understand that it'd be a waste of my time to continue. So it's cool.
Okay, bro.
I just made one of my friends spaz out. over flat Earth. Oh, it's too funny. I basically went over sea level. And I'm like, all right, so you have a bathtub, right? And he's like, yeah. Like, is the water level? And he's like, yeah. And I just gradually scaled up, right? And then I went to a lake, and then he says, it depends. I'm like, oh, it depends. Like, well, what do you mean it depends? He's like, oh, well, it depends on the size of the lake, about like how much it's gonna curve. I'm like, okay, so like, can you detail that? And he's like, you're just trying to get a gotcha on me. I'm like, no, I'm literally just trying to like go through like the claims of your worldview that the Earth is curving, and it's not curving from a bathtub to a swimming pool, then to a lake it is. So like, I want to see at what height, and what lengths, it would start curving at. And then he started just ad hom attacking me, saying, "Oh, you're frying my brain from the dumb stuff that you're saying." And then I'm like, "Well, what am I saying that's dumb?" And he's like, "Oh, you don't believe in tides." I'm like, "What do you mean tides? Like, what does it have to do about curvature of the Earth and the water?" And then he brought up some Neil deGrasse Tyson video, and I'm like, what are you proving, bro? You're just bringing up some 11-minute video. I'm like, use your words and like describe where I went wrong and where my reasoning here is wrong. And as soon as I said that, he just left the call. Couldn't say anything, splurged out. Fucking W flat earthers. It's crazy that he went all full retard on me, even though that's what he claims I was doing to him. Because the minute before that, we were watching. He told me, he actually hit me up. He's like, "Yo, do you want to watch a conspiracy video?" I'm like, not really. I've kind of watched all of them before. Like, what do you want? And he's like nagging me. He's like, all right, whatever. I'll give it a shot. And it's some like esoteric, like 2012, like Illuminati, like ether, like yada yada, just some like far out like stuff. And I'm like halfway through, like it's like 3 minutes in. I'm like, so what's the point of this video? Like, do you believe in this? And he's like, well, I just kind of want to get your worldview. And like, I don't know if I believe in it. I'm just kind of like lost and I'm kind of lost right now. I'm like, well, like if you're lost, you're kind of asking like the wrong guy, because I'm going to push like towards like different ideas. Like I have my own ways, but it almost looked like he was looking for me to like say no, this isn't like real and yada yada yada. So I don't know, but this is interesting that people that are looking at these esoteric things, but then as soon as you mention flat Earth, they're like, "Oh, you're a retard." It's like, what? So basically, I gave him 3 minutes of the video to watch with me, and in that 3 minutes, every time I told him to pause, just like QE was doing a freaking treatment on it, I was just like, that's fallacious. I'm like, that's a straw man. I'm like, that right there is like ether, like prove ether, and basically only got 3 minutes in the video until he gave up, and then I brought up flat Earth, and that's when the spiral began.
So, does anyone have any more questions in the panel?
Yeah, how do doorknobs work on a flat Earth?
Oh, that's too hard to answer. I have no idea. They just fall off because there's no gravity.
They just fall off. What's up, Stacy?
Oh, I'm up now. Finally.
You quizzing the panel? You giving a quiz or what?
No, not a quiz. Just inviting other people to speak up, but I don't think we have many Globers here at the moment. We scared them all away from rational thinking.
Yeah, usually happens like that.
Oh, is it women's hour? Oh, my bad, guys.
No, not today. Not enough women.
Well, if you include Stacy, that's just woman's hour. But
I can take one for the team. I can, be a woman for a couple hours.
But you're gonna have to change the pitch of your voice, dude.
I'll give you a blonde wig.
Oh yeah, okay.
The guy was trying to prove that the Earth is a globe by saying that when you fly in an airplane, it's like you're going on a straight line.
Whoa, that's really good.
He's like, yeah, you don't notice the curve when you're in a plane. Okay. Kind of like a flat Earth. Just saying. They make it
I
too
remember I was asking one lady who used to be a pilot, and I was like, like you have to like dip your nose down, blah, blah, blah. And she just shrugs and she's like, no, like, you just, if it looks like it's going down, but like she was just making it up. You could tell. I find with the pilots I talk to, the majority of like, I'll ask them questions they've never thought about and they just make it up as they go.
Wonder what makes them do that.
Well, it's probably like it's their field. Pilots tend to have a lot of like confidence and ego. Obviously, not every pilot, but a lot of them are, and I think just like ultimately trying to save face and make themselves appear to be really well studied in their field.
Yeah, and I think that that's just the symptom of working backwards from your conclusion. We can see people doing that in all aspects of life, like in relationships, at the job, or with a partner. That's how it works when you're working backwards from something you believe you already know.
Well, they're kind of saying that the Earth is flat in their explanation of the airplane flying like they don't detect curvature. I mean, so the guy was like adamantly saying, I'm like, yeah, we know you're saying that the Earth doesn't, the plane doesn't detect the Earth as a globe because it's not flying over one. He's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Okay. He said it feels like you're flying in a straight line because of gravity. That's what he said. Gravity makes it so that it feels like you're flying in a straight line. You don't believe me? Ask this who? He was here.
So one thing I've been thinking more about is like mass and density, and I think so. You guys can like chime in and correct me with my understanding, but I think from like the guy was talking about how like you have those Newton meters, which it's like a spring, and then you put a mass or like a weight on the spring, and then it will pull down more the more weight that has, and then they say that's measuring the acceleration, the gravitational acceleration, like the heavier something is, and then implying it will fall faster because it's heavier, something like that. But the thing which they say which makes that mass and not density is because the actual tool they use, the Newton meter, is not accounting for the like volume of the weight. So you could have two springs with two different sized things but with the same weight, and because it doesn't take the volume into consideration, it doesn't take the displacement of the air into consideration in their world or in their mind, because they just take that anomaly out of it. They sort of disregard that variable. And so that's sort of the conclusion I've got with the spring or the Newton meter. Would you guys agree?
Never really heard that argument. It's interesting. Who brought that up, Stacy? Was there a...
Well, in my work, they use they're detecting gravity, and so I was querying them about what they're actually detecting and how it changes, like how it's not just density. Yet, even though like all the while they're detecting it, they have a known mass. So like they already know the displacement of it, but they sort of just disregard it as being density because when they use the Newton meter, they just take away the variable of its actual size, and it's all dependent on the weight but not the size, which is fair because like the spring will tell you that it doesn't need the volume of the object to tell you what the newtons or the torr is.
It's funny how the Glovers never use arguments like those. I think they have before. Is that the gravimeter you're talking about?
Yeah, that's another word for it.
Yeah, they tried using that before.
I've not heard anyone talk about it on these servers.
Mostly because they don't appeal to that type of knowledge. They don't. These guys are in here. They're mainly just topical information kind of guys. Whatever ChatGPT or Google searches give them, that's probably as good as it gets. Then they argue from there. They don't look into devices and stuff.
Yeah, it's sort of like very surface level, but without acknowledging the surface of the earth level.
I see what you did there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, those kinds of discussions happen only with people that are really interested in like thinking about how they're providing the evidence for the Earth being a globe. Then they start looking for answers. But those who don't really they're not invested. They'll just give you the whatever answer comes up, and they'll defend it religiously, which is usually the case.
Yeah, and I'll probably do a bit of study on how the device works, and then end up making just a simple how it works video for everyone to understand, as well as just making sure I don't reveal things that I'm not allowed to reveal from the company. Like, because they gave me a technically confidential file, but it's 20 years old. So then I'll just go through the internet and see what's readily available, and then just filter out what you can easily find on the internet, so I don't put myself in a situation.
You still work for these guys, or you're working for them now?
Yeah. I just ask a lot of questions, and I mean, I can hint at my worldview at times, and I probably do it a bit too much. I should be a bit more careful of it. But for the most part, I sort of just try and work out, like, just ask questions and not try and make it seem like because I don't have ulterior motives. I want to know. But when they tell me something, I receive it as like a empty canvas rather than someone with so many presupposed ideas.
They don't hear the agenda behind your voice.
It's just curiosity, I think. It's weird. It almost makes me feel like a spy, because I'm just trying to work out how things work. But there's so many presuppositions you have to have in their field. I'm not a spy. I just want to know what's going on.
Tell me you're a spy without saying you're a spy. She's like, got all these secrets, but yeah, it's okay.
But they're not secrets, because it's like right in front of your face and verifiable, and you just need to change how you think to accept it.
Yeah, but they don't know that. They think it's, divulging, mysteries. Like, oh, we can't say this. It's a trade secret. It's like, why? It's just a device that's being used. Like, what's so proprietary about it that you don't want to let the world know that if they discover this information, oh man, other companies might make more of these.
Well, honestly, I'd say the confident, like, I only had a very introductory paper. They'll have a lot more thorough ones, which actually would be more confidential and not just outdated. But I'm sure in those other ones, it's probably more about the filtering process of how they account for all of the acceleration, deviation, and stuff from being in an aeroplane while taking gravity measurements of the Earth. All of that, like post processing stuff, I'm guessing that is probably more what they're trying to keep to themselves. And I'll let them keep that to themselves anyway. I'm not interested in learning how to warp your results to just change it into something else. To put it into a ball.
You're letting them stay globe heads, huh?
Yeah, the whole thing relies on the what's it called, like the WPS ellipsoid model, or
well, there's a model that's I think current. I said GS84, but there's probably a more current version.
Yeah,
that's the ellipsoid model. That looks like the tops are squished, and the middle is like bulged. Good old gravimeter.
Yeah, the main concept of it, and I'll quote this because this isn't secret knowledge. The change in position of the test mass is proportional to the change in the gravitational field. So they make that claim in the introduction and have nothing to back that claim up. Just an assertion.
Just a claim?
Yeah, just the claim.
Wow.
So you'd think in your introduction it would give you more background as to what substantiates this claim, but it's just, nope, that's how it is.
Oh, it just is.
To work. What was that?
It just is. That's how it is, huh?
Exactly.
That's nice.
And it uses the differentiation of GPS position combined with heavy filtering. Therefore, useful measurements can be made. So without the GPS position, can they make a useful measurement?
So they're just using a spherical coordinate system. Okay. That checks out. They use a spherical coordinate system to verify the WGS84 ellipsoid model. Nice. Circular logic much?
Well, what they use to collect all this data is they use the aeroplanes, and the aeroplanes are flying as if it's flat.
All day and night. Yeah, they would get a kick if they know you were Salt Lake Stacy.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. We've been talking to who? Oh my god! This whole time?
You acted so normal. We never fought.
We never even knew. What has it been like? 15 years? They're all befuddled. It's all right. They'll be okay. They're making money off of gravimeter, so how much do one of those things cost anyways? A couple grand?
I'd say like probably in the tens of thousands to maybe even close to 100,000, because it's
holy smokes,
top end quality. Lockheed Martin secret.
There's only one guy in this chat right now that can afford that, and the first letter starts with D, last letters to J. He could afford one of them.
But anything in the aviation field is insanely overpriced. And anything measuring gravity is insanely overpriced.
They don't have an economy version of that? Budget friendly?
Yeah, I'm sure they do. I'm just talking more on the end of like what my company would do, and because it's a company, they're going for like the top end stuff. I'm sure there's cheaper things. You could probably make your own, but then they just say, "Oh, it's not as good quality because it's not patented and it's not confidential, and you just made it up yourself."
Ah, yeah, homebrew. Okay.
I think it's available on Temu for free.
Man, it's kind of crazy that they they overprice that kind of stuff. So that means that kind of equipment's out of the reach of the common man. Well, that's not fair.
And that's typical for aviation, where an engine for your car might be $10,000. An engine for an airplane is $80,000.
Yeah, it's criminal sometimes. You look at the prices I do like purchase ordering, and you just hold your breath and think, what is going on in this world? Textron, they must be bazillionaires.
Sounds like highway robbery, I guess if, it's specially made for one thing and that's not going to be useful for anything else, maybe you could justify it, but golly, that's a lot of money.
But hey, then there's all of these governments who are paying our company for the gravity, and they're giving like crazy amounts of money to the company for those surveys. So it all
you-
comes around.
So you can afford a weekend at Barbados? Is that what's going on?
CEO might.
You get the kickbacks, huh? You get the kickbacks, so you can kick back.
I get the scraps, the food scraps.
Yeah. What's that sound like? A couple G's? Man. Give me some of them scraps, you know?
They should like have work lunches every week and then just have apples just to boast about their gravity meters and the
Newton.
Yeah. But some of their aircrafts are named after like Einstein, Newton. I forgot the other guy's name, but it's like a weird Finnish name. Like all these forefathers of gravity, Galileo.
Yeah, even though Newton said, don't ascribe this to me, bro. They still did. They're like, nah, we're going to describe it to you, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, people got to eat, right? I just read your comment, bro. Glorified bathroom scale. Hey, that's Salt Lake Stacy's job right there. Well, I don't know. She's got to talk it up, man, so that people will be like, huh, that's interesting. Do you do the sales pitches, Stacy? When you're in the, you go to the companies and be like, look, we got a product, it works, and it's going to resolve your problems. Trust me.
No, I don't do that.
I'd get two if I were you. Just saying. Bet you I could sell a gravimeter.
And hey, you don't even need the like Newton springs because they just do it digital now. They use like the digital chips to do it.
Oh man, you guys are all.
So digital rather than analog.
Next thing you know, it'll have AI be talking to you and whatnot. Place gravimeter on the ground. Place gravimeter on the ground. And you're just like, okay.
Input GPS coordinates.
You are here. Longitude, latitude. And you're like, dang, this is nice.
And what's interesting is they have an internal management navigational system, and that's basically you set it to its source point, your location, then you start flying the aircraft, and then that internal navigation system bases all of its movement from that source point you did. But then they say because you've got like wind, which might be like moving the plane sideways a bit, like if you were in a tide or in a wave and the current moves you around while you're still going forward, it won't detect some of that movement. So then it also, while you're flying with the gravity accelerator meter thing, then it's also taking in, like, acknowledging the internal navigation system from its source point to where it thinks it is. And then it's also like talking to the towers of GPS and then getting where the GPS is telling it is. And then it just keeps sort of like relying on the GPS foremost, but then still sort of letting the internal navigation system direct it when it doesn't have the GPS, if the GPS drops out. So it's really just like dancing between the two, and it's just seems complex. Like they're not really sure of their location, so they have to keep jumping between the two and guessing in between each one, and it's
sounds complicated.
Seems like a yeah.
Sounds like a conversation for a room full of nerds. They could probably figure it out. Uh-oh, that's probably them contacting you.
That's my alarm.
We got a report that somebody was talking about the gravimeter online, and it's coming from your location. Is this true?
No, the GPS is wrong. You got my wrong location.
No, it wasn't me. I swear.
How can you tell it's me or just like an artificial voice?
Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that, man, is I don't know. It's a kind of strange business to be in, I guess. Not very. Is it in high demand? I don't know if it's in. Is it in high demand? I don't think so, huh?
No, it's not really. It's they also do like electromagnetic and radiometric stuff, so it's not just gravity. But they do love to boast about gravity as like that's just the thing they boast about above everything else.
We love our gravity around here, yes, sir. Did I tell you about it?
They do like all three of them, or they don't. It depends on the client, but they like advise that they can do all three of these things just to help you know what's below you, and they also claim to be able to like they make guesses based on like wavelengths and stuff they receive on things like well below you, and they also boast about being like some of the technology which can actually like really see well down like the minerals quite substantially lower than your like where you're standing compared to other businesses. And then I ask, how do they know this? Do they verify it? And the company itself doesn't verify it, but then the clients can get drill hole people to verify it. But how deep do they drill hole to verify it?
Hey, you got company over here. They got brand X. Now they only go 100 feet. No, sir. We don't do that. We go 200 feet. They go 100. We go 200. They go 400. We go 800. I guarantee you our gravimeter is the best. See?
And it's funny asking some of them because I won't hide my opinion. I'll be like, that doesn't really like. How do you actually measure that? Like, I don't have much confidence in believing like you can just see through a mountain. So like, obviously you can like detect stuff, but aren't you like detecting mainly like the things quite close to you, and then there's like a limit, and it just turns into noise. And then they're all like, no, it's really good, and they're really proud of it. So
you must be fun. You must be fun in the conference room.
Oh no, they haven't let me in there yet, but I would love to. I'm a bit in a position where I'm the newer person, and I've got like the other guy who works there, and he's like quite. I think he's probably a little threatened of me that I could like sort of make him look a bit bad because I work. So he's making sure I sort of just stay in my bubble and don't extend my wings. That's okay. I'm asking questions. So.
They're like, so guys, I mean, let's talk about it. Shall we let Stacy in the conference room? Is it time yet? I mean, how many days have gone by? Do you think she's able to? The guy's like shaking his head in the corner. He's like, I don't think that's a good idea. I think we should just wait off a little bit on that. Okay, well, we got a vote here. Like they're taking stock of your ability. But I mean, obviously, if you do a good job, I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't put you in a position where maybe you could take, Tom's job. Hey, he's not doing a very good job anyways, right? I mean, obviously he's a slacker. You can tell he's just, hanging around. Just really, what does he do anyways? I mean, we could probably pull him up on what he does. Is he doing a good job?
Oh, he sits in the strategic position of like right at the corner so that he can overlook onto what I'm doing constantly, but I have no idea what he's doing.
So he's really scouting you if we're being honest, right? Like he's just seeing what you're doing. because he's got to report back to the big dogs, and they're over here like, well, Tom, what's going on? Like, is Stacy doing her job? I mean, he's like, well, I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but he makes stuff up. Who knows?
Oh, he is full of it. He says he just says stuff to. Yeah, he is annoying, but I tolerate him. He's a good guy anyway. Annoying, but not a bad.
I think you can have high hopes. You could probably take his job sooner or later. Just don't let him know that, Don't let him get on to you about it. Just, act like you don't know anything. And, oh, they offered me a promotion? I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, it's a place I'd like to work for the long run, because it is, like, I can learn a lot about the Earth through it, and a lot about their mentalities of measuring the Earth too. But it's a cool place. And aviation, I get questions.
They might have you wearing a shirt that has like a globe on it and it says the gravimeter or something, and then you'll be sporting there'll be like before every meeting or whatever. Go ahead, Stacey.
They can take me to a NASA conference. They'll take me to a NASA conference. That will be fun. I can sit back and laugh.
We got our newest member over here, Stacy. Yeah, everybody give her a round of applause. They're congratulating you on your hard work, and then, all expense paid trip to, one of NASA's facilities, and you can go and visit them. Take your gravimeter over there. They'll put it on one of their next rocket ships. That'll be something, right? Taking a picture with a gravimeter next to one of the rocket ships, and they'll have your face on it. A flat earther. That would be a good picture right there. You got like a Kool-Aid smile right next to the gravimeter and, standing next to the rocket.
I do find it fun to sort of just play along with things, just play along with the fact that you need to sort of say things every now and again which make it seem like you really think gravity's super cool, or you really like astronauts or rockets. Fun. Feel a bit devious, but, being wise about things.
You poke them with your elbow, you're like, astronauts, am I right? Like... You got to play the part, man, at least. I mean, they're putting dough in your pocket. Like, shoot.
Yeah, I think the closest I got, the cheekiest comment I made, which was sort of like me giving it away while still maintaining poise, was I was like, hey, I have the best business idea. I'll become a hot air balloon pilot, but it will be a gimmick. And like the gimmick will be that I'm a flat earth hot air balloon pilot. And then at the end, like we'll take them out for breakfast and they'll have pancakes, but the pancakes will be like flat earth discs.
So
that's I've sort of already gimmicked it.
That's not only cheeky, it's sly. So you get 1 billion points for that.
But it's also not entirely a lie. I would love to be a hot air balloon pilot and like do a gimmick of flat earth so I can get away with it.
Yeah, but we can't let them know that. I mean, we got to be kind of, conservative about our,
But the reason I'm confiding in you with this is because I have like disciplined myself so much into this character of flat earther that I'm going in these flat earth like forms right now to try and maintain that future goal of being a flat earth gimmick.
Yeah.
So I can get away with these.
You got to brush up on your skills, man. Once you do, you'll have it down pat, and before you know it, it'll be like, talking about the latest space news. Gravimeters all day long, and
Could you imagine being in a hot air balloon, taking like the people up to 3,000 feet, and then gasping and saying, "Look, it's curvature! It's curvature! I see curvature!" And then all the people are looking and thinking, "Curvature? Where? Where is it?"
Yeah, you got to do something dramatic. You know, you got to put your hand on your chest and you got to pull your shades up and like, oh, is that curvature, guys? You know, and then everybody's just like, where? Right there. And you're just pointing to the horizon, you know, the horizontal line. Everybody's just all exasperated. Really? Do you see it? It's right there. They're like, yeah, I see it. They're not seeing it. They're just.
That's them. They know it's a pilot. They're trained for this. We have to believe them.
And they're just nodding their heads, like, just because you're saying it, you know. Yep.
As long as you say something with confidence, you can make people believe it. Not that I exploit that. I'm not one of those people.
But yeah. I'm not saying that, but you know. Yeah, those you know, the meetings at the water cooler is probably the most fun though during the day.
Yeah, this water seems pretty flat.
I wonder how it turns into a globe. Anyways, have a good day, guys.
Just stand by the water fountain and be like, isn't it so cool, the gravity which is pulling this water down? Just nerd about it. So cool.
Show them the fountain where the water's like going into the fountain. You're like, see? Gravity, right? Right, guys?
And someone says, what about the water pressure? No, it has nothing to do with pressure, it's gravity.
It's gravity, bro. And you got the nerds like passing by, they'll be like, isn't Stacy so cool? She's so cool. I can't believe no glow beds have stopped by. Wonder why. I gotta get going anyway.
Okay, well, I'll talk to you some other time.
Yeah, for sure. Keep your head up, Stacy. Sell 1,000 gravimeters by next week.
All right, I'll put you on the buyers list.
Yeah, put me down for like, I guess I'll take a few. I wouldn't mind.
I did get a pilot helmet. That was cool because they expire after 15 years, even though they're still completely fine. So they had to go in the bin. So instead of going in the bin, the company let some people have them.
Take a picture with one on and the strap like down and just smiling and with thumbs up. That's a good photo. Then put it as your avatar for Discord.
Yeah, I think do a stand-up. I'm going to do a stand-up comedy in a few months, or in a month's time. I'm going to try it out. And I'm thinking of like going, sort of doing a bit of flat earth stuff, but bring the helmet and then I'll have the authority to say everything, because if she's wearing a helmet, we have to believe her because she's a pilot.
There you go.
And that might be the gags.
All right. You guys have a good day. I got to get out of here.
See you later.
Bye.
is maybe there's like an invisible dome or something, and that's like what we're in.
No. Well, I'm not making any claim as to what the physical nature.
But you're saying like there could be a possibility because you're talking about the terrarium, no?
Yeah. So I'm saying it's a contained system. So logically, it would be logical to assume that at some point it will terminate at that container. But where that is, how big it is, what it's made of, what its shape is, I've got no idea. But we know that there's a container because we have gas pressure. We're in a pressurized system. And to have pressure, you need a container. It's in the definition. So if you look up the definition of gas pressure, it's the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. And if you don't have a container, you don't have gas pressure because the gas particles need to press. That's why it's pressure, because it's pressing against a container for it to be pressurized. So we know we're in a contained system, which means we're not hurtling through an ever-ending vacuum. And the vacuum story is crazy anyway, because for starters, gas does not form into balls in a vacuum under any conditions. And water boils and turns into a gas in a vacuum. So we can't have a spinning ball of gas and water in a vacuum. All that shit would just boil off, spread out. It's impossible. So yeah, when you're asking about an edge, no, there's not. It's not a disk floating in space with water falling off it or any of that. We're in a contained, motionless system. Beyond that, like what's beyond that, no idea. I would say you can't go there, as at least in this life. Let's say.
Yeah, if you follow a certain logic, it will have to be a contained environment. So if you're saying, this is speculation, because I don't think anybody here has been there, but if you're saying, is there an edge or whatever, there will have to be the walls of the container. What's outside of that? Who knows? That's just, if you follow the logics that the gas pressure that you're breathing air requires containment. So if there wasn't a container, you wouldn't be able to breathe air because the air will be rushing violently away from your lungs.
See, one of the things I find interesting, although it's not a point that we would make to prove anything one way or the other, is when you're confronted with the fact that space cannot exist as they've described to us, you do ask that question, well then, what is beyond it? And obviously we've got no idea or a way to access that. But if you look back into the ancient cultures, it's interesting to see what they thought we were in. And one of the dominant thoughts is that we're completely submerged in water, the whole system. In Hebrew cosmology, they call it the Great Deep. But it would just be this notion that we're in essentially a giant ocean and we're in a contained system within it, which is a mad trip to think about. But at the same time, when I ask the question, what would be beyond this container, it would make sense to me that it's either air or water, since that's what we know of in our reality. So the fact that they've gone for water, I find quite interesting. But obviously that's total speculation. We've got no idea. But just thinking about that is a bit of a mind blower, no? Would make the system pretty easy. Just one more thing. It would make the system pretty easy to flood.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting too, and like because that brings to mind like the different consistencies of like different waters having different consistencies. Like when those dudes went down in that submarine and they saw this lake under the ocean. They were in the ocean and they saw a lake on the bottom of it, and they tried to go in it. And it was so dense that bounced off. They couldn't go in it.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, that was a guy who was working with James Cameron, who was doing all the deep sea stuff for his Titanic documentary. And they got this like advanced little one-man sub that could go super deep. And this guy went super deep and he came to the ocean floor and he found what looked like the surface of a lake. And he was like, what the hell? He's thinking it's a different density of water that's just looking perfectly like the surface of a lake or something. So he tried to submerge through it by lowering himself in, and he said it was like the most saline liquid you could get, and the sub just couldn't descend through it. It was just, the sub was totally buoyant on it. Couldn't go any deeper. And then that guy, weirdly enough, a few years later died. I can't remember how they say he died, but it was strange timing because when I remember looking into this guy ages ago, I was like, oh, of course, he's dead a few years after speaking about this on that James Cameron documentary. So yeah, water's above, water's below, who knows? So Nana, we're going a bit deep here. This isn't really intro stuff, but if you've got any thoughts or questions, feel free.
Are you like suggesting that maybe the government had something to do with that?
In terms of what? Had something to do with what?
Like that guy just randomly dying?
Oh, right. In terms of who's responsible for that, I've got no idea. But you do try. I mean, it's conspiracy theory, isn't it? But you do tend to see something like whistleblowers for NASA and people who are touching on this topic, meeting strange ends. Let's say, especially you look into the Apollo program and the people who were even half whistleblowing. They're blowing up on the launch pads. They're getting their entire families wiped out by trains owned by NASA. Bizarre. But actually, I had another point to make just quickly because you were talking about the Maze Runner. If you start looking into this, you'll probably start to notice how often this theme actually is prevalent in modern pop culture. Movies, books, cartoons, all kinds of things deal with this concept. And we don't really click until we're looking for it. But on our home server, we have a channel called FE References in Pop Culture or Pop Culture FE, something like that. And we've got a list of like a heap of TV shows, movies, all this kind of stuff, Pixar, Disney, that are low-key dropping this and playing with this idea of a contained system. See, remember that there's that Simpsons episode where he's hallucinating and playing baseball, and he knocks the baseball into the sky, and he cracks the sky. The sky shatters, and all this water pours through it. And like the commentator guy's like, "Oh, he's cracked the sky and let in the world's oceans. He's just cracked this reality wide open." All this kind of stuff, which is pretty on the nose when you start to get into this topic. But that's just a sidebar. So if you're interested and you want more information on this, I recommend you guys join our server. Because if you try and find this information, like genuine information on YouTube and Google, the algorithm's just going to send you a bunch of bullshit. It's poisoning the well, straw man fallacies, just anti-flat earth propaganda, basically. But we save all the good stuff, or a good chunk of it.
Yeah. I'm interested. Send me some stuff, please.
All right, someone DM that guy the link to the home server.
Yo, my name's Nano. Whoever's gonna DM me. Nano with the O.
Nano, sorry.
Yeah, it's all Nano. Good.
Someone send that guy the server link. And when you join it, here, I'll just do it. And I'll talk you through where to go because there's a lot of channels.
Bro. Yo, the funny thing is like, the earth is probably flat, and like it's super easy to like rage bait though, because like everybody who says the earth is like round, like they don't have like good enough like reasons to support it. So it's it's low key like funny just to like troll.
Honestly, I've been saying if there's any, like if the trolls of the internet really wanted to troll, they would start learning about flat earth, because there's nothing that enrages people more than hearing about reality as it's observed and measured. And the best thing is, you don't even have to really like lie. You don't have to lie about it. You don't have to really do any hard work. You've just got fact. Water, observable, measurable, flat, horizontal. Sea level. No motion, no curvature. It's like literally everything proves it. So yeah, that all day. But anyway, I just sent a link to your DMs. You got it?
Thank you, yeah.
Right, so join that server, and when you join it, scroll about 3/4 of the way down, and you'll find the additional information section. It's all alphabetized A to Z, and it's organized by topic. organized by topic. So you've got like gravity, curvature, motion, sun, moon, stars, all these things that are like a lot of questions, a lot of common questions. Do you see those channels?
I see additional information.
Yeah, all alphabetized. So you'll see all those individual channels. So if you've got a question like, oh, what about gravity? The channel for gravity. That kind of thing.
Do you have any like videos?
Oh, there's videos, articles, images, all kinds of stuff. Every format of way we compile evidence that you can think of, it's in there.
Where would I find the videos? Oh wait, I see some.
So most of the channels will have some videos on the
I see one in maps. I see some in maps, yeah.
There's videos in there, but as well, above where A is, which is Antarctica, I think it starts with, there's a FE Introduction Videos channel, and that's specifically introduction videos. So check that out first, maybe. But anyway, that's just so that when you leave this conversation, you can research in your own time. But while you're here, I would ask your questions and get more direct answers.
Bro, yeah, these channels all have like singular thousands of views, bro. It's crazy. Like,
yeah, the information
they really
is totally
like try
censored.
Yeah,
it's totally censored because check this out. In 2016, when the algorithms hadn't been changed, Flat Earth was doing better numbers than Trump, and this is when Trump was just winning the election for the first time. Basically, Flat Earth was higher in the Google search. So after that, the US government pulled the heads of Google and YouTube in front of Congress, and they grilled them and said, why are you allowing this misinformation to be spread on your platforms? And after that, they started censoring it on the algorithms, and they've added that little box at the bottom, which always lets you know you're onto something. So it'll be a Wikipedia box, and it'll say, Flat Earth is an archaic concept that was debunked loads of times ages ago. Who debunked it? Oh, I don't know. How did they do it? Well, they just did it. So you'll see all that shit going on, but your algorithm might start to change a bit if you start looking at some of the videos and other things.
Yo, that's funny. All right, appreciate you.
Yeah, no, anytime. Come back. We're here 24/7. We're also on YouTube and streaming all that kind of stuff. So yeah, check it all out. Come back when you got questions.
All right, bro. God bless.
Yeah, peace. Anyone else? Questions, comments,
I'm
concerns?
pretty sure.
Yeah, you're breaking up, dude. Can't hear you.
Sorry for the ship out. It's it's a Cleveland. I never used to see that.
Hold on. Is it just me, or is he breaking up? You say all that again, dude.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that Wikipedia box that you're talking about, it says it's scientifically disproven. So even though it's not a scientific question, therefore it's wrong anyway. But it never used to say that a few years back. That was added in, I'm sure.
Oh, there's a great tool that you can get for Wikipedia where it shows you all the edits that have been made over the years. And you can click the individual edits and see who added an edit and what their justification was and all this stuff. You start going to pages like level and Earth curvature. You can see in real time, track the spiral as the globers all fall over themselves, trying to change the definitions of words and change what the argument is. And any of the globe-related pages get that add-on that lets you see the Wikipedia edits. It's hilarious. But yeah, scientifically doesn't mean science or the scientific method anymore. It just means super duper true. Trust me, bro.
Yeah,
it's that kind of scientific.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's some glober sitting at home saying, well, it's scientifically disproven. And the Wikipedia goblins are like, yes, scientifically disproven. And there we go. The world is convinced.
Well, according to my calculations.
Who else we got anyone new? Sakina? Don't think I've seen you here before. How you doing? Gonna ask some questions? Oh, well, that was an alright run. Some reasonable chats. I'll take that.
What did I miss?
You just missed a guy figuring out that he's in the Great Deep.
Well, that's better than being in the doghouse, I guess.
That's right.
Oh, sounds like someone's having... Is there trouble in paradise, John?
The doghouse just doubles up as the man cave.
Dude, I can't get any
on
free
certain
time.
nights.
Yeah, I can't even get any free time to update my man cave. Not that I have any woman to put me in the doghouse, but it would be cool for my shed to be more of a cool place to be than just a glorified storage unit.
Yeah, your shed should be looking like the flat Earth version of Rob Noxious's garage.
Yeah, bro, I'm gonna put in my mic. I'm gonna run a hard line for the internet out there. I'm gonna have a nice chair, sweet ass mic, awesome screen, maybe even a projector screen. And that way I could be on my sexiest mic and flat smack fools from the comfort of my air conditioned shed. No wonder John didn't reply to me. It's AI. Or is it?
Oh, I just thought you suddenly knew his name.
No, it's because John Luna sounds like me a lot of times.
Yeah, I can use the type of part, but yeah, I suppose it's similar.
But dude, back in the day, people used to tell me that me and Indio were brothers. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, you sound exactly the same. I'm like,
Yeah,
no, we
to be
don't.
fair, I'm gonna assume that it was your fellow Americans saying that to you, because I have to say, you guys aren't the best with accents. It's like a guy from Newcastle talking, you'd be like, is he Australian?
Well, I went back and I listened to what they were talking about. And what it was is that when me and him are on our bad connections and mics, for our S's, and because Indio kind of has like this lisp kind of thing going on his mic.
Yeah, it's,
and when I'm on a bad mic,
the genius lisp, I call it.
Yeah, and when I'm on the bad mic, it sounds similar. And so when I was listening, I was like, oh, I see. They see that, and they